Bowl.
Yeah, we'll entertain you more than that game did yesterday.
I hope so.
That game was trash. Not trash. Look, it's not.
It wasn't trash.
It wasn't trash. It wasn't trash.
I
almost did that. It wasn't trash, but it wasn't good either.
No.
Shout out to the Seahawks, probably the best team in the league all year long. But
they were. The right team won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, and
who knows? Maybe the team that lost probably shouldn't have been there. Who knows?
It kind of seemed like it.
Yeah, like if Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle, maybe we get a little bit of a better game.
Yeah,
that's like my hot take coming out of the game, I guess. No, I'm not trying.
I don't think it's that hot of a take.
And I'm not even trying to disrespect the Patriots. I've been, Drake Mays in the MVP conversation all year.
He was
trying to give him the credit and all that, but it's just like, oh yeah, no, that was tough.
There's more gray area than that.
Yeah,
you don't have to. You can acknowledge that the Patriots probably shouldn't have been in the Super Bowl, and simultaneously say that Drake May was a legitimate, high-quality MVP candidate.
Yes.
But nothing about the playoffs. And you have to win the games, and you have to do what it takes to win the games. I get it. Shout out to New England. But I'm with you. And I thought this going into the game. I thought the Pats were going to get steamrolled. And they did.
Yeah,
because Seattle is just, and I don't know that outside of the Rams, I don't know that there was a team that was going to give Seattle a great game. We saw the Super Bowl in the NFC title game.
Yeah, maybe Denver, because I think that Denver offensively just had the weapons that New England didn't. Maybe it helps them out. I'm not saying I still think Seattle would have won and all those things. I think just looking at it as a whole, Seattle and the Rams are probably the two best teams in the league, and then there was everyone else. But I think maybe you get a better matchup that way. But point being, it was them two and everyone else all year.
Yeah, and it just it never felt like it was going to be close.
It wasn't.
It never felt like, oh, hey, here comes New England. They just never put a drive together while the game was in hand.
Yeah.
Or while the game was, before the game was out of hand, before the game was out of hand, that made you think, oh, hey, we might get a little game here. Like, no, when it got to 9-0, I'm like, they got to score twice?
The second half gets here.
Uh-oh.
I was making burgers yesterday, so I was outside and cleaning up and stuff. The second half gets here. I walk inside. It's not even a minute has passed yet, and then the Patriots are already punting on their first drive.
Yes.
It's like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like, how did you run 3 plays already, which is like over with and done with, and they're already punting? But it's just that's the kind of game it was for them.
Well, and every 49ers fan is watching that game play out, and New England punts on their first drive, and after going down 3-0, and it was like watching the last 2 Niner games against Seattle all over again.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just going to put you in a spot where you're going to be in a negative game script against the best defense in the sport, and you're just not going to win. They're going to make you play one-handed. They're going to make you play within the box that they want you to play in, and when that happens, you're toast.
Yeah,
it's what Oklahoma City was so good at in the NBA, making you play their game and dictating the terms. And Seattle was just, to me, I think the only doubt you and I had when we would talk about this during the year was whether Sam Darnold could put together enough good football to get them to a Super Bowl.
At minimum, he was always just what they needed. He was kind of that yesterday.
Yes.
Like at the bare minimum, he was that. And if not, he was better. So, I mean, the guy was great all year.
Yeah. He led the league in turnovers during the regular season. Sam Darnold did. And then had 0 in the postseason. They did not turn the ball over in 3 postseason games.
He did the opposite of what we've seen in this postseason. He was just calm, cool, and collected. And I think going forward too, we can't do the whole. I saw this way too many times. Just say, "Oh, Sam Darnold went from seeing ghosts to this," or remember when Sam Darnold? We got to let that go now. Sam Darnold is a good quarterback. He's a franchise QB in the league. I think he deserves respect the same way the other quarterbacks get it.
I think
if he has a bad game, then we can talk about it and stuff like that. But I don't think there's any doubts about Sam Darnold being a quarterback in the league anymore.
I don't think there's anything to talk about if he has a bad game, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You talk about the game itself, but it's not like, oh, yeah, I don't know if Seattle could do it with Sam Darnold, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, you start looking elsewhere. It's like, no, Sam Darnold is their quarterback.
Maybe this is just a Seattle-specific thing. And maybe it is just because, with the 49ers, watching them lose, was it 54-9 in those 2 games? Maybe it's just that kind of sticking out.
Yeah.
But I think Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl and winning it in this fashion, because again, it wasn't like Sam Darnold turned into an MVP candidate. It's not like he went from seeing ghosts to throwing for 5,200 yards and 48 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. Like, no, man, he's for the most part, the guy he's always been.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call him a top 10 quarterback in the league or anything like that coming out of that game. Like, yeah, he's a good quarterback.
But the fact is, we've talked about this a million times, how the Tom Brady era lasted so long and butted up against the Patrick Mahomes era that for 25 years, it was like, oh, you have to have a top 3 quarterback to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it turns out, no, you need a competent quarterback.
I think the game has changed a bit too, though. Because back then, like, those guys existed. Like, it wasn't just Tom Brady. Like, yeah, he was the guy, but like Ben Roethlisberger, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, like there was Hall of Famers on top of Hall of Famers. It was kind of like, oh, maybe you can land one of these guys. Like even Phillip Rivers is really good, borderline Hall of Fame if you want to have that conversation. Not now, but just saying. But like there was a bunch of those guys. Now I feel like the game is where like it's more catered to where like the coach is like, here's my system, just run my system and we'll be successful. Kind of like when we first started seeing with the Rams and Jared Goff. Towards the end or whatever, was like, yeah, just hit the guy that tells you he's gonna be open or whatever, and it's gonna be that. I feel like it's just more the McVays, the Shanahans, the McDaniels, the LaFleurs. It's just like I just need a guy who can run my system. We'll be successful. Not trying to knock the quarterbacks, but just like I said, the game has changed a bit. I think
it felt, and again, maybe this is a one-off from this year, but it felt like in the NFL, the defense wins championships, like mantra had gone away. It was offense wins championships. Can your defense be middle of the road and good enough to get off the field on 3rd and long?
Yeah.
That was kind of because your offense is going to score enough. Can your defense get a couple of stops? That's the Patriots, and it's not the Patriots, the Chiefs in 2019. That was a really good offense and their defense was just good enough. They got the couple of stops they needed against the 49ers and won the Super Bowl because of it. Same thing in 2023. I think this year flipped that back a little bit, where it felt like the teams that really had a shot were Seattle. You talk about Denver. The Patriots, the only reason they were in that game a little bit is because their defense was good enough.
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder if maybe that's a one-off for this year.
I hope not. Tell me old school football's back. We're going to be running the ball. We're running the ball in January and playing defense finally.
Kicking field goals. It might be real football might be back.
It is until they throw all these domes on these stadiums.
Dude.
Kenneth Walker was amazing yesterday too.
He was really good. He was really, really good. Deserved MVP, right?
Yeah. As opposed to like who else would have deserved it?
The kicker.
No.
Jason Myers.
No.
Scored the most points in Super Bowl history.
Hey, that's great, buddy. Hey, Kenneth Walker got us all the way down the field. We need you to come finish it off now. Like, nah, sorry.
No, but Kenneth Walker couldn't get him in the end zone.
Well, Kenneth Walker's one man. All right, Myers can kick the ball from damn near anywhere, and it's like, all right, we're cool. Like, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like,
shout out
to kickers. Like, he's a Super Bowl champion, but you could never be an MVP in my book.
Never.
No, I don't want. No, can you imagine giving the MVP to a kicker?
It'd be incredible.
No,
I felt like it was deserved yesterday.
Adam Vinatieri was never an MVP, Super Bowl MVP, right?
Yeah, he never made 5 field goals in a game.
Don't care. Never had Kenneth Walker get him down the field enough.
Tom Brady.
That's the bar. If Adam Vinatieri never did it, then yeah, we're fine. We don't need to give it to Jason Myers.
Adam Vinatieri, Hall of Famer, by the way. Before Bill Belichick.
Yeah, Myers can go into the Hall of Fame too if he wants. Just not win Super Bowl MVP. Not in my league.
It felt like it was heading that way for a while.
Yeah, I was kind of scared.
It was really early on when it was like 12-0. Like, hey, we might.
Jason Myers again.
Jason Myers might be it. And then, no, you're right. Kenneth Walker, while he didn't get in the end zone, which is very clearly the best player.
Probably look at one of the defensive guys too before you do Jason Myers.
Which one though?
Who scored the touchdown again?
Uchenna Nwosu?
I'm just saying before you give it to the kicker.
No.
Yes.
His touchdown was meaningless.
That's fine.
If you take away his touchdown, they still win by a lot.
Yeah, but I don't want to give it that
Jason Myers 5 field goals. It's a 1-point game.
Doesn't matter. And I know I'm hating right now too.
You are hating.
I know. I acknowledge.
I don't like this at all.
This is the one part of sports fandom was like, yes, I am.
This is my problem. See, we out here watch a lot of 49ers, and there's a lot of 49ers fans up here in the Sacramento area, and I don't know how you could be locked into the 49ers at all over the last couple of years and still tell me that kickers don't matter.
No, they do.
Kickers matter enough that had that game continued to be a defensive slugfest.
If it would have finished 12-0, he would have been the MVP.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, fine, whatever.
Okay, I just wanted to
hated
get,
it.
I just needed to get.
Yeah,
to
if that's
road.
what you wanted.
I just needed to get to the path where Jason Myers was the MVP.
Yeah, no, if they would have finished 12-0, it's like, yeah, Jason Myers at 4 field goals. Yeah, he would have been MVP.
It was perfectly. It perfectly encapsulated the season. Seattle was the best team.
Yeah,
they were the best team on the field. They deserved to win. They were the correct champion. As much as you might hate it, as much as I hate it, that was the right thing happened. And they did it with an awesome defense, Kenneth Walker being awesome, and Sam Darnold being good enough. And that's not a knock. That's not a shot. That is the reality of what the Seahawks are. They built a winner. They built a Super Bowl winning team.
Everything you just said got them a Super Bowl. Yeah, it's not a knock at all.
Yeah.
Like, it worked.
Yeah. And I wonder now if you're San Francisco and you're Kyle Shanahan or you're John Lynch and you're looking at what the Seahawks did to win a Super Bowl and the fact you have to play them twice a year now. I kind of wonder if you rethink your team building at all.
Rethinking in what way, though? Because, like, you already got the quarterback who is better than Seattle's, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're fine running back. You're just missing a wide receiver one. I mean, but maybe you're looking at the trenches then.
Yeah,
that was horrible for New England yesterday.
I don't think you can go in. Yeah, they spent a first-round pick on Will Campbell, and he just got his ass whooped.
That was a child playing left tackle yesterday. That was a child.
Tough.
That was a child.
So that's the big one I wonder, because I do think they're going to continue to invest in their defensive line. They have to. But what Seattle does defensively is like innovative and creative. And they took a player like Nicky Manwari. He's their rookie rookie defensive back from South Carolina. Just big, super fast, tested like crazy. And instead of saying, hey, we're going to put him at safety, they made him like a hybrid nickel corner. So he's just kind of around the football all the time.
Yeah.
And they found a way to take a player who all the pre-draft evaluation was like, yeah, he's not really a deep safety. Yeah, he's not really like a cover corner. Like, he's kind of this weird tweener. And they figured out a way to use him. They figured out a creative way to use him. So I think that's something the 49ers have to do, is just get athletes on the defensive side. But then offensively, I do not think that in the modern NFL, with the way the sport is going, I do not think that you can continue throwing out an offensive line and Kyle Shanahan has said this is his philosophy. Their offensive line coach, Miami Dolphins legend Chris Forrester, has said this is his philosophy. It is use the high draft picks and spend the money on the guys that score touchdowns. All you need on the offensive line is like C-level offensive line play. Can you get league average offensive line play across the board? If you do that, you're going to be good enough. And it's like, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's right. If you have to beat Seattle, if your championship hopes go through Seattle, and God forbid you run into New England or Denver or Houston in the Super Bowl, you're screwed. You're always going to have a little bit of a ceiling where your offense and your scheme are not going to be able to overcome what is going to be a weakness every time you go up against one of those top defensive lines.
So are you making the offensive line a higher priority than wide receiver one this season?
Not necessarily, but I do think if you're not drafting an offensive lineman in the first round, I think you have to address it early on day 2.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, you should always address the trenches and things like that early if you get the right guy. But also, like, looking at it this year, I don't know if they need to re-switch the way they build or anything like that. Just having the conversation about, just because like they've been successful over the last few years. Like looking at it this year, like they were injured as could be. They weren't really strong at wide receiver or anything like that. They weren't really strong anywhere, it felt like. But somehow, some way, they were just winning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you need to reshape everything you're doing. Like, yeah, you need to add to your offensive line, but I mean, in general, like, yeah, the way they've done things has gotten them to a couple Super Bowls. I mean, they haven't won them yet, but
the Seahawks have also not been this good.
Yeah.
And the Rams aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think you just kind of look at the landscape of the league and you look at the teams that gave the 49ers problems this year. And I think it starts up front.
Yeah, no,
and you watch how Seattle dominated in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree because I mean, just looking at the Niners now, I don't think they have a they're not Super Bowl caliber in the trenches, even with Nick Bosa coming back. Like, you're still going to need more. You're going to add to that. Same with the offensive line. So I guess I don't necessarily disagree, but also like there's a like I'm not getting a high priced offensive line compared to the best wide receiver one if it's out there. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't this is not about one draft pick.
I mean, I think
one free agent signing.
I think the Niners are fine though.
Like, it's just more
looking at your point, like
philosophical thing.
Yeah, I don't think you need to change anything philosophical wise. It's just I feel like once you get out of your not your comfort zone, but just the way you do things and the way you've done things, because like I said, you've been successful. It's kind of where you start to, I guess, make mistakes.
I would push back on that by saying they were successful. They haven't had a home run draft in 6 years. Like they fell backwards on accident into Brock Purdy. That's the only reason that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch still have jobs.
Yeah, but also like
they have not drafted well. George Kittle's getting old. Christian McCaffrey's getting old. Trent Williams is getting old. They're still riding the backs of this core that they largely built 5 years ago. 5+ years ago. They got Trent Williams in 2020.
Well, if they don't draft well, I guess that's a larger issue because what is taking offensive linemen in the first? Like they have a drafting problem then. What is taking offensive linemen going to do? Like you have a drafting problem then.
Yeah, right. Which means I think they need to rethink how they look at their roster and how they build their teams. I think they need a massive overhaul in their front office thought process.
I got you, but do you trust, I guess, them to draft the right guys then? Seeing their history over the last few years?
If they are changing the way that they view that, not necessarily the way they view the sport, but what they need to remain competitive, then sure. But I don't like we talk about number one wide receiver. Does Kyle Shanahan look at what the 49ers offense was unable to do against Seattle and change what he thinks a number one wide receiver is? Or does he continue to go, nope, this is what I think a number one wide receiver looks like, and we're just going to take this guy and maybe. And that may be a poor example.
Yeah.
Because Brandon Ayuk was that. I think if Ricky Pearsall was healthy, he could be that. But when they look at a defensive lineman or a wide receiver in the second round who might just be super physically talented, and they're like, no, we don't want he's super physically gifted, but he can't run A, B, and C routes, so we don't want him. Like, are you willing to take flyers on those high upside guys, those high ceiling guys, instead of the high floor guys?
If it's me, no. And honestly, I'm not. I don't know if I'm even looking for my wide receiver one through the draft this year if I'm the 49ers. And I think you can kind of broaden this out too. Maybe they just need a playmaker, whether it be a star offensive lineman, defensive lineman, or a wide receiver that kind of helps them get to the next level. Like they're just missing not a one piece, but like I said, just that playmaker, just that guy that makes an impact, not just at his spot, but for others too.
Yeah,
like
they need a star.
It was CMC, and it's like Trent Williams was probably that at one point too. Now he's taking a step back, and it's like you're missing that again. So like I said, it can be your offensive lineman, it could be the defensive line or wide receiver, but I think that's just kind of what they're missing rather than we got to change things up here.
They need to. This is going to be a common through line throughout the offseason with the Kings and with the 49ers. As badly as the Kings need to hit their first round pick, I think if the 49ers are going to remain competitive and in Super Bowl contention, because they're competitive now. They won 12 games and they hung in there despite the injury stuff. But I don't know if they're fully healthy if they're competing with Seattle this year.
Yeah, if it's just them and the Rams just feel like a level above, like we said earlier. Even if they are healthy, the 49ers, because you just know Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall aren't scaring anyone on those defenses. Not that the Rams defense was great or whatever towards the end of the season, but I mean that offense, like they put up about 30 a game. Like I don't know if you're gonna get that from Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall.
Sure.
Christian McCaffrey, a lot of people talked about how he took a step back a little bit this year. He was great, but also like he slowed down a bit. What's that gonna look like next year?
Yeah.
Like offensively, it's just I don't know if you can compete right now.
Yeah, man. They got a lot of thinking to do on that side of the ball, for sure. I also think,
we have a radio show. You can say your thoughts.
I also think Kyle Shanahan has always been, and one of the things that makes him a good coach is he's always a step ahead of what defenses are doing.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to run this type of scheme. Oh, here's how defenses are adjusting. Here's how I'm going to preemptively adjust. And so while they're still adjusting to the rest of the league doing this one thing, Kyle Shanahan's now doing a different thing that's countering what defenses do. You have a lesser version of Christian McCaffrey. You no longer have Deebo Samuel. You no longer have Brandon Ayuk. You have
George Kittle's probably going to be gone for a little while.
George Kittle, who's going to be out at least, I would imagine, the first couple of months. He told Eric Branch of the San Francisco Chronicle he's going to be back well before November. I'm skeptical. So let's say he's out the first couple of months minimum.
Yeah.
You have Kyle Juszczyk, who's aging and not quite the player he once was. He has a chance, Kyle Shanahan does, to completely overhaul what his offense is. To completely rethink. It's not replace George Kittle. It's, okay, you're still going to have George Kittle, but how do you make him less of a focal point? How do you make your offense less reliant on Kyle Juszczyk? Or how do you change the way you use Kyle Juszczyk to make him as effective as possible? How do you figure out how to use Christian McCaffrey and then mix in another running back who can be effective alongside Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Or if Christian McCaffrey goes down, it doesn't completely derail your offense. Like, these are the little things. And now you can completely remake your receiving core with people who aren't Demarcus Robinson. Like, you have a chance to overhaul what you're doing offensively where you're not adhered to, man, hey, these are our best players, so our offense has to revolve around them. Like, you don't have that anymore. You're at, I feel like, square. You could be, if you want to be, at square one.
I feel like they should have come to that realization at the end of the season. I mean, it was a great year. You won 12 games and all that, but I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know it's like, all right, we still need something else. Like, we can't just go another year with these guys. And it's like, all right, yeah. Not to say that this year was fool's gold or anything like that, but it's just, I'm not sure you're getting 12 wins out of the squad again.
I agree. That's what I thought they needed to do that this year, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm. Like, next year might be where you're 9-8. Maybe you get to 10-7 and things like that. But it's just more so like, all right, yeah, that was a little tougher than it was last year.
Yeah, like, just by virtue of their schedule, it's going to be tough.
Well, we kind of talked about that before the season too, where I don't know if anyone called it a gap year, but no one expected them to be probably as good as they were. Like, it's going to see, all right, see what you have, and then you move forward after that. But it's like, no, this team's won 12 games. Can they make a run in the playoffs despite all their injuries?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what they end up doing. But I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know that they need something else going forward.
Yeah,
I feel like everyone came away with that realization, leaving that Seahawks game. At least they should have.
I think every single team in this sport had to sit there yesterday, including the Patriots, and realize they need to do something significant.
Yeah, because I brought up Denver
to reach Seattle's level.
Yeah, I brought up Denver. Maybe it would have looked different, but I'm not picking Denver to win that Super Bowl. I think Seattle far and away was the best team all year long.
Yeah,
it's just New England had no chance.
Yeah, and I just don't. I don't think there's a team in the league that can look at themselves in the mirror after yesterday and say, "Oh yeah, we're right there." I think every single team is going to be looking for a significant upgrade. Every team that's trying to win the Super Bowl is going to have to make a significant upgrade somewhere.
I think the Rams probably feel like they're right there, but also they've never been shy of, like, let's just go for it again as far as getting that guy.
Yeah, if you've got Matt Stafford for 1 or 2 more years, the Rams will push picks in for sure. Especially because they have an extra first this year because of Atlanta. Post Super Bowl optimism is really fun. I know this hasn't been super optimistic, but our guy Jim Costa in Detroit, he hosts the morning show on our Odyssey station in Detroit. He's like, man, Sam Darnold won the Super Bowl. The Lions just revamped their offensive and defensive lines. They could win it. Yeah, man, for sure. I think that's every team probably feels that way right now.
Yeah, but I mean, in Detroit's case, maybe he's like actually right because you got all the skill players out there, all the skill players you need. But I think you look to the trenches though this year.
I think I'm done looking at teams and saying, "Oh, that they have that quarterback, they can't win."
They can't.
That's what this year taught me the most.
Yeah.
I used to look at the Lions and say, they have Jared Goff, they're not winning the Super Bowl. But it's really clear now that the league is trending a direction. Again, I don't know how far it's trending this direction, but the league's trending this direction where as long as your quarterback's not awful, I think you have a shot with them.
Yeah,
I kind of wonder if teams are going to start evaluating quarterbacks differently because of that.
Like in the way where they give them more time, or like how?
Yeah. Like,
Well, there's a lot more Trevor Lawrences in the league than there is Josh Allen's and Joe Burrows.
Right. And it's instead of taking a swing and trying to find a guy who is Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, like that top tier, going, all right, we think this guy can be middle tier. Can we now surround him with the right pieces?
Well, yeah, and Jalen Hurts, I feel like, is the perfect example of this, because Jalen Hurts, for a couple years, we've seen, wow, this dude's playing really well at the quarterback position. And then the 2 years where it's like, hey, this offensive coordinator is not great. The system is kind of disgusting. He's looked not awful, but he just hasn't looked good and things like that. There's probably more situations where that's the case than otherwise.
It's probably easier to take a mid-tier quarterback and build a winner around him.
Yeah.
Than taking a mid-tier quarterback and going, hey, we don't want to pay this guy. We don't think we can win a Super Bowl with him. Okay, he's gone. Now we got to restart the whole quarterback thing over again. No, I kind of wonder if we're going to see teams again, unless it's Nathan Peterman level bad, saying, hey, after 3 years, here's this extension. Let's keep it at a reasonable rate, and we're going to build a winner around you.
Well, yeah, Fernando Mendoza is probably going to be the first pick of the draft. And it's like, he's not this prospect, like a generational prospect or anything like that. He's probably more of a Sam Darnold type. But again, if you build around him, like, that's kind of like, you can be successful.
Those type of
quarterbacks, yeah. Shout out Klint Kubiak. Finally acknowledged he's going to the Raiders.
Hell yeah. Stacey Dales did a great job yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if you saw it on NFL Network. Stacey Dales basically asked Klint Kubiak, what's your future look like as a head coach? And he's kind of like, oh, it's up to God, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, no answers on the network? And he goes, well, you guys know I'm going to Vegas.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah. She goes, for sure. And he's like, hell yeah, I'm going. I'm like, all right. Nice job, Clint. Well done.
He tried his best. JTZ in the chat asked, how sick is the Vikings organization right now? Pretty sick.
Probably. They fired their GM.
Yeah.
That's why that was a massive reason they fired their GM, is because GM said, we don't need Sam Darnold. JJ McCarthy's our guy. Even though Kevin O'Connell was like, nah, let's bring Sam back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vikings are a playoff team this year with Sam Darnold.
Exactly.
Right?
I'm not going to say they would have been back in the Super Bowl and been in the Super Bowl or anything like that, but they definitely would have been a playoff team.
That's a wild sliding doors moment, because I wonder what Seattle does at quarterback if Sam Darnold's not available, because their defense still would have been awesome.
Yeah. Is Aaron Rodgers a Seattle Seahawk?
Maybe. Is Aaron Rodgers hoisting a Super Bowl trophy right now?
I don't want to play this game no more. Maybe.
I think he is.
Because they're a lot better than Pittsburgh was.
Dude, Seattle's defense is so good. They needed league average quarterback play.
Yeah, they were second in the league in turnovers behind the Vikings, but I think we're first. And it's like, yeah, it didn't really matter.
Didn't matter. Man, what a team. And they're going to be around a while.
Yeah.
Great news for the 49ers. All right, the Kings played a couple of fun games over the weekend. I told you, this can still be fun.
Oh, yeah, you did say that.
Talk about what we learned about the Kings over the weekend, and we got some thoughts from Scott Perry's press conference on Friday, because that was after our show, so we'll dig into that. And you thought the Super Bowl was big? We got an even bigger game going on tonight that we'll talk about as well over the next couple hours. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's up, chatty ass? Good morning to the ladies that just dropped in.
I don't think this is true. We can talk about it, but I don't think this is true. I don't think San Francisco is in a better place if they had let Brock Purdy go to re-sign Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Brock Purdy
is what you would have had to do.
Yeah, Brock Purdy's a better quarterback.
I think so too.
Yeah. So Miss Mac 10, Sabo. Polo, really, yeah, no, a better chance of being in the toilet bowl than that. Stevie B, maybe, but definitely next year.
See Macklin Celebrini starting on Canada's top line right now?
Of course.
I love the Olympics. I love becoming an expert in sports. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I was so locked into ice skating yesterday.
Just wait till we get to curling.
Oh, dude, curling's already gone. Shout out to
it's already done?
Team USA going to the gold medal game in the whatever it is, mixed curling. Went bowling on Saturday and my body still hurts.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Not a big bowler. I get bored after a little bit.
I love bowling.
Yeah,
dude.
no, I don't. Yeah, no.
I'd say I love bowling. I go probably once a year, if that. We've gone the last couple of years the day before Super Bowl, just as like a pre-Super Bowl party thing. And I'm not good. I'm not. I'm just there to drink and have a good time. I bowled a 174, which is definitely. I don't think I've never. That's the highest score I've ever gotten in my life. I was pushing for 200 for a minute.
Yeah, no,
it's crazy.
Yeah, no, I couldn't even imagine.
I was having a great time.
Can't remember the last time I went bowling. The only time we ever do go bowling is like if I'm hanging out with certain people in Modesto. It's like, oh yeah, let's go midnight bowling or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Shout out to McHenry Bowl.
Yeah, definitely. But also, there's a reason 41-year-olds on a torn ACL don't usually compete in downhill skiing.
Yeah, shout out Lindsey Vaughn. I didn't even watch that video.
Yeah, it was really free. I watched it without sound.
I saw her start to take off, and as soon as it's like, oh no, it's where it starts. Like, all right, I don't need to see that.
Yeah, it definitely sucks. But it was also like, oh, this was the fear.
Yep.
This was the thing everybody was worried about. All right, here we go. Coming back.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, dang right. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse.
That's what they call me. Shout out to my mom.
Hell yeah.
Well, to my dad too, I guess. That's his name.
Yeah.
Shout out to my parents.
Yeah, shout out to your folks.
Shout out to parents.
Yeah. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the phone line. We got to talk about the Kings over the weekend. But I got also this weekend got dialed into the Olympics. And there's no sports thing more fun than locking into the Olympics and watching as though you know anything about the sport.
Oh, yeah, you're a big expert. It's like, oh, yeah, ice skating is today. I'm locked in. So who's in the gold medal game. Like, it's going to be tough, but maybe they'll get it.
Watching figure skating last night, it was a re-air of figure skating last night. But having hard opinions on figure skating, I know nothing about figure skating.
Have you ever gone not figure skating? Have you ever gone ice skating?
No.
You never been on the ice rink, like just skated?
No.
Really?
Yeah, correct.
But I'm shocked you haven't tried it once. I've done it once.
How'd it go for you?
Not well.
See?
And that's why I did it once. I'm just surprised why you never have.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could do it. Just I have a level of coordination that I would feel good about being able to at least stay on my feet.
Yeah.
But if you needed me to do anything other than stay on my feet, I don't think I'd be built for it.
That's why hockey players are probably the best athletes in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But anyways,
whatever.
He's Jesse. I'm Kyle. We're the Jump. We're hanging out with you until 9. So the Kings played a couple of good games over the weekend.
Yeah, they were close and competitive. I was there on Saturday. It was cool.
Lost by 9 combined points to the Clippers and the Cavs.
Devin Carter starting to play well.
Devin Carter playing well. Are we just back in?
I wouldn't say that. There's a lot that goes into Devin Carter. His coach,
the
GM that drafted him, is not here.
Right.
The coach that was here when he was drafted, not here. Like, he's barely getting minutes under this new coach. And I'm not even sure if this new coach is going to be here next year. It's just he's just kind of lost.
He's going to be here next year.
We'll see. I don't know.
They're not firing Doug in the offseason.
You don't think so?
No.
I have thoughts. But
okay, go on.
We'll talk about it later when we get to the press conference, things like that. I don't know how committed they are to Doug Christie right now.
Okay.
But point being, it's like just Devin Carter's been a guy that's been lost on the shuffle, and maybe he finally gets to make his mark here. But I just wonder if that's going to be the case going forward still.
Yeah, I'm really torn with Devin Carter.
Really well.
With Devin Carter specifically, he is playing really well. And they lost to the Clippers by 3. They lose to the Cavs by 6. Tight games. Felt good about specifically how the young guys played, and we'll get to Dylan Cardwell. We'll get to Nate Clifford. But it's really tough because seeing Devin Carter put the ball in the hoop is great, but that was never the question with Devin Carter. We saw him go down to the G League and put the ball in the hoop really effectively, and it's like, yeah, if he gets the opportunity to take a bunch of shots, he can score. How does he fit in the ecosystem of a good basketball team, though? That's still a question for me.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to see him on the court. I'm happy that he's finally getting some tick, which he probably should have been getting a long time ago. So that's great. And the fact that he's turned in 32 points in the last 2 games. He had 14, 4, and 4 on Friday. 14 points, 4 boards, 4 assists.
Yeah, for a guard, he gets on the boards pretty well.
Yeah, man. Really good rebounder. I just don't know exactly where he fits in a basketball ecosystem.
He probably doesn't yet right now with his team, but if he keeps playing well, he'll find a spot, I think, going forward.
Yeah.
Because if we're coming out of these games like, oh yeah, the lottery pick they drafted a couple years ago or last year's playing well, and like, yeah, why wouldn't you keep him around?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't want to overreact to a couple good Devin Carter games.
Well, that's the thing too. Yeah, I'm not expecting Devin Carter to be like, oh yeah, like you hit on a star or anything like that. Like, I think looking at these young players and how they've been playing, it's like nice, but I think for me at least, I still expect them to develop into decent to good like role players. I don't think there's any stars on this team right now.
Dylan Cardwell, 14 and 14 against the Clippers on Friday, and then backed that up with 12 points, 11 boards, and 4 assists on Saturday against the Cavs. I was really skeptical early on with Dylan Cardwell because I watch and go, okay, this is a big who plays with a ton of energy. That's great, but like, how far can that really get you? And we're seeing him just on a night-to-night basis kind of figure out the league. You're seeing the game slow down for him.
Yeah.
You're seeing him become a more effective rebounder. He's still blocking shots. You're seeing him move the basketball a little bit more. He's just very clearly becoming more comfortable. My worry was that he was not going to be skilled enough to ever get to any kind of like not functional. That's not the word I was looking for. To get to anything more than just like energy big, which is not a bad thing. But I just kind of wondered what his ceiling was. And in the way you're kind of seeing the game slow down for him right now with the extra reps in these games where it is a lot of young players and there's not a lot of pressure to go out like, oh, you got to play within the system. We're trying to win. Like, no, he's just getting to play basketball.
He's become more than the guy who, oh yeah, he celebrates from his one dunk a game. Like, he's much more than that player now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
he's a guy on this team right now.
He might be the guy on this team right now.
Yeah. What does being the guy on this team mean?
I don't know.
It's nothing.
I don't know.
Like, being a pillar means nothing. The point being, yeah, Dylan Cardwell, he's not the, oh yeah, look at Dylan celebrating again. Like, he's like, no, he can play.
Yeah, I agree. Back-to-back double-doubles. I think we're just that might be a frequent thing for him. We got to get to Nate Clifford.
The neat game.
It's 30 on Saturday against the Cavs.
Give him the ball and get out the way.
That's encouraging, man.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. You brought it up. He was starting to play well and
just kind of
followed up with a 30-piece.
Just getting his sea legs a little bit. And this was always the question. It's something that James Ham, our Kings insider, would ask all the time. And it was, yeah, Neek's struggling right now, but what does he look like when he has a defined role in a system, in any kind of offensive system? And I think we're kind of seeing it. Like I thought that he looked early in the year like a player who was just kind of lost. And that worried me because I had the same feeling watching Colby Jones. Watching Colby Jones play was always, I kept expecting, like, okay, the light switch is going to come on. He's going to be really effective. And then it would just never come on.
Shout out to the Colby Jones fan club.
And the game, dude, we had a good time. So you would see him play, and you'd see, for me, the outline of a player. You're like, man, if he ever figures it out, he's got the skill set you like. I feel, man, if he ever once he figured it out, and he just never did. The game never slowed down.
Yeah, no.
The physicality of the game was always too much, and he never figured it out. I was worried that we might be getting there with Neek, where he just never quite figures it all the way out. And defensively, he's better than Colby Jones, and he's more physical, and he had that down. So I thought he was going to be he was going to stick in the league for that. But I was really worried offensively, particularly that night he started at point guard and took 2 shots, I think it was. And you're just like, dude, figure it out. And 2 games later, here he is.
Yeah, I think
he's scoring 30, knocking down threes.
I'm not going to grade him or anything like that, but I think he's done well for what we've seen so far, and he looks just more comfortable as the season goes on. I mean, in that Cavs game, it's like James Harden and Donovan Mitchell kind of started off slow, but they're getting to 30 points. James Harden's around 20, and they're kind of, oh, here we go. The game's about to get closed out. It's like, nope, Nick's still keeping it open.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a big positive. He just needs to be consistent. That's all it is.
This is
I'm
where
less worried about like the duds and things like that, and just more so give me good 4 out of 5 games, things like that.
Yeah, because there are going to be, if Nick Clifford comes out and scores 6 points tonight, it's not like, oh my God, it's all over. So I'm with you. This is what we talked about this on Friday. There are ways that this season could be a lot of fun down the stretch for the Kings, and you've seen it over the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You've seen it over the last 2 games. Yeah, young players playing well. They're playing in close games. Okay, they didn't win. You'd like to, especially if you're going out to Golden One Center, you're hanging out, you're vibing in Doko, having a great time. You'd like to walk away with a win, but I also think you want to walk away saying, man, they played the Clips really close, but hey, how good was Neek? Oh, yeah, Dylan Cardwell, 14. Like, that's
minimal progress, but it's progress. It's not, oh yeah, Zach LaVine played 38 minutes today as the Domantas Sabonis, and we didn't really see the young guys today. Like, yeah, there's positives in when it's the young players playing rather than the guys who aren't even going to be here beyond a couple of years.
Well, and you say there's minimal progress. I think that's all there's going to be.
No, yeah. Like
there's not going to be a leap this year.
Yeah, no. And I'm not saying minimal progress in a bad way, but just more so it's finally taking inches forward. And it's going to be kind of tough and things like that. But like I said, you're just finally moving forward.
Yeah, man.
We don't know what these players are going to turn out to be. I don't think anyone expects Nick Clifford to be like a number 1 on this team, number 2, even number 3 or anything like that. But it's just, all right, now we're starting to learn who these guys are, these rookies that we drafted.
Yeah, that you drafted late in the first round. And it looks like he's at minimum a rotation player, if not a starter for you. And you have Dylan Cardwell, undrafted guy who looks like a rotation player, like a legitimate NBA rotation player who's going to go give you a double-double every night. Like that's such a massive deal. And so down the stretch where, okay, maybe wins aren't necessarily the priority. You'd like to see them win, but it's not the priority. I think this could still, we talked about it, can tanking be fun? Can you, when you know your team is trying to not win the game? It's like, yeah, it can.
Yeah, Charismatic in the chat says last 2 games have been some of the most enjoyable so far.
Yeah, it is perfect. They lost the game, which is equivalent to a win at this point. Again, it's a weird sports thing because you're wired as a sports fan to want to win. But for the long-term health of the Kings and the long-term future of the Kings, the losses are better right now. So you're getting losses. It's not losses that come because Russell Westbrook turned the ball over a bunch and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan were shooting it a bunch of times, and Domantas Sabonis had a triple-double.
Yeah.
It's losses because, okay, those guys weren't playing and the Kings just aren't rolling out a talented enough team. But, man, young guys kept it close. Young guys playing well. More opportunities.
Yeah. I'm smiling right now for the radio crew that can't see me, but just kind of like Russ did have a couple of bad shots at the end of that game against Cleveland on Saturday.
That's fine.
No, not the reason why they lost, but yeah, it's like he's like, oh, Russ, here we go. Nope. Oh, Russ, here we go. Nope. Yeah, it's all good.
But it's not. I mean, I will say this until I'm blue in the face, and I'm sure there are people who are annoyed with Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, like I said, not saying that's why they lost, but we were talking about the vets.
But you brought him here for this. Like, you brought him here because he was going to play this style of basketball, and you needed some veteran to set that tone. And so you're gonna get that.
Yeah, they've been ending with the 4 young players and the one vet, whether it be DeMar or Russ. So
yeah,
it's been, like Charismatic said, it's been enjoyable, I guess. I mean, you still want them to win, and like there's always, like you said, the aspect of being a fan. It's like you just get into the the simple part of it. It's like, yes, like, oh my gosh, like hit a shot right here and about to take the lead, things like that. But I mean, like you said, the losses are just better right now.
That's Jesse Toppe. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Jump. We're live 7 to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
Shout out Derek Two Shift. You're just all in on the take. Says, I'm so serious. If Scott Perry started Jesse at point guard for the rest of the season, I would love that. I would get us to the number 1 pick. I'll tell you that much. You give me a bag. I don't even need the minimum. Just pay me under the table or whatever. I'll come run point guard. And yeah, Darren Peterson will be here next year.
I think being paid under the table is super illegal.
It is.
In fact, Kawhi Leonard's being investigated for it right now.
Yeah, that's fine, but just don't say anything.
Just go plant a tree, bro.
Yeah, like we've all allegedly been paid under the table at one point. It's fine.
Like you got some kid Jesse Tapia starting a point guard. Oh, and he's the pizza guy now?
Yeah, it's all good.
You were not a fan of Scott Perry's press conference on Friday.
Yeah, like it's a press conference. You take what you can from it. We didn't get to talk about it because it was after our show on Friday. But
there were a couple important things that came out of it.
Yeah, Chris Biederman asked him about Doug Christie and just him going into next year and if he's going to be the coach. And Scott answers that with, like, Doug Christie will be the coach until I tell you he's not. And it's like, that's
what?
Yeah. No, yeah. That's why I'm like, and it's like, that's not necessarily a vote of confidence there. And also another thing is that Scott Perry's talking about 2027 flexibility, things like that. And it's like, I get you don't want to maybe commit to him that far or whatever. That's fine. But give me at least right now, Doug Christie is the guy to lead this Kings team right now. Like, just do that rather than, he's the coach until he's not. That doesn't really give me any confidence. And it's tough when you're talking about 2027 and you can't just give me you can't even tell me the coach will be here this fall.
That is an insane answer to me.
I'm not sure if he was just tired of, not even tired, just more so like he was talking about Doug before and things like that. But like, trying to find a silver lining in it, give him the benefit of the doubt. But that was a tough answer for me. And just kind of like, okay, maybe you're not too committed yet.
Yeah, they're very clearly not.
Yeah.
And I think we've been on this since his contract terms came out.
Yeah.
It very, very clearly showed that, okay, they think Doug might be able to be the coach, but they don't want to tie themselves up long term into another coach. And if they felt that way about Doug, I think you would get an answer from Scott that is like, yeah, Doug's our coach. We think he's doing a great job at A, B, and C, and this is what we wanted to do, and we're all aligned. And if you're already at he's a coach until he's not, or you're sidestepping the question, or whatever it is.
Yeah, Chris Biederman literally asked him, and paraphrasing whatever, but is Doug Christie going to be here this fall in his second season? It's like, nah, he's here until I tell you he's not. Okay, well, I guess I'll talk to you till he isn't, or whatever. Doesn't really. It's a tough answer for me.
If you're going to hire a coach on for culture establishment, for play style establishment, he either is or he's not.
Yep.
And you're either happy with it or you're not. But I also don't think that they're going to be in the business of firing a coach this offseason just to hire a new coach who may or may not be here over the next couple of years. I very much think they're going to keep Doug Christie around at least into next season.
We'll see. I don't hate what you're saying there, but also I think if you move off of Doug Christie this offseason, the next coach they hire is, he's got a 5-year deal and he's locked in with Scott Perry. Like that's the next coach to me.
I don't think they want to commit to that until they know what their team looks like.
I'll push back. I disagree, I guess. If you're not committed to Doug, and Scott's also talking during the press conference about how we're not tanking and we're still competing and trying to win and things like that.
Well, they have to say that.
Well, yeah, I know, but Doug's also going to lose a lot of games then going forward. And you're telling me one thing and they're doing this thing or whatever. It's just like, Scott Perry clearly has a plan, whether we agree with it or not. It seems like 2027 is the move. I don't think that hiring a coach next year or next season is going to really affect much.
I think it would be
this is the guy actually building our culture and things like that.
It would be a horrendous look to fire Doug Christie this offseason.
Don't disagree with you at all, but also I don't know if they care about that and how many horrendous looks can we talk about over 2 decades.
But it would be for Scott Perry. This has nothing to do with
it's a horrendous look
Kings
also
and their ownership group or the past.
Yeah, it's also a bad look to sign Dennis Schroeder and then trade him off like 6 months in. Like he's had a couple of misses so far.
But with you
already signed him to the minimum contract.
That's it. With a coach that you give a 2-year contract to, and then fire him after a year. It's like, what are we doing here? What's the goal here? The goal was down the stretch to. I mean, we all know what it is. Scott Perry could say, "Yeah, we're trying to be competitive. We're trying to win." Yeah. The players on the court are definitely trying to win. I believe that. I believe that 100%. Because you don't get to the NBA, you don't do all the things it takes to be an NBA player, and then go out and try and lose on purpose. Unless you're one of the people who's been caught betting. But the players on the Kings, I don't believe any of the players go out and go, yeah, we're trying to lose tonight.
Yeah, I don't think so either. When he says tanking, it's more so like, yeah, you're not playing the vets. Like some guys are hurt today. Some guys aren't playing today.
Yeah,
like you're
right.
playing like the young guys who, I mean, might not even be on your team or whatever going forward. Just things like that. Like Daquan Plowden's getting however many minutes, things like that.
Yeah,
like,
shout out to Daquan.
Played well, but point being is like, yeah, you're not trying to lose, but we know what tanking looks like.
Yeah, which is why I don't think you can fire your coach after this year. You don't want to put that air of instability out into the world. You're like, you got hired as the GM.
What if you land a top 2 pick?
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
See, like how you're not even committed to the coach that's going to draft him. Like that, I don't think that's going to work.
Matter. The coach is not drafting.
So then give Doug Christie a 5-year deal then.
No.
Then what are we doing? No, that's the thing. Yes, it's either you commit to him or you're not. Like, we don't have to lie. Like, he got a 2-year deal. We all kind of knew what that was. Oh, he's not really committed to Doug. All right, let me come off the press conference. Like, he's my coach until he's not. Right, until I tell you he's not. Why would you let Doug Christie, go into a year with the top pick in the draft? Let's say you get a top 3 pick, whether it be Cam Boozer, DeBonster, or Darren Peterson. All right, you have another tough year. And it's like, yeah, we don't know if Doug Christie's our guy. And then you fire him after. Like, how is that functional at all?
Because it's not
you need to finally get a guy and commit to him.
I agree. But it's not about 2025 or 2026. We all know it's about 2027.
Then everyone's just going to get fired again.
So they hired Doug Christie to see if he was that guy or not. They wanted to keep him around. They gave him 2 years. And then they'll reevaluate in 2027 when this thing really takes off.
That's trash.
I'm
sorry, that's trash.
I don't disagree with you.
Like, well, yeah, we're going to kick the can down the road and evaluate. Like, no, commit to the coach that you want to see this thing through. We talk about the pillars, which are all the pillars is a bunch of BS. All right.
Oh,
I mean, like literally the pillars is meaningless. Okay. Like again, going on the second rant about it. Doug Christie talks about DeAndre Hunter. Oh yeah. He fits the pillars with the exemplify things like that. And then Scott Perry, the next day on the press conference is talking about, yeah, DeAndre Hunter, we like what he does, but hey, he's an expiring next year. So we got some flexibility. You're not even committing to the guys who exemplify the pillars. Like it's all just nonsense. And the whole, oh yeah, we're going to get to 2027 and then see what we're doing. Like, no, commit to a coach the right way. Do things the functional way. I don't love the idea of, oh, yeah, the Kings landed a top 3 pick, and now he's already going to be playing for his second coach in his second year, because that's a possibility.
I don't think that's so bad.
I think it is.
I don't know exactly how all the stuff with Doug went down behind the scenes.
You need some sort of stability here, and you need to start at one point.
I agree.
Waiting till 2027 and moving off of Doug, I don't love. If it was me, Scott Perry should have hired this guy from the start. And if it was Doug, then give him a 5-year deal. And if it wasn't, you should have hired a different coach. I hate this whole kick the can down the road. We're gonna see what it looks like in 2 years. Nonsense. It's nonsense.
I think it was more of a because I don't disagree. I'm trying to get
either that or just acknowledge that the next 2 years, talking about this year and next season, we're just going to be a big old waste and we were just going to see, rather than just this. Like, it's just nonsense to me. The whole, we hired Doug for 2 years and we're going to see what how we feel about him in 2027. Why is your first head coach hire a guy you're not even sure about?
Because there was an understanding that this year and next season were going to be exactly what they've been. And there wasn't going to be a coach that wanted to take that on. Maybe. And you don't want to pay another coach. You don't want to have to fire a coach and be paying a third coach. And they were going to have to pay Mike Brown. But then he got hired, so it offset that cost. But they had signed Doug to the 2-year inexpensive deal, but there's a pay raise in year 3 with the team option. That
instills a lot of confidence.
I'm with you, man. I have felt this way since Sam Amick reported those contract terms. Like, that's ugly. That does not instill that does not inspire confidence that they feel really good about Doug, the coaching staff, and what they're building as that foundation. And I think that the contract indicates to me that they wanted to keep Doug, but they weren't totally sure. So let's see how it goes. And worst case,
that is such a fine line to walk.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like maybe it works out. Okay. I mean, who knows if Doug isn't the coach or isn't the coach going forward. But let's say you get to 2027 and things aren't looking that way. Like, you're going to lose your job.
Like, Scott?
Like, not at that point, but like, if you don't hit on this draft pick here coming up, and you don't hit on everything leading up to that point, use that flexibility, and the Kings are still losing in year 4 and year 5, you're not going to be here to see anything through. You're kicking the can way too far down the road, I feel. Where it's like to the point where it's like, yes, you literally have to not be perfect, but you can't really miss at all. You're not giving yourself any leeway, I don't think.
I agree with you. I don't think that whether Doug had a 2-year deal or a 10-year deal, any of that changes. None of that changes with what they're doing with the coach.
Well, yeah, but also it's like, don't tell me how can you instill culture with a guy who might not even be here beyond a few years?
Because they're not trying to instill culture with him.
All right, this whole 2 years, like, let's just wrap it up, and we'll see everyone in 2 years.
Yes.
Fine. Yes. I'm just coming to the realization that I hate it then. We're finally saying I hate it. I hate this plan then. Fine.
There's a game bigger than the Super Bowl tonight. We'll talk about it next.
I'm annoyed now. Let's go to break.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Yes. Hello. Welcome to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us, Reed. Yeah, he is. So we worked really hard to get him up here. Jesse co-hosting Kyle, but yeah. Jesse is also still producing D-Lo and Casey. What up, Spencer? Yep. Yeah, shout out to Mojo's. That's dope you guys went and hung out. I didn't tell a lie about those onion rings too, huh? Yes, sir. Thanks for dropping in. Bowling was great. We had a really fun time. Yeah, we had a real good time out at the bowling alley. Yeah, it's one of those things. If you didn't overthink it, felt like it was coming. What up, what's that? I don't know. Wouldn't be shocked if they re-signed him. No, it's not even my back. It's my left glute, my right forearm.
TCG, I don't even hate the whole you aim for a top pick or anything like that, but that's a dangerous way to live too. Caleb Wilson looked good on Saturday and things like that, but it's like if you don't let an AJ or Darren Peterson, it's like maybe you end up landing another really good role player, and it's like, all right, another couple years.
We'll see. I have a pet peeve that I need to get off my chest here.
All right, so my mom was listening when she heard me shout her out. Shout out to my mom. This is the thing right here, Harlden. That's kind of it.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Hour number 2. Hanging out with you until 9. Then we'll hand it off to our good buddy, Rich Eisen.
Shout out, Rich. Still waiting to have that lunch.
Nah, he canceled on you?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well, Super Bowl was this weekend. He was busy.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right.
Oh, soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Shout out, Rich Eisen.
Hell yeah. I have a pet peeve I need to get off my chest before we talk about a game that's bigger than the Super Bowl.
Nice. A bigger game than the big game.
Yeah. It's not baseball season, man. Baseball fans.
The Red Sox did make a trade today.
Baseball fans are among, and I love baseball. It's my favorite sport.
Yes.
Are among the biggest.
Come pay attention to me.
Yes, like my sport people.
Yes.
Please like my sport people. The number of times and people over the last 15 years that I've been a resident of the internet, the amount of times the Super Bowl ends and people that want to be the first one to tweet, it's officially baseball season. No, it's not.
That reminds me, I got a pet peeve after you.
Pitchers and catchers haven't reported yet.
Yeah.
When pitchers and catchers report, by all means, the baseball's back. It's not really.
Yeah.
Because, there's no games happening. It's just pitchers and catchers are going to Arizona to start spring training. But if that's then you can tell me it's baseball season. Got the World Baseball Classic starting March 5th. Fired up. Can't wait. But it's not baseball season yet. It's basketball season. Hockey season still going on. There's a lot of things that happen between now and baseball season.
Well,
anyways, I'm sorry. That's just
let me get my pet peeve now. That reminds me.
Yeah.
You got the baseball guys. I'm gonna go with the soccer people right here real quick. Enough of the whole, the World Cup is bigger than the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Brother, nobody cares. All right. I love soccer. I'm excited for the World Cup this year. Love it all. Nobody cares about the World Cup right now. Nobody needs to, my sport is bigger than yours, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. All right. Go away for a little bit. We're tapped into the Super Bowl. Yes. Obviously, the World Cup is bigger. It's the world. It's all the nations. That's fine. Right. Congrats. Here's your cookie. Go off to the side while we enjoy the Super Bowl, please. Jeez. And I love the World Cup. I love soccer.
I do too.
But just be quiet just for a little bit. Just nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay, go.
If somebody wants to say the Super Bowl is the biggest sporting event in the world.
Yeah.
And you want to come in and be like, actually, well, if they're trying to say that from a factual basis, you want to be like, well, actually, the World Cup. All right, fine. But if somebody's like, man, I think the Super Bowl is the biggest game for me.
I don't care what Ronaldo 32 has to think about it. I don't care.
I don't.
Exactly.
I don't. Like, yeah, soccer is a global sport.
Congrats.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What's your sports pet peeve? Let us know.
Yeah, come yell.
Not a pet peeve, but over the weekend, because my family we used to do a big Super Bowl party in Reno, and it has evolved over the years, but it now takes place at my folks' house.
Mm-hmm.
And Saturday we go out, we do some sort of activity, axe throwing. We've done bowling the last couple of years, do some sort of activity, and then head back to their house and hang out, music, games. It's just a little
fun
vibe.
Time.
It's a good time. Yeah. And food, drinks, obviously. And then Sunday we go back over there, same deal, food, drinks. We got prop sheets. We do Super Bowl squares, and everybody sits and enjoys the game. It's probably 15 or 20 people. It's a really, really good time. It's close friends and family. And this past year we went bowling. And shout out to Harvest Park Bowl in Brentwood. It is the bowling alley. I think I had my 5th birthday at Harvest Park Bowl.
Nice.
So it's been around. I'm 35 now.
Shout out to whoever's had their birthday at the bowling alley once in a
while.
Hell
yeah. And I still have the bowling pin, actually, that they give you, because you used to get a bowling pin with a little like placard on it that had your name and like birthday. I still have that.
That's sick. We didn't get that at the McHenry
It's like
Bowl.
an actual bowling pin.
Yeah, no, we did not get that at all.
Yeah, dude. It's sick. I got to go find it. I wonder where it is.
You can place it like right behind you.
I'll do show and tell. I'll do a little show and tell. So
I'll bring my Chris Chambers glove that day.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Sick. So it has been bought out and renovated, and it is gorgeous.
Yes,
it is. There's like neon lights on the ceiling, and it's the lanes. The like benches are new and like padded, and they've got these because they do a lot of like parties and stuff. So there's like tables behind each lane where they set down your stuff, and there's just there. The bar is all renovated. The arcade is bigger with more games in it now. It is just a phenomenal bowling alley. Didn't touch the bathroom.
Oh, that's tough.
That bathroom is...
Why not? Why don't you touch the bathroom? That's the first thing you should take care of.
It's as disgusting today as it was when we were going to Cosmic Bowling in 2004. It is heinous. You walk there, dude. I walked in there. I'm like, man, what a beautiful bowling alley. I can't wait to comfortably go to the restroom now. No, sir.
Oh no, it's 1998 right now,
dude. No, sir. And remember how I said that I had that nostalgic smell because of what the bathroom cleaner we use? Not the same at all.
Yeah, there's no year to pinpoint this one too.
It's one of the. There's no automatic faucet. There's no automatic paper. The paper towels are just the wet like roll of paper towel.
Yeah,
just sitting there. The mirror unusable. The soap dispenser hasn't had soap in it since 2002. The one stall, like the door doesn't close all the way. It's that kind of bathroom.
Yeah, you go to the right movie theater in your city, you can find some stuff like that too. It's like, oh no, you guys are still in 2002. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Or it's just like, oh, your bathroom is still like this. Your movie screen does this, and these chairs don't even recline. But sick,
it's like they put so much into it, and they went, "Do you want us to do the bathroom?" Nah.
Yeah.
Leave them.
We're told not shut it down.
Disgusting.
We're building a new bathroom.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, you figure that's the first thing you go to, but I mean, if you're renovating,
there are marks on the walls that me and my buddies made in high school that are still there. You didn't even wash it? Nothing?
That's tough.
It's disgusting. Renovate your bathrooms. Clean them at least.
Well, yeah, if you're gonna renovate, just spend the extra $5,000.
Yeah, what is it to redo a commercial bathroom?
Yeah.
Few $1,000.
Shout out to your local bowling alley though.
I love that bowling alley so much. We're gonna join a bowling league.
Are you?
Yeah. Why not?
See,
have a good time.
Would you offend the other bowlers though? It's like, oh yeah, we bowl. Like we actually bowl. And it's like this guy's just showing up, just hang out on Tuesdays.
No,
Drew
dude,
down. What's it like? Can Kyle come to your bowling
I bring
league?
great vibes. I'm there to have a good time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna gas you up. Like, I'm there for it. Also, I feel like there's probably levels of leagues, like levels of competitiveness. You've got the leagues for people like our buddy Drew Down in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 who like watch professional bowling.
Yeah.
Right? They wear like the wrist guard thing and they have their own ball.
I got a little duffel bag for it.
Yeah, they got their little duffel bag. They have like a towel.
I imagine it's just
they
like
have
the
their own
movies.
shoes.
You just walk in, drop the duffel bag, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, the camera just panned to you.
They wear bowling shirts unironically. Like it's those people, right?
Yeah.
It's got the patches on them, the sponsor patches. And then you've got like the other leagues that are, hey, I want to have a beer and play 10 frames.
I'll go play in that league.
Yeah, that's all
I'll
I
go
want.
play in that league.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in there.
If that league exists, point me and Kyle in that
all right,
direction.
let's go. We go hang out at the bowling alley and not go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Hold it the whole time. The promotion staff here are all between the ages of like 22 and 25, and they all sit with me back in the corner.
Yeah.
They set my over-under on high noons at this 2-hour bowling event at 4.5. Pay the over.
Yeah. Like disrespect. Come on. Like they. How do I say this? There's like a level there, huh?
What do you mean?
Where like you're kind of their sensei, I guess. Just they're younger, we're older. I mean, you're a little older than me, but
yeah,
is there like a level there?
Yeah, probably. It's unspoken.
I got called Unc once playing beer pong at my house with my brother's friends, and like that wasn't tough,
That's
but it was
sobering.
kind of like a realization. Like, oh, okay,
That's really tough.
yeah.
But I know, I don't. It's not like that. Like I said, I think it's kind of unspoken over there. But I mean, we all know what it is.
I got you.
Yeah. Speaking of young players, here on the jump, that's Jesse Toppy. I'm commenting. We have a huge game tonight. The Kings,
a bigger
specifically.
game than the big game.
This is, some are calling it bigger than the Super Bowl. And I'm having a hard time disagreeing because your Sacramento Kings take on the New Orleans Pelicans. They hit the road to take on the New Orleans Pelicans at Smoothie King Arena. I think it's still called that.
I'll look it up, but it should be Smoothie King Arena.
In fact, the Kings' next 2 games are must lose. We're in must lose territory.
Such a tough place to be.
Leading into the All-Star break. So it's their final 2 games before the break. It's at New Orleans and at Utah. A quick peek at the standings will let you know that those are 2 of the teams chasing the bottom with the Sacramento Kings. The Pelicans are 14-40. Utah is 16-37 and falling fast. No team is better at tanking than Utah.
Yeah, that reminded me too. They hired Will Hardy to oversee their stuff. They hired Will Hardy to oversee it. They didn't hire Will Hardy for 2 years.
Will Hardy has been a very, very good coach for them.
That's neither here nor there. I'm just yelling at the clouds at this point. Yeah, no, these are games you probably need to drop. All right, let's build some distance. Let's go out there, lose on 3. 1, 2, 3, lose. Like, yeah.
You lose to the Pelicans and get them to 15 wins.
These games matter.
You're in a really good spot.
Yeah, these games,
this is not a bit. We're not doing jokes right now.
Look, if they win, whatever. I'm not gonna be like, oh, blah, blah, blah.
No,
but like,
for sure.
Like for the situation and where we're at, like, yes, you need to build some distance between the Pelicans and Jazz. You want to go out and beat the Lakers, be my guest. But when it comes down to these games, like, yeah, you're kind of in a tough spot where it's like, yeah, probably better off losing.
Memphis is at 20 wins.
That's it. If Nick goes for a 30-piece and they win, I'm not going to be mad.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
If they go beat the Pelicans tonight because Nick had 30 and Dylan Cardwell had 12 and 10 and Devin Carter continued to play well, cool. Like, that's whatever.
What do you think the reaction would be if they did win some games? And just walk with me, because I don't think this is going to be the case.
Okay.
But let's just content.
Yeah, we're going down the content.
Let's say that they did win a few games or whatever. It's like, oh no, now you guys have the 5th worst record in the league, or the sixth worst record.
Calamity.
Yes. But like Nick Clifford was playing well. Like, it's been the young guys playing. Like, yeah, you're still like I said, one of the worst teams in the league, but it's bottom, like it's the 5th worst or the 6th worst. How do you think fans would feel? And again, I don't think that's going to be the case, but just what if the young guys were the ones who were playing well rather than, oh no, we're not doing it right because the vets are out here today?
I don't know. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. The Kings wind up with the 6th worst record in the sport.
Again, yeah, nothing crazy.
But the young players got you there.
Mm-hmm.
They go on a 6-game winning streak here, and it's on the backs of Nick Clifford and Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud and Devin Carter.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about that? I tend to, I've embraced that losses are better than wins for the Kings at this point, but I will also never, ever be able to get myself to the space mentally where I'm looking at a Kings game and going, in this scenario that we're talking about, wow, it's so bad that they won.
Well, yeah, and then real quick, Andrew Sterling in the chat says, if we're winning because the kids are balling, so be it. And I was at the Cleveland game on Saturday. I'm not going to act like, oh, yeah, it's a full house or anything like that. Like, people are not happy with this team. But for the fans that were there, there's no one that was, like, going crazy because Nick Clifford missed the 3 or anything like that. Like, everyone there still firmly wants to win. And when the buzzer sounds and they lose, I don't think the first thought is, I'm just speaking, maybe I could be wrong, but I don't think the first thought is, oh, well, that helped the tank. Like just the people there and just the fans in general, like, you still want to see a win. You're still going crazy when Nick hits a shot. You're still going crazy when Russ gets to the rim and hits a layup and things like that, or when you're able to force a turnover. Yeah, it's just a weird spot.
Yeah, man. But also, you got to lose to New Orleans.
Nope. Yep, that's facts.
I think tanking can be fun. Like, this is
you have the right attitude.
This is a weird thing because the NBA is trying to curtail tanking as much as possible, and I understand why. And I don't blame the league for trying to end tanking altogether.
Yeah.
Because it's not healthy for the sport to have, let's see, how many teams right now are trying to lose?
It's at least 5.
You have Memphis at 20 and 31.
That might be a 6th team right there.
Memphis, Dallas, Utah, New Orleans, Sacramento. That's 5 just in the West. Indiana, Washington, Brooklyn, Milwaukee. Another 4. Maybe you throw Chicago in there. They're 24 and 29.
Milwaukee just signed Cam Thomas. Maybe they're going for it. But yeah, no.
I think that's 9 teams that are like losing on purpose down the stretch.
Yeah.
Now that's objectively that's bad. That's almost a third of your league that before the All-Star break is like, hey, how do we lose as many games as possible? But I'm locked into Pelicans Kings tonight in a way that I haven't been locked into a Kings game in weeks.
It's just the avenue that the NBA has carved out for teams, I guess. I don't know how you fix it, but also, yes, AJ DePonsta and Darren Peterson are available. Yes.
Potential franchise-changing players.
The Kings are horrible. They're going to do what they have to do to try and get a franchise changer.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what the fix is for this either. I don't know if you just go NFL style and like it's just set picks, but also I don't think that
makes it worse.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from tanking at all. So I'm not really sure what the solution is here, but it's kind of what it needs to be.
Yeah,
like the Kings need one of those 2 guys, and there's about 8 other teams competing for them too.
Yes,
competing to lose.
But that's I'm gonna have so much fun watching the Kings tonight because of this.
Yeah, Andrew Sterling, another good point. Pels should be trying to win. They don't own their own pick.
Yeah, the Pelicans have nothing, but they're not very good.
Yeah.
And if you're Sacramento, you're looking at a 14-win team, like, yo, you got to lose here. You can't.
How many times has it been? Yeah, if the Kings had lost that game, then they get one more ping pong ball, and they would have went that way.
Totally. But at the same time, additionally, also, I'm watching the Kings tonight going, hey, Neek just had a 30-piece. Is Neek figuring it out?
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to watch Neek Clifford tonight. I'm so interested in how his development continues, because if he, over the final 40, 54, 28 games, averages 20 a night, I'm going to feel way different about Neek Clifford going into next year than I did 3 days ago.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So I'm watching for that.
Yeah,
Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah, Dylan Cardwell's one. Me personally, I'll be watching for Devin Carter. I like that now he's getting an opportunity. He's starting to make something of it. So you just want to see how consistent he can be. But yeah, there are things to look for.
Yeah.
It's just like I said earlier, you should have to have the right attitude about it. Because this team is bad. We all acknowledge that.
Not a great basketball team.
Yeah, but I mean, as a fan and just watching this team, it's like, for them, it's like, yeah, you need to make the best out of it at this point.
I heard a potential solution to the tanking thing today that I thought was really interesting, where you can't be in the bottom three in terms of record. You can't be in the bottom three 2 years in a row. And if you are, you automatically go to like the back of the lottery.
On that back one more time.
So you can't be a bottom three team 2 years in a row. So let's say the Kings are bottom three this year. They would have incentive to not be bottom three next year.
So
because if you do, you go to the end of the lottery.
So what? They got to go make a trade for John Morant then?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like, okay, like we can't be bottom three in the lottery. Otherwise we'll lose our spots. Like we got to do something. Like I think at that point, like,
yeah, you got to try to win.
Yeah, but like, how do I say? Sometimes as a bad team, there's not really great avenues to you winning. Sometimes, like I guess, like if the Kings were to have to do that, like say they finish bottom three, it's like, oh yeah, we can't finish bottom three again. Now we have to trade for John Morant because there's nothing else out there for us. Like he's the lowest value in the league right now. Mm-hmm. He's the only one we can really get. And that's not even something we necessarily want to do, but it's going to keep us out of the top three, like the bottom three, I guess. Like, yeah, I don't love that. I think it just forces teams to, like, yeah, you got to make a move, but it's not necessarily a move that would work for you.
Okay, that's okay. We can mess with it. Would you make it 3 years in a row? You can't be bottom three 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Or is it a three strikes you're out thing? You get 3 chances to be bottom three 3 years, and again, it resets. So if you
again, sometimes it's like, hey, the GM over here was incompetent. Like that's why they were so bad for so long, and now they're gonna fire him. But now we're sending this poor team to the back of the lottery because person A couldn't do their job correctly.
Yeah,
it's too harsh for me. It's too harsh. You need to fix it up, but like I get it. But there's too many scenarios where it's like, yeah, it's like, no, this guy was just not good at his job, and now we're gonna punish this team and these fans because that.
Yes.
Fine. Kyle says yes, we'll do it then. Fine.
Like what? If you have a GM who's missing on a top 3 pick that many years in a row,
this feels like something to answer, like just someone actively tanking, like trying to lose. But there are scenarios where it's like, yeah, they're not trying to lose. He's just bad at his job.
All right. Bottom 3 this year is Pels, Pacers, and Kings. Bottom 3 last year was Hornets, Wizards, and Jazz. Bottom 3 the year before that was Blazers, Wizards, and Pistons. Are the Wizards bottom 3 years in a row there? Hang on.
Yeah, if they're this year, then they are.
Rockets, Spurs, Pistons the year before that. Like it's not like super often that the same team is bottom 3 year after year after year. It would just, if there's a team that was in the bottom 3 the last 2 years and they want to pull the plug and go, hey, we're gonna pull all our starters in the second half starting in January. Like, no, you don't get to do that.
I think the Wizards pick is top 8 protected this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if not, they lose it. So should they not try to keep their pick?
What do you mean?
If they don't lose enough or whatever, they lose the pick.
Oh yeah, for sure. But this
would be their third year, so they'd have to move back, I guess.
And again, this is I think to your point.
I love how we're workshopping this, but I don't think we've reached a solution yet.
No, we definitely haven't. But to your point, the Wizards right now, by the way, 4th worst record in the league.
Yes.
By winning percentage.
All right, well they're in the clear right now. They're in the clear.
Right, they're in the clear. And that's it. And that's it. It's not you're never going to fully stop a team from saying, hey, we're pulling our starters in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
We're pulling Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, yeah, you guys are going to Domas that knee. We need to rehab. Hey, Keegan, we're going to make super sure on that shoulder, and you're going to be out a while. Like that's, or what? Oh, hey, you know what? Hey, you have a sore ankle, you said? Okay, yeah, you're going to sit. Nothing stopping a team from doing that at some point or here and there. But I think the goal would be like right now, if that was the case, let's say Washington, the 2 years before, was in the bottom 3. And this year it's like, hey, if they're bottom 3, they go to the end of the lottery. That at least is some motivation to go, all right, hey, we got to play our starters. We got to play our guys. We got to stay at 4th.
So when they go back to the lottery, does that reset their clock again?
When they go back?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because if it resets their clock, all right, we'll just be bad again then.
No.
All right, we got another 3 years.
No, you got to get out of the bottom 3.
No, this rule sucks then. It doesn't work. I won. I just won. We can't do this rule. I'm sorry. I just fixed.
How did you win?
I just won right now.
How did you win?
Because we can't reset it. You can't just keep a team back there or whatever.
Sure you can.
No, this is not fair.
It's like the aprons, but the other way.
No, we can't do that. Nah, I won. We gotta go back to the drawing board. I was not necessarily with you, but I was walking with you along this street, and we hit
you
a
turn
wall.
around. You turn
We
around.
hit a
No,
wall.
you turn around.
No, we got to turn
early.
around. Doesn't work. No, I didn't. No, it's good.
I don't know. I kind of enjoy parts of this though. Like there's part of me that's having I would rather the Kings be fighting for the 1 seed. Everybody would. But if this is the situation you're in, I would so much rather this than be going, okay, let's see, they're 3 back at the 10 seed right now. Can they sneak into the play-in? This is so preferable to me.
Yeah, but it's just kind of what we had. I wonder what our takes would be if we were covering the Houston Rockets. We're looking at the rest of the league, bottom 10 teams or whatever, all fighting for the last pick. Like, that's gross. But I guess now since we have to cover it, I don't know. Maybe I'm just just asking a question. But since we have to cover it, maybe we just have to find the reasons why it's fun, I guess, or why it's.
I want the Kings to win a title. They weren't going to get there by battling for the 9th or 10th seed every year.
Yeah.
You can. It's not impossible to build a title contender out of that tier of team. But this is one of the ways to go about it. And if you're gonna be bad all the way.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Play young players, rely on young players, try and use this as an opportunity to give them minutes and to allow them to grow into the NBA.
You just really hope the ping pong balls go your way, though.
You do. That's part of it.
Buddy. We'll see.
Got to hit the pick. That's going to continue to be a theme here. We learned a lot about the NFL during the Super Bowl. We've got some non-Super Bowl football stuff. The Raiders have their head coach. And I need to complain about the reporting about the 49ers and trading Mac Jones. I have another pet peeve.
What do you mean? He's locked in. That's what I saw.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports City.
AJ Davidson says, lock the draft standings at the deadline. Bad teams start to improve right away with no further need to lose. 2, lottery of the top 5 picks only equal 20% odds. We'll throw that one on the list, AJ. Shout out Ricky Bobby. I watched The Rip this weekend on Netflix. That was a fire movie with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Probably one of the best movies I've seen all year. Or if I include 2025. Keeps a G for right now. I think, we'll say he. Yeah, I don't think he is right now. I've seen Keegan Murray go for 46, and I don't think he's ever been the guy. But also, you can be very encouraged that, he's got a higher ceiling than maybe just a decent role player. Yeah. I thought that was a good time, too. I thought the second season was good. I feel like people didn't like the second season as much, but for me, I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. I'll be tapped in for season 3 too. I played the game before stuff, so some of the things they teased in those final few episodes, like, oh yeah, like that'll be coming up. She's carrying that football the right way, though. I'll tell you what, you're not gonna cause a fumble with that way.
Oh,
Things happening. It's all right.
just nothing that. No.
Yeah. Why not? I'm excited for it. Also, shout out to the show. Since I wake up at 4:30 now, I guess sleeping in on the weekend is about waking up at 6. So I was cooking breakfast, got a movie in by like 9 o'clock. It was nice.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse.
I am Jesse. We're back.
Super Bowl was yesterday.
It was. And I always get sad when the football season ends. It's not really a lot of fun during it for me and my team, but I think football for me is just the one where I throw on. I can watch any game. Talking about the NFL. I can't do the AFL and things like that.
I will not ever be able to do any of the spring football leagues.
I'll just come to the realization that if you want to watch the second football league, go watch the CFL. That's as good as it's going to get.
The CFL is crazy.
Yeah, and if not, just wait till fall or till July or till free agency next month. Never really goes away, I guess.
I want to talk about some football stuff, but I have a question to ask you and to ask you, Jesse, and to you, the listener.
Sick.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the conversation. So Klint Kubiak confirmed he's headed to the Raiders. But hell yeah, I'm going. Fired up to take the head coaching job in Las Vegas. Love that for him. Love that for the Raiders.
Yeah, no. They've 10 out of 10, no notes for the Raiders. Shut up.
Yeah, man. I have no idea if Klint Kubiak's going to be a good coach. There's no way of knowing that. But in terms of who I think the Raiders needed to hire, this is the direction they had to go.
Yeah, like if it was like a Brian Daboll or just insert old school type, not even Brian Daboll. He's kind of like a in between the old school and the new school because he's an offensive guy. But like say like, oh yeah, we went with Todd Monken. All right, dude, you guys have learned nothing. But no, Klint Kubiak is one of the new school types where it's like, this is kind of where the league's going. It's best you finally start moving that way.
Yes. Find somebody who is on the team that won the Super Bowl and then make him your head coach.
Yes.
Find the guy who made life easy for Sam Darnold to pair with your number 1 overall pick quarterback and let those two grow together. That's the way to do it. That is the right thing. It may crash and burn. Maybe Klint Kubiak is not.
It usually does if we're being real. Not for the Raiders, for every team in sports. Usually it does crash and burn.
It's really hard to find a good head coach and a good
quarterback. But you need to do it the right way every way until it works.
Yep. I also have found the reporting about the 49ers and Mac Jones hilarious.
What do you mean? Didn't he sign a long-term extension and he's not going anywhere, Kyle? That's how they were talking, right?
That is how they were talking.
That's what happened,
that's 100%
right?
how they were talking. I don't know, man. Like, Diana Rossini reported this.
Adam Schefter was in there.
Adam Schefter reported this, that the 49ers have no plans to trade Mac Jones. They're going to keep the Mac Jones-Brock Purdy pairing into next year. That is the plan.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I bet it is. If a team calls and says, we'll give you a 5th-round pick for Mac Jones, the 49ers are going to say, no thanks. We would like to keep Mac Jones on our team. If the Miami Dolphins call...
All right, what's your problem?
I don't know, man. Just a
get it out. Hurry up and get on with it. Hurry up.
A random team.
Yeah,
just a random team.
Hurry up, Kyle, before I get mad again.
Fine. Hang on. Let me rewind this. Okay, hang on. We'll fix this in post. 3, 2, and 1. If the Minnesota Vikings call...
Yeah.
and say, here is our 1st-round pick. I'm being extreme on purpose.
Yeah.
Here's our 1st-round pick for Mac Jones. Guess what? Mac Jones is going to be a Minnesota Viking.
Yes, he is, and he probably should be if it's a 2nd-round pick, and you should definitely think about it if it's a 3rd-round pick.
I agree.
Yes, they don't plan on it. My favorite reporting word is, hey, it's not their intention to trade this player. I like to go the intention, but they went plan. It doesn't mean anything. Mac Jones could very well be on his way this offseason.
The funniest one for me was Diana Rossini couching her report the way she did. Let me go find let me pull up the exact wording because it was very, very good here. Okay. The 49ers are not looking to trade Mac Jones this offseason. This is not a direct report. However, things and offers can change. The 49ers' preference is to keep their Brock Purdy, Mac Jones tandem intact for 2026. And Kyle Shanahan loves what he has with Mac. So the 49ers are not looking to trade Mac Jones. However, things and offers can change.
Yeah, so okay, they're not planning on it until they get the right offer.
Yeah, so they won't trade him unless a team compels them to trade him.
Yeah.
Wow. Fascinating. I don't think he's on the Niners next year.
I don't...
It's a copycat league.
You think a team is giving up a 2nd for Mac? What would it take for you to move off of Mac Jones? What pick? Let's just go with the floor. A 3rd?
Yeah, minimum.
Okay.
And not a compensatory 3rd, like an actual 3rd.
Gotcha.
I think that's the only way. Because if you're the 49ers, because again, flipping this the other way and going to the world where the 49ers are going, hey, unless a team offers us the sun, the moon, and the stars, we're keeping Mac Jones. Maybe the 49ers price is 1st-round pick. If a team's not giving us a 1st, we're not trading him. I think it's important to remember that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, this is the head coach and front office that have had multiple seasons derailed by quarterback injury.
Yeah.
And the only reason this season wasn't derailed by quarterback injury is because Mac Jones played so freaking well. Because Mac Jones went 5-3 in 8 starts. There's a world where the 49ers have a backup who goes 1-7 in those starts, and the 49ers miss the playoffs.
I wonder if the Jets are a team that can shoot you one of those 3rd-round picks for Mac Jones. They got the 2nd pick in the draft this year. Dante Moore went back to school. I'm sure you're not taking a quarterback at that spot. So maybe you look at Mac for a year because they have a boatload of picks too this draft coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Where maybe you are able to shoot the Niners a 3rd and look at it that way. That was just the first team that came up for me too, though.
The Jets do not own their own 3rd-round pick.
They got a 2nd.
You're
not doing
I
that
don't
if
think
you're the
the Jets have a pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah, you're not doing that to Jets.
Yeah, the Jets don't have a pick in the 3rd round.
Trash.
Minnesota's got the 82nd pick. Miami's got the 75th pick.
Yeah, but every time myself into Malik Willis. If you're the Vikings, how desperate are you to move?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Jets have 2 2nd-round picks. That's
Okay.
right. They have Dallas's. That's right. They have one of Dallas's 2nd-round picks. Yeah, if the Jets want to send over a 2nd, sure. They want to send the 44th pick for Mac Jones? Yeah, by all means, go for it.
Michael in the chat asks, Jesse, do you hate Mac Jones? No, I don't think he's a starting quarterback for my team just because they're in a different spot. But also for the 49ers, like, yeah, go get a high pick.
But this is where and again, when
it's not about Mac, it's just maximizing the value for your backup quarterback.
I think in the way I would have thought about this prior to this year, I would have said, yeah, you're not getting more than like a 4th or 5th for Mac Jones. So either you be good with that or keep him and let him walk for nothing and get a compensatory pick in the 2027 draft. Like you could theoretically do that, or would it be 20? It doesn't matter. Get a compensatory pick in the future. But I wonder if Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl changes how teams look at this. Because Sam Darnold he started one game for the 49ers. He threw 46 passes for the 49ers. You go from that to the Vikings where he won 14 games to Seattle where he won the Super Bowl. In a copycat league like the NFL, in a league where teams are looking around and everybody's looking for a quarterback and they go, wow, the Patriots just got second-year Drake May to the Super Bowl. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. We can get on that train. We can climb aboard the quarterback rehab train. Baker Mayfield, another guy. Baker Mayfield had a career resurgence once he signed with Tampa Bay. He got some time under Sean McVay, and now he's back. I wouldn't be shocked at all if you, Jesse, came from the future and said, yeah, hey, I'm from the future. What's up? I'm from May 2026. The Jets gave the Niners a 2nd-round pick for Mac Jones.
Maybe the Jets, and now as we talk through this and you talk about like teams being close and just kind of needing a guy to help get them through, what about the Atlanta Falcons?
I was going to say, let's just play this game.
They've got they got a 3rd-round pick, 79th, the 15th pick of the 3rd round.
What teams need a quarterback? Let's go down the list.
Gotcha.
No, Denver, Seattle, New England, Jacksonville, Rams, Texans, Bills, Niners, Bears. No. I'm just going through Steelers.
Yes.
Steelers need a quarterback.
You need a quarterback.
I wonder if the Steelers would be one of those teams that would trade a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones. They have the 76th overall pick. Are they looking at their team with Mike McCarthy and saying,
it's a real
we're a Mac Jones. We're a competent quarterback away.
They fit into that Atlanta Falcons type team where it's like, yes, I think for how close they were, this not close, but just for how successful they are with Aaron Rodgers, I think you look at Mac Jones, like we can still keep that high floor.
Rodgers might just be back in Pittsburgh though.
Could be.
Okay, so you've got Atlanta. That's 2. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. What they do with Kirk Cousins is going to be weird. Maybe they trade Kirk Cousins for Mac Jones.
I read something that he won't be their quarterback at the beginning of the new league year. Whether they cut him or trade him, he's not going to be there. So I think he'd
trade Mac Jones to Atlanta, sign Kirk Cousins after they trade him, and Kyle Shanahan and Kirk Cousins
prophecies fulfilled
be together.
Yes,
that's when the 49ers will win a Super Bowl. Once that finally happens. So we have Steelers, Falcons, Vikings.
Yes,
Vikings are on the list.
Yes, I don't know how you go into there with JJ McCarthy. Well, I do know, just because you give him another shot, but also it's you're right there.
I think the head coach is out on it.
Yeah,
which to me means
if you
go get a quarterback that can just run the system. Can Mac Jones just run the system? And he ran the hell out of Kyle Shanahan's system this year.
Yeah, no, Minnesota's on there.
That's 3. Steelers, Vikings, Falcons, Colts.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay. No. Dolphins?
Yes.
You may not want them, but
yes.
Begrudgingly.
Yeah.
Jesse's a Dolphins fan in case you didn't.
Those that know, I'm tortured and stuff as a sports
Saints?
fan.
They like Tyler Shuck.
No.
They like
I'm a Tyler Shuck guy.
Tyler Shuck might be that guy.
He might be the best quarterback in that division right now.
Are we going to be Saints guys next year?
We might be.
I'm kind of in.
Yeah.
Okay,
our Saints.
Browns?
Yeah, but Mac Jones is no, they're not on the list because Mac Jones is not the guy you'd take a chance on if you're the Browns. You just go into the year with Shador, I think.
Commanders, no. Giants, no. Raiders, probably not.
No, Fernando Mata.
Jets?
Yes.
That's 5.
And
then it's Titans and Cardinals.
Cardinals
are a TBD. We'll call it 5.5.
Yeah, because you still got to get rid of Kyler Murray's contract.
Yeah. We'll call it 5.5 teams, depending on what happens at the Cardinals. Man.
There's options.
It's a lot of options.
And there's teams where it's like, I think the Falcons are one where it's like, I could see them giving up a 3rd and be like, you know what? Let's just get a guy who can run the offense and get it going.
Can we compete? Yeah.
Vikings,
Steelers. Because that's the team he's going to have to go to. A bad team is not trading for Mac Jones. That's why the Jets need a quarterback. But I don't think the Jets are looking at Mac Jones and saying, oh, that's a solution. I don't. But I said earlier, if you told me that because I think the Jets might just be a bad organization.
Not my big.
And the Jets are a bad organization. Yes. And they might just look at this and go, hey, if we just get a quarterback in here, maybe he's the Sam Darnold and we could just turn this thing around. I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Jets like, here's a second.
Also, you're going to need someone to play quarterback this year. The Justin Fields thing didn't work. I don't know who else is there.
And Justin Fields turned down the Pro Bowl. Good for him.
Yeah.
I love that for him.
It's been a rough couple years for Justin Fields.
It has been.
Go find your backup job.
Yeah. Not going to be in San Francisco. What do you think if the 49ers are going to start a career rehabilitation for a quarterback, who do you think it is? Is it Tua?
No, because you're going to have to trade for that.
It's a bad contract.
Deal.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But I don't know if it's career rehabilitating, but is Kirk Cousins really out of the realm of possibility?
Oh, it wouldn't be as a career rehab thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be that, but is he out of the possibilities of being the 49ers backup?
If Mac Jones gets traded.
Because Kyle Shanahan got a taste of the good life. It was like, yeah, our backup quarterback was just competent. Give me that every time because I can win with that.
If Mac Jones gets traded and Kirk Cousins gets cut, he's going to be on the 49ers. Like that is book that right now.
I got you. All right. Yeah. If we had to make a pick, it'd be that. But as far as career rehabilitation, I'm not sure really. Does Anthony Richardson get cut? Does even a guy who fits Kyle Shanahan? Yeah, no, you just made a face, so no.
I don't think Anthony Richardson is
keeps it G, says Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson, maybe. Although I think Zach Wilson's in the bucket with Anthony Richardson. I just don't think he's good. I think good. Because like Sam Darnold, at least before he came to San Francisco, remember he had the 2 years in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And that second season in Carolina was like, Sam Darnold wasn't horrible.
Yeah.
I think Zach Wilson is horrible.
Yeah, he's not good.
I think Zach Wilson just stinks.
I watched him this year, and the times he did play wasn't great. And there was a week where he lost his job to Quinn Ewers in practice.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
It's fine. We can skip that one.
I honestly think for the 49ers, I legitimately think they look at a player like Curtis Rourke, who they drafted in the 7th round, and they go, that's the guy.
I don't like that.
Can I write, by the way, we have a whiteboard in the studio.
Yes. Takes with stakes on the top.
I'm going to erase all the Super Bowl ones today.
Okay, that's fine.
Seahawks. Kenny had Seahawks will not win a playoff game. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's a bad beat.
Yeah. Right under that is John Morant will be a king in 48 hours.
We're
going on day 5.
Can I write if Mac Jones is traded and if Kirk Cousins is cut, he'll be on the 49ers?
Yeah.
That plays? Or do I have to fully call that all those
things
things
it needs to happen for
because I'm not totally sure Mac Jones is going to get traded.
Yeah, you can do the ifs, I think, because that is a take. Like, you're calling your shot now, so I think that would work. It's just one has to be traded. If Kirk Cousins gets cut and Mac Jones gets traded, then yeah, it's plays because it's like, all right, we'll see where Kirk goes. But you kind of need them both to happen. Okay. So I think you can throw it on there. Like, it's a take.
I'm just not totally sure that Mac Jones is going to get traded.
That's the thing. Wait till he gets traded then.
Okay.
Because you're not going to sign Kirk Cousins before you trade Mac Jones. So let's wait till Mac Jones gets traded, and then boom, Kirk Cousins will be the 49ers backup. You can write that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Maybe that's the way we do that.
That's Jesse Toppin. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Jump. We're live 7 to 9 a.m. every day right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, whether you're on 1320 a.m. or 98.5 FM HD2, whether you're on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. And if you're listening on the Rewind, the Jump Rewind, if you're listening right now and it's sometime between noon and 2, this would be coming up at about like 1:50-ish. Hi, hello. We appreciate you hanging out with us during the Jump Rewind. That's the Jump 7 to 9 a.m. that re-airs from noon to 2, unless there's breaking news. Can you still be bought in on a team? Because you mentioned the other night on Saturday how empty Golden One Center was. Well, in relation to how it has been in the past.
Yeah.
Can you still be like bought in on the tank if you're going to fewer games than you used to?
What do you mean? Like you're not going? Like you less bought in because you're not going?
Yeah,
No, because I think that's a bigger thing.
Yeah, I mean, because people always use this happened a lot with the 49ers.
Yeah.
At Levi Stadium. People will show, here's Levi Stadium in 2016. Here's Levi Stadium this year. Look at all that. I'm never going to blame a fan who's like, because you could be a huge Kings fan. You could be fully invested in what the team is doing this year. But I have a hard time blaming a fan who's like, yeah, you know what? Hey, I'm not gonna go tonight.
Well, yeah, it's not just the tanks, the way things have been run, it's the decisions that have been made, and it's not just, oh yeah, my team is losing ball games. I think there's fans out there who are just fed up, and it's like, yeah, I'm not really giving this team any of my money until they're just making right decisions finally. I think that's kind of part of it, rather than like, yeah, like you're not really bought in on the tank. The Kings have a lot of cleaning up to do before it's like, oh yeah, we got everyone back and things like that. And I don't like, point being, it's not just a tanking thing. Like I wouldn't blame the fans that aren't going, because like they have their reasons. And for some of them, they're just fed up right now. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna hold on to my money until we finally see some functioning stuff going on here.
I do wonder if the young players continue ascending in the way they have over the last week, if that just trajectory continues, if we see that change as the season comes to an end.
Maybe. I mean, it could be. This is never going to be like Charlotte or Atlanta where it's just empty.
No.
Like that's never going to be the case here. Like when talking about like, yeah, it's empty, it's like relatively, there's not 20,000 people in the building right now.
Well, the people who were there locked in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was there on Saturday. People were cheering. It was loud. The vibes were up. Atmosphere was good for the people that were there and things like that. But I mean, yeah, if the young guys are playing well, like, yeah, maybe you'll start to see more come back in. But like I said, it's just people just want something to buy into. And like I said, just some stability.
Yeah. And like you said, nobody outwardly cheering for losses.
Yeah. Like that's just not a thing. Like on social media and stuff, and just when you're at home.
Totally.
Sure, yeah. Like, yeah, they need to lose this game because you're worried about the draft pick. But when you
go
to
lose tonight, man.
Yeah, when you go to a Kings game, you're not like, oh yeah, they need to lose because you just paid money for that.
See, I say they need to lose tonight, but then also there's part of me that is also like, well, you got to beat the Pelicans.
You're being a double agent, and that's fine. You can be a double agent when it comes to your team being as bad as they are, or the team that you're covering being as bad as they are. It's just, yeah, like you want to see team, because we're fans. All right, we're fans. Like, you're not a Kings fan, I'm not a Kings fan, but we're fans in sports in general and stuff. And we know, like, when it comes down to it, we all feel better after a win than a loss.
Yeah,
but
it's
also,
just how sports works.
Just the grander scheme of things, like, yes, it's better off if the Kings lose this game because, hey, come June or come May, I guess, if you want to go to the lottery first, like, hopefully those ping pong balls go your way where, yeah, you got a top pick. Because then it makes the losing all worth it.
Yeah.
But, like you said, it's just you got to be a double agent as a fan at this point.
Yeah, man. And we talked about, we keep talking about the young players, but that's Nate Clifford, Devin Carter, Dylan Cardwell,
Maxime
Reynaud. If it continues to be those guys kind of leading the way like they did this past weekend on Friday and Saturday at Golden One Center, that's undeniably a good ass time.
Yeah.
That's a good time watching basketball, win or lose. It's just reached a point that the W's and L's feel secondary. And if you're going to give me a 30 piece from Nate Clifford,
take it.
I'll take that all day. Huge game tonight. I'm going to be dialed.
Big game.
Kings, Pelicans, Smoothie King Arena. Smoothie King Center? Smoothie King Arena?
Smoothie King Center, I believe. I looked that up.
Smoothie King Center.
Yeah.
And then they got the Jazz. A couple of big games coming up for the Kings. Lock in. We're going to be here hanging out with you for all of it. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. This has been The Jump. No Joe Brazil today. Joe will be back tomorrow, though.
Joe's off on Monday, so he can be with the people on Saturdays.
Yeah. Salute to promotions. And a big shout out to our friends at Mojo's.
Shout out Mojo's.
A couple people from our guy Michigan in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Our guy Steven Castaneda pulled up to Mojo's. Tried the onion rings. Loved them.
Shout out.
Kenny's on the council. Shit, I'll turn the camera around if I sense he's gonna crash through the table. Devon! Get the table.
All right. We'll just deal with it. We'll go.
Man,
we'll go.
Maybe, fuck, God, that one right there.
That one goes to you, though.
Yeah, that one is shining directly in my face. Was it pointed at you before or not pointed at you before?
This one right here?
Yeah. No, that one.
It was over here. So when I got on and it was a little.
Let me
dark,
try to
like,
adjust it while you're sitting.
I was like, oh, maybe that's the issue. Well, I'm not making light of this. Oh my gosh! Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Jeff Hardy, don't do it, Jeff.
Don't do it, Jeff. This one, okay. Up a little bit. No. It looks like it could go back. It go back to how it was. That looked like. Remember when Martin? Terrible from here. Remember when Martin used to start his show with a spotlight?
Yeah.
And that's what that looked like. I think this is fine. It might have just been my eyes getting adjusted to it.
No, you blacker than a motherfucker. That's accurate.
Not making light of this at all. Just making a comment. And prayers up. I promise you, not making light of this. I guess ACLs are important. Did you see what happened to Lindsey Vonn?
Oh, yeah, I saw. Yeah.
I think ACLs are important. I think you need them. Yeah. So look,
let Tyrese go out there. She can go out there too.
Look, no, hold on, no. So I'm at my mom's house, and I finished watching the Super Bowl over there, and after that they go to the Winter Olympic stuff, and I had seen a tweet about Lindsey Vonn earlier, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. And then I'm watching the broadcast, and they're like, yeah, Lindsey Vonn's about to take her turn on the slopes here, trying to win gold or whatever. I said, oh, this is pre-recorded. And I tell them, I say, hey, guys, I think Lindsey Vonn breaks her leg. I don't think we need to be watching this. And they're like, oh, really? Oh, well, all right, let's see what happens. I said, no. I said, that's a cue for me to tell you to turn the channel. I don't want to see this.
Also, I think you might be misunderstanding what I mean when I say she breaks her leg.
I said, can we turn the channel? Nobody listens. They just keep going. I go into the other room. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I cut the video before it happened.
I ain't trying to see that.
That was awful. Awful, awful, awful. Come pick up your phone.
And they were like, oh, no.
Sam Darnold and Kenneth Walker riding the teacups is hilarious. That is terrific.
Are they at
They're in Disneyland, right?
They're at land.
Riding the teacups.
Teacups are pretty overrated.
I was going to say they could have just sent them to Disneyland. They didn't have to go cross country. I thought they might have been at Disney World.
Nah, they're at Disneyland.
Just let them go down the state. I don't think I've ever ridden the teacups.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Another football season is behind us.
Yeah, man.
Man, we wait and wait for it to get here, and in the blink of an eye, man, that joint is over. We welcome you in here to the Monday, February 9th edition. Happy birthday to my sister of Dino and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Indeed. Man, we have got a lot to talk about. Sacramento Kings have played a couple of times since we last spoke. Didn't win either one of them.
Good.
But these games look different. And I'm guessing tonight's game is going to look a little different too. We'll talk with our 1320 Kings insider. Huh?
Look the same.
Well, different in what it's been in that all of a sudden everybody's got an ailment.
Yeah.
Finger hurts, lower back hurts, sickness.
What's different is going to become normal.
Facts. Yeah, that is definitely the case. As while we're prioritizing winning and competing on the floor, as Scott Perry told us on Thursday or Friday, maybe in fact we're just trying to get through the last few games of the season, last 20 some odd games of the season, with hopes of finishing with the worst record in the NBA.
Yeah.
They're off to a great start. Last night we saw maybe the most dominant defensive performance in a Super Bowl from the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks walked away. The game was a lot of what we expected. It was a lot of defense. It was super low scoring. We didn't get any touchdowns till the third quarter. And in the end, Drake May and that New England Patriots offense, they couldn't do anything. They could do absolutely nothing against Seattle.
I want to start off by saluting that Seahawks team and that defense. I mean, that defense was one of the great ones we've seen in Super Bowl history with that performance, what they had. And they did it for the most part all year long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were the truth all year long. So they are the real deal. They showed up the way they were supposed to in that moment, and they deserve all the credit in the world for what they achieved. On the flip side, that was an embarrassing performance by the Patriots offense, their coaching staff, and their quarterback. That was awful. That was absolutely awful. And
tell me why it was embarrassing.
The execution was garbage. The play calling was garbage. The Seahawks have something to do with that, but there were times when I think there were plays to be made. You know, you see some of the all 22s, and there were passes there that Drake May just flat out missed. There were decisions that he didn't make, whether it was to make a pass or to take off and get a couple yards, get some positive yards, step up into the pocket a little bit and make some plays when all things are covered or whatever. And then the ball security by him was, I mean,
terrible.
that's just
Terrible.
It's just awful. Now, great defenses will make you have awful games. That's why I wanted to start off by giving credit to the Seahawks, because they'll make you do that. But that Patriots offense was terrible, and Drake May was terrible. And I think Drake May is a really good quarterback, really good young quarterback. It's tough to say when they continue to win week in and week out the way they did this year. I don't see Drake May the way others have seen Drake May this year as like the next guy, all this other stuff. I think he's cool. I think he's solid.
Is that what people are calling him? Like the next guy in terms of the Allens, the Lamars, the Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
I have not heard that.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard, everything about like you're the MVP or in that conversation because, you perform, you do all this other stuff, but it was really a product, in my opinion, of who wasn't there this year, as opposed to Drake May is this great young quarterback. I thought he was good. I thought the defense carried that team for much of this season. That defense is really, really good. That Patriots defense is. And in the playoff games, you saw what I saw a lot from Drake May. And look, your numbers are your numbers, all this other stuff. But I did not see an MVP caliber quarterback all postseason.
That offensive line didn't really give him much time at all, though. He was sacked like 20 times all postseason.
No, offensive line was a problem.
Will Campbell was getting thrown over the defensive lineman's shoulder when he was going to the quarterback.
Well, a couple of things. MVPs are crowned in the regular season, not the postseason. If postseason were the case, Lamar Jackson would have 0.
Yeah, and I'm just saying MVP caliber quarterback.
No, I
can watch the postseason and see Lamar is that.
Oh, caliber. I don't think you can. That is a lie.
Last year in Buffalo.
Yeah, okay, you're picking one. Like, he literally has one game, and that game meant everything to them. He had to have one of those moments because everyone started looking at him crazy.
The MVP year he won 2019, they lost like 38-28. He had 3 touchdowns. Like, he played well in that game. The defense was terrible. So I didn't see any of that from Drake May.
I mean, this is a second-year quarterback, so putting him in the conversation, I don't know why anyone would put him in the conversation with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. If you want to put him in the conversation with Joe Burrow, that's fine. Burrow ain't accomplished much, but
we've been to a Super Bowl and lost it and won. He's not.
Yeah, what's he done besides that? Like, that's the one he been to.
He's not in the conversation of Joe Burrow. Like, I ain't seen nothing to say Drake May is on the same level.
Yeah, Drake's a better regular season quarterback than Joe is. I'm saying, like, I don't know. You can't really. I'm not sure if you're talking about the postseason or the regular season, but the numbers
them play.
But the numbers are the numbers. Like, he had very good regular season numbers. Okay,
just watching him play, like, I don't think he's the same caliber quarterback as Joe Burrow.
I don't even think they need to be in that conversation. Like I don't even think guys like Drake May, Bo Nix, those are second-year quarterbacks. That's the next generation of quarterbacks. Let those guys come along here over the course of the next couple of years. But I think Drake May is a very good quarterback. But I think both things can be true. The story of the Patriots season was their defense. And that was my main argument going into this game is I think everybody got really, really high off of the Seahawks and their performance against San Francisco, which, you could call that whatever. And then they got really high off their performance against Los Angeles. And it's like, all right, man, hang on a second. This Patriots defense is a lot different than that Rams defense. So we'll see what that offense looked like. And again, that game went exactly the way all of us expected for a half. And then finally Drake May makes that critical mistake. And then the game starts to shift a little bit. I think the Seahawks scored the first 19 points of the game before before New England was finally able to get in the end zone. But I don't think this has to be an indictment on Drake May's season. Drake had a really, really good season. I think the New England Patriots had a really good season. I'm not sure whether it'll be next year, but like if your defense stands, like you're probably in good shape. I'm curious to see what both of these young quarterbacks do, Bo Nix and Drake May. I'm curious to see how both of them follow up these seasons because these aren't like Cam Newton rookie campaigns where there's a mountain of pressure on you. They already had their like rookie seasons and they kind of go the way that they go. Then they get into their second year and it's like, oh, okay, wait a minute. You got Vrabel, you got Peyton, you got some things clicking.
I think the Patriots will be back just as long as they go out and get a true number 1 receiver for Drake May. Like, DeMario Douglas is a fine wide receiver number 3 if you want. Stephon Diggs, who knows? But you need like a real number 1 out there.
Did you see the rumor that Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up in the middle of the game?
Yeah.
That is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Her wishful message as he was going into the Super Bowl. It's like, oh, Cardi, you want to wish him anything? He's like, good luck. And she left.
Oh, that's hilarious. They said she found out Stephon's kids and ex were in the front row.
Mm-hmm. They're dealing with something.
B Hen responding to that comment from Cardi. He from 520. He said, as somebody who's always in trouble with his significant other, I know what that means.
I've been scared to go home.
Oh man.
So yeah, that's a wild little situation that just went left.
So point being, yes, the Patriots need another wide receiver.
Yes, the Super Bowl might not be the worst thing that Stephon Diggs lost yesterday. I'm happy for Sam Darnold, man. 21-35 through his first 6 years as a quarterback, as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
Through his first 6 years of his career, 28-6 in the last 2 with 2 different teams. The team that he went 14-3 with last year decided we're going to go back to the young quarterback who you kind of stepped in and filled in for him when he got hurt before the season started. They wound up missing the playoffs. He steps in here with Mike McDonald, goes 14-3 again. And ultimately, despite Kenny Caraway saying that Seattle will not win a playoff game, they in fact won all of the playoff games and won the Super Bowl, man. And I think Sam Darnold is a really dope NFL story.
Oh, man, I feel really good for Sam Darnold, man.
Is he solidified now?
In what way?
He's not a top 10 quarterback, but just more so you accept him as a franchise quarterback, and it's not like, oh, yeah, I don't know what Seattle's going to do going forward. It's like, nah, Sam Darnold's just kind of here, I guess, the same way Brock Purdy is for the 49ers.
I'll ask you a question, Jesse. If the Dolphins traded for Sam Darnold today, you feel great? Like we found our guy?
I'd be pretty happy. It seems Sam Darnold, if you put him in the right situation with a team that's not dysfunctional, although the Dolphins are always dysfunctional, Sam Darnold himself, I'd be happy.
He's a
good quarterback.
Problem, though. He turns the ball over a lot. Now, there's a very important caveat to this. I don't think he turned the ball over at all in the postseason.
No, he did not.
No,
but he turned the ball over a ton during the regular season.
He played great he played great in the regular season, but he played great football and ball control, like you talked about in the postseason. And, there were games like the Niners game and kind of even in the Super Bowl where it was, hey, just don't turn it over and we'll be fine. And there were games like the Rams game where he had to go make plays to win, and he did that. So he was fantastic in this postseason. I look at Sam Darnold. I think he's a good quarterback. I love the story. The man, he seems like a really good man. So I'm glad this happened for him. But much like my argument with how people look at a great player who hasn't won, and they talk about that for the entire time of his career, and then he wins a championship, and it's like, now he's a truly great player. No, he was already a truly great player. He just didn't win. Looking at Sam Darnold and the same concerns that I have about him as a quarterback, and thinking if he's a franchise quarterback, when I think of franchise, me personally, I think of somebody that I will build my franchise around. I don't put him in that category today because he won the Super Bowl.
How many franchise quarterbacks do you think exist then?
Not a whole lot. Like there's not a whole lot. And that's when I think of franchise quarterback, that's a different category. I think maybe there's, off the top of my head, man, maybe there's less than 10. And then you have guys like a Sam Darnold, who I think you can win a Super Bowl with.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
I wouldn't categorize him as a franchise quarterback.
Me and Carl were talking about it this morning on the jump. Maybe I guess the definition of franchise quarterback maybe need to change, just because a lot of guys now, you kind of plug into the system and it's like, all right, you get a guy that's good enough to run your system, rather than, I guess, the franchise quarterbacks that you're talking about, just the elite of the elites.
Now here's the deal. I'm a believer, and Sam Darnold shows that. We've seen that in the number that you don't need a franchise quarterback to win a Super Bowl. And I think a lot of people equate that, like, hey, only the franchise quarterbacks win the Super Bowl. I don't think you necessarily need that. Like, I wouldn't.
You need a quarterback to be really good, though.
Yeah, you need a quarterback to be really good.
You need a quarterback to have a franchise quarterback-like year. I mean, Sam Darnold was really good, right? Like, the conversation is he a franchise quarterback? Jalen Hurts was really good that year. There's still questions as to whether he's a franchise quarterback. Everybody else, Patrick, I mean, even going back to the Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford, those are franchise quarterbacks, no?
For sure. Those guys are. Jalen Hurts is on the cusp now.
Well, that's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Need to have someone have a year where you go, that's a franchise quarterback.
But so not to just be argumentative, but I don't think Jalen Hurts had an MVP caliber season last year. It was Saquon. It was like Saquon went crazy.
Sure.
But Jalen
didn't turn the ball over.
I was trying not to say he managed those games.
That's
he was
all right.
A leader.
That's not negative.
He was a leader.
That's
he
not
did
negative.
all of that. Like he was great in that role. And it got him to a Super Bowl. I think Sam Darnold, I think he was a little bit more than that this year. Like he had some games where he put up some really good numbers. So he was a little bit more than just some type of game manager. But I believe I don't need a guy that's classified as a franchise quarterback to win a Super Bowl. You talk about the defense. That Eagles defense was special last year. This Seahawks defense was special. If you got a special guy like Saquon, or the way Kenneth Walker came along as the season went along, JSN and the way he played, like if you have those type of players around him, I don't necessarily need a Lamar, Mahomes, Allen level quarterback to win a Super Bowl. And I look at Sam Darnold as a guy that you can win a Super Bowl with. And that's perfectly fine. He doesn't have to be a franchise quarterback, in my opinion. He's a guy that you can win a Super Bowl with.
Did you think the Rams could win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, for sure.
So is it safe to say you got to have one or the other? You have to have that quarterback, the Staffords, Mahomes, Lamar, whoever, Josh Allen, or you have to have a defense that's talked about for 18 weeks.
For sure.
And that's what Seattle was. Honestly, I thought that's what New England was too. That's probably, truth be told, that's probably what Denver was also. Their season kind of got thrown for a loop there during the postseason. But
what the Texans lacked.
Yeah, they had a guy.
Well, wait, the Texans lacked what?
The quarterback.
Oh.
So I think if you have a franchise guy or a guy, let's just call it capable of winning a Super Bowl, obviously those are the two levels. There's a third level for me, maybe even like 3 and 4th levels, but there's a third level of like this guy. I don't know if he got it no matter how good everything else around him is. And that's where CJ fell into this year.
There he is again.
That's the
now
category
he black quarterbacks put it. Dads, coaches, quarterbacks. Man.
And I think
I hear you.
That's you got to have somebody that at least can carry the bacon for you, can take care of the football at the very least, manage it on a certain level. And I think Sam Darnold was probably put in that class before this year. He's out of that completely. You can win a Super Bowl with that cat.
Yeah, he's definitely in Geno, with all due respect, might have been, and this isn't like the Las Vegas Raiders, Geno Smith. He played significantly better with the Seattle Seahawks. The Geno might be in that category you were talking about a second ago, is below. Like he's not in the everything else is good enough, everything else is great enough. You can win a Super Bowl with this quarterback. He was in the tier below that, where we have everything that's really good. We're just missing that quarterback. We're just, like we saw the Rams do it. Obviously Rams did it though in dramatic fashion by feeling like they can't win a championship with Jared Goff, so they're going to go get Matthew Stafford, and that turned things for him a little bit. Had him on the doorstep of another shot at a championship, but it goes the Seattle Seahawks way, man. I thought it was really nice. Jason Jones hit the group text with.
There's nothing nice about that.
What did Jason say?
Well, he was sending celebratory photos of the Super Bowl champions at Levi Stadium.
Oh,
not all of us, not everyone in the group chat appreciated it.
I can't even say it on air, what I said.
No, you absolutely can't. You absolutely can't.
And it wasn't even a 4-letter word, but I can't say it on the air.
So weird that we can't say that word.
Oh, I know what it is. Shout out Co.
Yeah, that's it. There it is. Shout out Co.
I saw Co on Saturday night.
Seahawks winning the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium. I think both of these teams are back next year. I think both of them are really good. I'm not going to go so far as to say both are back in the Super Bowl. That's kind of crazy. But I think both of these teams are back in contention. And I ask you, we'll talk, a couple of times throughout the day with this, but as it stands right now, and obviously this is unofficially day one of the offseason. Are the 49ers still the third best team in the conference? Or excuse me, are the third best team in the division?
As of today, I'd put them there. I mean, they were and I'm not trying to be a jerk or not, but they ended the season the third best team in the. I'm sorry, did you say conference or division?
I'm sorry, I messed up. I said both. Are they the third best team in the division? Are they the third best team in the NFC West?
Yeah, in the division, nothing's changed.
Because nothing was luck.
Yeah.
Like Seattle's good. Los Angeles is good. San Francisco is good too. It feels like of all of the things, though, if I was a 49ers fan, to be on edge about more than Los Angeles and that offense, it's Seattle in that defense.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a marginal defense and a high octane offense anybody could compete with, especially when you have that type of quarterback. I don't know where Brock ranks in that tier system that you just outlined, trademark Kyle Madsen. But yeah, if you give me if it's a shootout, I'll take my chances with that. So much of going against the defense, like the two we saw yesterday, is scheme, is strategy, it's creating space, it's opening windows that on film they're not there. You see something and you go, we have to make this a window. Our strategy is to do this, and that's where I'm a little. You're 100% right. I didn't watch the all 22, but you're 100% right. When they were running clips last night, they were, Collinsworth was really critical of Drake May.
And that's all I saw too. I didn't watch the all 22. Just seeing those replays.
Yeah.
22
like they're there.
Yeah.
Right. They and we saw some live where it's like, you can't miss that. Like you're getting so few opportunities, you can't miss the ones that you have. And so those were there, but I also think they were working so hard to create that space. They were working so hard to give themselves those windows that naturally aren't there. And okay, it's like for every play, it felt like the Patriots needed 3 things to go perfectly. And more times than not, 2 or less of them did. And the third one was always the pass.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to trash Drake May. It's just what it was. Like they'd get the window, they'd get the space, the receiver would be there, and Drake would just miss him. And again, I'm sure a lot of that is it's plays are taking longer to develop. There's a internal clock to him as a quarterback that he has dealt with for the last 19 games or whatever it's been, even maybe perhaps for the last 2 seasons also. And his timing on everything was off. And to me, though, yes, there's plenty of room for criticism for Drake May. I'm going to applaud Seattle because I think they had those boys working so damn hard. It's like Delly getting an IV and going to the hospital trying to guard Steph Curry. Like, that's what it felt like those guys were doing last night. And by halftime, they all needed IVs and some damn points.
That's 100% a testament to Seattle's defense because there's always going to be plays to be made, always. But if you do the work as a defense throughout most of the night, and even on the previous possession on third down where you sacked them or you got pressure on them, you just speed them up just a little bit where that, you're sitting back and you're comfortable and making a throw against, the Jets or something like that. You're not as comfortable with the Seattle defense hounding you all night, and they may not get there on that specific play. There may be an opening on that specific play, but you're so wound up because of what you had to deal with for the past quarter and a half that you don't put the same touch on the ball. You don't put the same accuracy on it. And while you may have had an opportunity in that play, what they've been able to do for a quarter or 2 quarters before has affected you when you actually do have an opening. So it's like body blows in boxing. They keep hitting them, they keep putting pressure on them, and eventually it's going to affect them in some form or fashion, whether it speeds them up or has them seeing ghosts or whatever the case may be. So they were fantastic in that respect all year long.
There was a play. It was the first Drake May sack, and I can't remember if it was the first or second quarter, but Casey and I were at 32 Brew Street in Sky River Casino, and you just felt that. You felt that building. It's like they're really bothering Drake May. They're really, really. They hadn't got to him. They're really, really bothering him, though. And then they finally got to him, and it was like, I kind of felt inevitable. Like, you could feel that coming on like 4 or 5 dropbacks in a row. And then they finally get him, and it feels like it opened up the floodgates to one, not only him getting hit, but they weren't able to contain that pressure afterwards. And then you go back to those plays that Drake didn't make. It's those moments where he missed receivers were at least a handful of them were a couple that really caught our attention. Those were like a handful of the plays he wasn't under pressure. And Yeah, just a really difficult game for a second-year quarterback to be in. I wonder how that game would look different if you took Drake May, the exact same quarterback in terms of stats, touchdowns, interception ratio, all of that stuff. If he's 5 years in the league, if he's 6 years in the league, is he able to adjust a little bit differently? Is he able to think through that game a little bit differently, or does it just play out exactly the same? Because that's one advantage I do think Sam Darnold has. Is, again, against a really good defense in New England, against a really good defense, a couple of the teams that they've played along the way, like, he's been in the league. And for better or worse, he knows the game, right? And he knows the goods and the bads. And that might have benefited him a little bit yesterday going against Vrabel in that defense.
For sure. And just like the 49ers, the league has to deal with going against the Seahawks. You need top flight talent.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the Rams were able to have success is because they had top flight talent, whether that's Matthew Stafford, Puka, Adams, Higbee, top flight talent. You're not gonna get there with what's my man's name? Farrell, the Niners tight end. You're not gonna get there with that against Seattle. You need top end talent.
Farrell, he ain't bothering
Not
nobody.
Cleveland Farrell, but the tight end Farrell. Not the D-line guy. But either way, like, he's just a random tight end.
The one who caught the touchdown pass?
No, that was
Luke?
Luke Farrell.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not going to get there against Seattle with that. You need top end talent. That's why I say the Niners, if they're going to do anything in here against Seattle, they got to go get a top end guy, wherever you find him, whether it's free agency or the draft or whatever. But the Patriots ran up against the same thing. You talked about the weapons that they had. They just didn't have top end talent.
Yeah.
And Seattle too good on defense to deal with anything other than that. And the Rams showed you, if you're going to have a chance, you got to have those top end playmakers on the outside. And that's the standard. To me, that is the standard going into the 2026-27 season.
We'll talk more Super Bowl. We'll talk more NFL throughout the day. We're just getting started. We're coming back. The marathon is on the way. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll talk the Young Kings revolution that's taking place with our man James Ham next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Seahawks don't even have Kenneth Walker under contract next year, do they?
No, they don't have a lot of guys. Not a lot of guys, but they don't have quite a few guys not under contract. They got some financial work to do. But I'd much rather have financial work to do with the Super Bowl than not.
Facts. Yeah. Sure, that work feels a little bit easier.
Yeah, Dr. David. That's fine. They're both
over the hill versus over the hill.
Yeah, they're both about done. I hope it does happen. Oh, sure. It's always good to see good fighters and good fights. Well, that's a good point. Matter of fact, let's break that down right now, Zabo. I mean, Tim Tszyu, I think, loser in 2 of his last 4 fights or something like that. But, he's going to have a great turnaround. He's going to have a great turnaround, and going up against Spence is going to be great for Tim Tszyu. If they have that in Australia, it'd be fantastic. If they come over to the States, that would be great too. But the fact of the matter is, Tim Tszyu fighting is a good thing. Don't you agree that Tim Tszyu is that guy?
I think he's him.
Yeah, say his name.
Tim Tszyu.
Yeah.
Tim Tszyu is him.
Yes. Did we say
also, StreamYard. Clip that.
Hopefully we said it enough.
Patrick, welcome to the bandwagon. Norm, I think Scooter part of it as well. We also got a Jason Tatum update. He's gonna be practicing with the main Celtics for a bit. So yeah, we're locked in.
Saw that ass whooping they took yesterday. It was like, hey, maybe we do need him.
I don't know. Like I would never take a Knicks serious in my life.
My boy,
Knicks fans,
Alvarado, though, boy.
Yeah, Knicks fans my age had the season of their life last year. So salute.
Grand Theft Alvarado was out there making a difference.
Get it all out the way till Tatum's back.
What did they ultimately? They ruled that play an interception, right?
Yeah.
Hang on, James.
Also, how are you not looking out for
Hey,
Jose
James?
Alvarado now?
What's up, James?
What's happening, fellas? I always forget I got to switch StreamYard accounts.
Oh, yeah. Maybe create a different no, that's dumb. Maybe open one up on your Google that doesn't work, your work one.
No, I have two separate accounts, the two separate windows, and that doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't work. Oh.
Yeah.
We're coming back in 4 seconds. All right, it's the marathon here. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. Our man James Ham, 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, kind enough to join us against tonight's epic matchup out in New Orleans. It is the Sacramento Kings and the Pelicans as the race to the bottom intensified. Hammer, I believe you called it institutionalized losing.
Yeah. Well, I didn't.
Oh,
Scott Perry said, we're not going to institutionalize losing here. And I get what he's saying. There's a difference between like accepting and being losers and not winning games. And so, I mean, like, I know that sounds like semantics, but it's not. Like, if you're going out there and you're playing hard and you're not coming away with wins, and part of that's because you're going with young players, or part of it's because you go away from your young players and you let your veterans come in and they lose a game for you, which is what happened this weekend. I don't think that this team, first of all, they don't feel like down in the dumps, like this is horrible. Actually, the spirit of the team has been really good over the last week. And so I think that that's what they're trying to avoid, this feeling that we're just going to tank and we're just going to intentionally lose every game. And that's something that, I think when you go into a game and like tonight where no Domantas Sabonis, no Zach LaVine, no Malik Monk, no Keegan Murray, no DeAndre Hunter, like there's a good chance you're going to lose this game. But that doesn't mean you can't play hard and you can't go out there and try to win it. It just means there's a good chance you're still going to lose because you don't have the horses to win. And so I think that's what they're trying to deal with right now.
Saturday, because Friday was kind of, to me, just for me, it was just kind of whatever. Maybe some of that had to do with the fact that I was at the game on Saturday. So
I thought they were going to win Friday.
I thought
that was the Clippers one. Yeah, it was like I think they might get tonight.
I thought they were too. But I'm somebody, once again, Mr. Compete. You compete, you play, you're trying to win. Saturday was perfect. Saturday was fantastic. It really was. I mean, Nee Clifford goes for 30. Devin Carter plays well. Daquan was out there hooping. Dylan Cardwell was out there hooping. The energy was great in the building. The Baby Kings played fantastic, and they lost. That was perfect. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That was perfect. That was some
Why'd
good
they lose,
stuff.
Kenny? I'm just gonna ask you. Why do you think they lost?
They lost really because, I mean, I know you want to point at Russell Westbrook, but they tied the game after that. Who fouled Donovan Mitchell? After DeRozan hit the three to tie it with under a minute to go, Donovan Mitchell comes down and gets a 3-point play.
Keon Ellis fouled him. That's just what I'm. That's the story.
Just
I'm
blame
Keon.
Keon. Yeah, blame it on Keon
on a 3-point attempt.
So I mean, I know that the Russell Westbrook. I don't know what those 2 3-pointers were, but they literally had a tie game after those 2 3-pointers and had a chance to win. Somebody comes down and gets a
could be
3-point play to Donovan.
I think it was Russ.
Russ fouled him and won.
You know, the funny it wasn't one of his 7. That wasn't one of his 7 turnovers, though.
But I mean, I thought that was, they're not trying to do that. They're trying to win and they're trying to do things in a competitive way. But looking back at things, I mean, that was a really good and most importantly, I think, productive game. You got the young guys a bunch of run. They answered the bell and played really well. And you lost the game. So, I mean, I thought Saturday was perfect.
Yeah, it was entertaining, and like, look, I kind of feel like Doug looks over at the bench and goes, "Hey, who understands the assignment?" Russ goes, "I do." All right, get on in there, buddy. Let's see what you got. I mean, like, look, I'm kind of pulling for this team to be as high in the lottery as possible. But also, like, there comes a point where you do have to win a game or two. You can't, I mean, they're on a 12-game losing streak. Like, that just feels bad. And, I don't think they need momentum to go into the break or anything like that. But, like, for your own mental health, losing every game doesn't feel good. And so I would really like to see it. I know they would like to see it. At the same time, this is what's best for the franchise right here. And it's tough, but you got to go out there and play the game. And you're looking at Utah, like, just bench everybody in the fourth quarter when they're up 17 and completely tank a game. You're watching Washington just go, "Hey, we're going to trade for good players and then just put them out for the rest of the season." Like, how about that? And so, like, the Kings aren't doing that. Although, like, look, I don't know, again, I don't know why they can't call Zach LaVine's injury a pinky finger injury, why it's got to be the 5th finger. But, like, dude's out with a pinky injury and, Malik Monk has an illness. It's all of a sudden, like, do we need to have him checked for COVID or whatever? Like, some of these injuries, the DeAndre Hunter injury is legit. The Keegan Murray injury is clearly legit, but I think we are going to see a lot of players just sitting out in the second half of the season with the Kings. But, you got to have the young players step up. That's the game.
Real quick, I do want to be a little fair to Russell Westbrook. We're having fun with it, but we're acting like he was some kind of bum on Saturday. Like, he played a good game.
No, we is y'all.
I'm not acting like that. No, don't put me in it. No,
there's
one person. Okay, Russell Westbrook played a good game on Saturday.
Just one? Wait, what? He missed 3 threes in the final, 2 minutes? And how many turnovers did he have?
Okay,
like
so we're
7.
going to remember. Okay, so we're going to remember that. We're going to remember that when Keegan Murray misses a bunch of threes at the end of games. And we're not going to blame everybody else around Keegan Murray for his mishaps. That's what we're going to do. February 9th.
Here we go.
February 9th. Let's remember that when Domantas Sabonis turns the ball over time after time again, we're not going to blame others around Domantas Sabonis. We're going to put it squarely on him.
The James Ham versus Kenny Caraway battle of Keegan Murray has escalated without Keegan Murray playing basketball.
Or Domantas Sabonis.
Or neither one of them.
I'm just saying we're going to do that. I want to remember from February 9th because right now it's all on Russell Westbrook for his turnovers. When others are not performing, I don't want to hear about the people around him because we didn't do that for Russell Westbrook. That's all I'm saying. He had a good game on Saturday. He had too many turnovers, though. Way too many turnovers.
Way too many, Hammer. Which of these young guys' performance stood out the most to you? Because I think there's more than a couple to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cool thing about Nick Clifford going crazy is, he only did this twice in college where he scored 30 points in a game. And so what you're always worried about, again, I'll point back to like the Keegan Murray 47-point game, right? Like the expectations change for who you are when that happens. And I think with Nick Clifford, the expectations change. Kevin Huerter played in the league like 7 years before he got his first 30-point game. And we watched, who is the big, Hartenstein go for like 34 points against the Kings. His career high before that was like 24. And he's been in the league for a long time. So when a player goes for 30, you're like, okay, that was a pretty effortless 30. He was 12 of 19 from the field. He hit 5 of 9 from 3. To me, that was really impressive. And then on top of that, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Like he did everything. And I think what we're seeing is like, again, sort of a jack of all trades, master of none player, or like a 5-tool player who's starting to figure out how to be effective at the NBA level. And part of that is just straight up, it's the change in opportunity. And this is what, Kenny, we've talked about when it comes to Keegan. Like the final 28 games of the season here, whatever it's left after the break, that has to be Keegan. And if it's not, then you reassess and you move forward, understanding that he can't be that player, that he can't go out there and be a number 1, number 2 option on a bad team, because the number 1 or number 2 option on a bad team is a number 2 or number 3 option on a good team, maybe. And so he needs to show what Neek just did, but also I think the team needs to play to that strength. They need to go that direction. So again, it's not about, like, we always talk about opportunity. And for some of these guys like Daquan Plowden, he got an opportunity and he performed, but his opportunity was to play minutes, right? When we're talking about Keegan Murray already plays all the minutes. He plays 37 minutes every time he steps on the court. We need the opportunity as a scoring option, a top tier scoring option, to be pushed on him and for him to accept that and for him to go out there and perform like that. And again, I'm not saying he's got to score 30, but he does need to score 20 more than he doesn't in the second half of the season here once he gets back on the court, especially since he should be like beyond 100% healthy, like well beyond 100% healthy. So that's just kind of where I'm at.
Man, that was really fun to see that from Neek on Saturday night, and where he's played in the last, I'd say maybe week or so, just showing a little bit more aggressiveness and showing more of his game, looking a little bit comfortable. That's a great sign to see. And one of the big things for me personally with Neek Clifford is seeing that 3-ball go in. And in the last 3 games, I have the numbers right here. He's 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, 2 of 5, and then 5 of 9 on Saturday against the Cavs. And I think that's a real key to unlocking his game overall, is if he can get better from beyond the arc, get more consistent from beyond the arc. And maybe it's like James has been talking about. It is role and minutes that gets him more and more comfortable. But it's been good to see from him the last week or so, just his aggressiveness and his confidence out there on the offensive end.
Oh, James is frozen.
What we're seeing.
Oh, wait, there he is.
Frozen. Am I
frozen?
Oh,
he's in and out of freezing. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. My internet is having a meltdown.
It is, definitely is. Yeah,
we'll see.
It's definitely having a meltdown. All right, I'll bring it up.
Yeah,
Kevin Carter's.
Let's get there.
Kevin Carter has played really well the last 2-3 games. Like he's played really well,
and he was at his best on Saturday.
I think so. I think
really
that was
well
his best game as a professional basketball player. He had some nice moments in summer league and all of that. That was by far was his best game as a professional basketball player. I loved everything about that game from Devin Carter.
I loved most of what I saw from Devin Carter. There were a couple of moments where it was like, hey man, it's not your turn. Go away. I know there was even a moment where Nick Clifford tried to shoo him away. And then when they eventually the ball went out of bounds or they called a timeout or something, Nick Clifford went over to him and said, "You've got to get out of here. Do not keep coming up and standing right next to me with your man while I'm trying to bring the ball up. Look, man, it's not your play." And so there were a couple of those, but again, this is a kid who hasn't played in, really a year and a half, 2 years. So for him to go out there and actually be a functional part of what's happening, it's great. Again, I don't know, what exactly Devin Carter did to get into this type of doghouse that we've seen, because it's not just one coach, it's two coaches. And I do know there's some personality things, there's some, want for him to do more as far as nutrition and follow up on his rehab and workouts and stuff. But overall, when he does step on the court, he brings so much energy. And, he's kind of a player that you're looking at and going, okay, well, look, if this is not about wins and losses, it's just about developing, you at least need to, prove him up as a player so you can trade him. You already picked up his option for next year. So if he's not going to be your player, he at least could maybe get you something, or at least get to a point where he's a net neutral and you can trade him without having to give up something to lose his $5.5, $6 million salary for next year. But I definitely saw moments with him where it's working, and other moments where you're like, man, you've got to stop being so selfish as a player. Shot selection is bad. Decision-making is bad. And then he has some great passes and you're like, okay, do more of that. Don't do more of the other stuff. And again, I think it's a lot because he's just trying too hard, but also because he just hasn't been on the court and he's out of rhythm, out of sync with everybody. And so I'm not even going to make any rash judgments on his 3-point shooting. I know someone tweeted out, oh, he's over his last 12 from 3. It's okay. The guy hasn't played. How are you supposed to be in a rhythm with the way his career path has gone?
He's probably forcing things. Not necessarily now, but in his moments in the past where he's getting on the floor in, sporadic appearances, he was like, well, I might not play. And this was we had this complaint with Mike Brown, and it's carried over to Doug Christie. You get these young guys out there, well, this might be my only opportunity. I have to make the most of it right now. I have to do what Keon did. I have to do something to get everybody's attention. And then he winds up forcing it. He winds up making mistakes. He winds up doing stuff that you just look back up and go, man, that was dumb, man. What are you doing? And then you get pulled and he doesn't get put back in. And so while it's become a bit of a show bit, I have tried to remain a bit sympathetic to Devin Carter and the fact that what he went through, his first season from the shoulder surgery into the coach, Mike Brown was fired before he ever played his first game. Mm-hmm. And then he came into that messy situation that involved, Doug Christie, De'Aaron Fox, and God knows how much nonsense behind the scenes. I just kept wondering, what are we seeing during practice that he's not getting any opportunity? Doug seems to have spotted Dylan months ago. There's nothing from Devin Carter in practice that makes you, oh man, I got to run this kid a little bit. I've never wanted to be wrong about a basketball player more than I want to be wrong about Devin Carter, because he has shown moments where it looks like he could do a lot of different things on the floor.
Yeah, but I think there's also part of the Dylan Cardwell thing is he's super endearing as a human. He goes into Doug's office and they watch film. He goes into Doug's office and has conversations. He works with the training staff. He works with the big man coach. Again, he shows up, he doesn't have a baby jump hook. All of a sudden he's hitting the baby jump hook he hit over Brooke Lopez on Friday night. Unbelievable. Then he has the push shot and you're like, wait, where did that come from? You know where it came from? It came from him playing against and watching Max Reynaud, because that's Max's shot. And so what you're watching is a player who, again, averaged 5 points a game in something like 146 college games. You know, that dude had four total games in his college career where he grabbed 10 rebounds or more. Right now he's at 7 already this season as an NBA player. And that's just, it's crazy. So there is something about players who are willing to accept coaching and willing to accept the knowledge that coaches are imparting on them and willing to go sit on a plane and break down film with a coach or break down film with a veteran player. And then other players who don't do that, who think they are already way better than everyone thinks and way better than anyone else. And they don't need that type of coaching. And they don't need to listen to that type of, talk. And I think that's where I really do believe that this process here for Devin is hopefully a growth process and that he's picking this up and he's understanding that you may think that you can do it on your own, but in order to do it on your own, somebody else has to actually put you in the game. And until then, you're just going to be a guy who thinks he can do it on his own watching basketball. And that's a really tough reality that he needs to face. But hopefully we've had that moment with him where he's starting to get that, there is no I in team, but there is one in Devin, and that's a problem. And so he needs to figure that one out. And again, I'm hoping that he's getting that and that he's coming through the other side here and going to get an opportunity to be an NBA player. Because look, a lot of guys, they don't get a bunch of opportunities. And if they do, it's because their talent exceeds everything else that they might get a little bit here and there. And I look at a guy like Dennis Smith Jr., like the league's done with him. And what is he, like 27? Like unbelievable talent, but he hasn't got a true opportunity in like 5 years. And it's because that's who he is. It's not because every team in the league is conspiring against Dennis Smith Jr. to do this to him. And that's something that players have to learn, especially guys who come in with tremendous egos. And so it's unfortunate.
The one thing I'll say in defense of Devin, and I don't know the behind the scenes stuff and what's going on in practice or meetings or anything like that. But outside of him outright refusing those moments, like if Doug was like, hey, come sit up here in the front with me and watch film, and Devin was like, no, I already got this. I'm going to go to the back. Like outside of that, him not doing that on his own shouldn't keep him from playing. You know what I'm saying? Like if Dylan went up there on his own, like, hey, coach, like, what can I do to get better? And what can I do to get more playing time? And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like that helps. But just because Devin didn't do that doesn't mean on this sorry ass team, he shouldn't be getting any minute. We're talking about any minutes, not 25 a night. But they've lost by 40 a handful of times this year, and he hasn't been able to play.
Can I offer an alternative? An alternative thought, like maybe what Dylan did helped him stand out.
Yeah, for sure.
In a crowded position, part of the court, maybe Devin needed to do something that stood out.
Devin having a pulse when everybody else is getting drubbed by 40 should have been enough to get him in the game at some point.
Can you confirm Devin had a pulse?
Well, I can't.
I mean,
I can't.
Maybe death is contagious on that bench. I have no idea. Because that stretch of basketball was pretty bad. It wouldn't shock me if he didn't.
Yeah, and but that's all I'm saying. It's like this team wasn't good enough to have somebody that you thought was a prima donna get 0 minutes. Like you guys were getting drugged routinely. At some point, like, hey, these three guards aren't, and you talk about defense and all this other stuff. These three guys aren't getting it done. Let's just throw Devin in and see what happens. I don't believe him because he's a prima donna, but somebody's got to play. Maybe that, get that type of look every now and then.
Yeah, but we're talking about there's 5 other guards, or like early in the season until, last week, there are 5 other guards ahead of him. And so, there's only so many minutes. And, while we talk about like the injuries to Keegan or the injuries to Domas, like the backcourt realistically didn't have a bunch of injuries. like throughout the first half of the season. And it's not only those 5, but there's also, the fact that when they did have injuries, they moved DeMar DeRozan into the backcourt. So, like, look, there is a long list of players. And look, the 5 guards that I'm talking about, they don't include Neat Clifford either. We're talking about Dennis. We're talking about Malik and Russ and Keon and, Zach LaVine. Like, it's not about whether he's a good player or he's not a good player at that point. It's just that, hey, look, you're on the end of the bench. Like, and that's tough, but like they have way too many options at that position. And so you got to do the extra. You got to ask for the extra. You got to be a good teammate. You've got to do all of those things. I mean, I remember, talking to Keegan Murray, like during a late season press conference. And we said, last season, it was like, hey, have you talked to Devin about sort of the ups and downs of being a rookie in the season? And he kind of laughed. He goes, yeah, he's a real confident dude. Like, he doesn't really want to have those conversations. And it's just like, okay, man, like, okay, if you want to be part of the team plays together, they talk together, they have conversations, they grow together, or they fall apart together. And if you're just kind of the outlier who's sitting there and going, well, hey, that record ain't my fault because I'm not playing. It's like, yeah, that's fine. You can keep with that mentality. Like, it is what it is. So I think we've been hard on Devin, especially, Damian and I have both been hard on Devin. Kyle's been hard on Devin. At the end of the day, though, I would like to see him get an opportunity here and just say, hey, what do you got? And again, sometimes it's not even about what do you got for the Sacramento Kings. What do you got so the Sacramento Kings can actually move you and you can go find somewhere else to play if that's what they want to do? Like, he should be playing and auditioning for every team. And he also needs to understand that auditioning for every team does not mean going out and trying to score 20 every single time you step on the court. It means going out there and being a team player, diving on the floor, getting rebounds, doing the dirty work. And for the most part, I think Devin does a lot of that stuff. But there are also these moments where you're like, oh, man, that's tough to watch. That's tough to watch when a rookie is shooing you away and telling you to get out of the way because you're not running a basic set. And you're coming up and like demanding the ball at the top of the key. And it's like, what exactly is happening here? So it's tough.
Well, to be fair, the rookie has played more games in his career than Devin Carter. I want to highlight one thing, and it might be a point, but our girl Jill Ad says nothing Ham is saying isn't true. Last front office made it clear what he needed to do behind the scenes with health and fitness. Up to him to do it. And I just hear that and say, well, why the hell did you draft him? It's not like this guy was been in the league for 5 years and you're like, well, he still needs to get it done. This was a rookie. What kind of intel did you have? What kind of research did you do where immediately you were like, well, he's just got to work better. He's got to work harder.
Well, judging by some things we've already heard, none.
That's embarrassing.
Apparently they didn't talk to James.
That's embarrassing.
Well, I'll say this too. He came in and he had a really good workout in Sacramento, and that happens. Guys come in and they have great workouts. I mean, like the most famous workout of all time is Tyreek Evans coming in and just running over every other guard that they brought in, which was like Brandon Jennings and Steph Curry and Johnny Flynn and a bunch of these guys, right? So like you can get blown away by somebody's talent in a workout. That happens. But I also think that the front office believed they were going to trade that pick all the way up until the time that they had like 5 seconds left on the clock. And then they had to make the pick. And I don't know whether they knew or not. It's something I probably at one of these points will try to have that conversation with somebody, whether it's on the record or off the record. But I just don't think that they knew he was going to be out 6 to 8 months. And again, I didn't know it until the day before the draft, but that's something that league circles should have known. And it's wild because why else would you draft an older player that should be able to step in and help you right away? Because you're a team who has playoff aspirations, but they thought they were getting Cam Johnson or one of the other deals done and it fell through.
Why would you draft somebody you have not done your homework on? That is unbelievable.
Hey, Kenny, they never once had a conversation with Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell had never spoken to the Sacramento Kings before he was drafted. Not one time. He had no idea. Like when they called, it was like, I don't know who this 916 number is or whatever. Like he had no idea. He did not speak to them at the combine. He had not come in for a pre-draft workout. Absolutely nothing. So but hey, the same group went out and found Keon Ellis. So it's just like a lot of it doesn't make the inconsistencies of it don't make all the sense in the world.
The marathon continues here at 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. We're dealing with Casey and our 1320 Kings Insider on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Said our 1320 Kings Insider and a host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He's our man, James Ham. Ham, how do you evaluate all of this? Knowing that the Kings have put themselves in a position to maybe not organizationally put their best foot forward into each game, knowing that you're going to go into a game against the Pelicans where the Pelicans are very likely to do the same exact thing tonight, though that wouldn't make a lot of sense given they're giving their pick to Atlanta. But still, there's going to be a race for the bottom. This doesn't include the Clippers. This doesn't include the Cavs. But, there's teams that coast at this time of year, and everyone thinks that basketball ramps up when, in fact, it might actually not. How do you evaluate all of this? How do you evaluate the next couple of months of Kings basketball?
I think it's a great question, Damian, because when we're sitting back and we're watching, I'm going to make this statement here, and I know people are going to groan, but I sure do look at the coaching job that's being done right now by Doug Christie and his staff. And I'm going to say his staff too, because all of a sudden I'm starting to see the outline of an offense. I'm starting to see what they're trying to do defensively. And I'm starting to see all of the things that they have been telling us the entire season that they're trying to get through to the guys that haven't worked. But you're watching it. You're like, hey, look, that game the other night, they should have beat Cleveland. They had a very good shot to beat the Clippers, and you're watching young players make mistakes, and that's okay. But I think when we're watching, Max Reynaud called himself a baby giraffe. He said, like early in the season, somebody asked him, especially, I think it's Brennan asked him specifically on the defensive end. It looks like you're starting to get it. You're starting to improve. And he said, yeah, when I came into like that first couple of months, I was like a baby giraffe out there. I was falling down. I didn't know what I was doing at all. And he's learning and he's getting better and he's figuring out the pick and roll and he's figuring out that it can't just be, hey, I'm really good at this one little flip shot. Watching him get better as an offensive player to me is remarkable because we're watching a 7'1" guy get up in the air and make adjustments. And he has the softest touch ever around the rim, but it's not always the same shot. If you look closely, he's making adjustments to get around players. He's in the middle of his up motion, realizing where he is on the court and making adjustments. And whether it's from the side of the basket or like halfway through the key or deeper in the key, like he's getting better each and every day. And so you're watching that. Then you're watching this thing with Dylan Cardwell, where he's going out there and he's becoming like a superstar defensive rebounder. And it's just incredible to watch, like how somebody could go through 5 years of college and not get discovered at all. And, the Kings were the only team that were willing to give him a 2-way contract. Other teams had talked about like maybe an Exhibit 10 and bringing him in for summer league. The Kings were all in like right away and saw something in him. But I don't know how you see something in somebody who had like, again, almost 150 games of college basketball under his belt. So I'm watching him get better. I'm watching Nick Clifford take these massive strides as an offensive player. And it's with the confidence, it's with him getting more opportunity with the ball in his hands. So this is how I'm going to evaluate this team. I want to see who Daquan Plowden is. I don't care that he's 27 years old. It's not like he has 8 years of NBA basketball, and then 5 of those years he made the playoffs and he played 100 games in a season all of these years. And, at 27, we're worried about, where his body's going to hold up or anything. Like, he's going out there and he's playing like the brand of basketball they're asking, but also a brand of basketball that fits at the NBA level. And he's got an NBA body. And then he came in and did the post-game interview the other night. Man, just a smart kid, just well put together, like very composed, answered all the questions the right way, and just like super, super impressive. So again, that's what I'm holding out hope for this second half. It's that there is something that you can start to, something that's tangible with each of these individual players and them as a collective that makes you feel like at least the franchise has a small amount of a base to work with. And Scott Perry said it the other day, and I think people are alarmed that they're just in the beginning of figuring out their foundation. Like, their foundation crumbled. It did. Their foundation was Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. It's gone now. Domas is still here, but I don't even know if he's a foundational piece anymore. Actually, I would say he's not. So what's next? And how do you build that foundation? And it's got to be with these young players, whether they are pillars of your foundation or they're just rotational pieces. You got to see what you have, and you got to have them check off boxes. And if they're not good enough, that's okay. At least you learned they're not good enough, but that's what I want to see in the second half.
So when you talk about the guys like Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, I don't know if DeMar DeRozan is going to fall into this category, but is this going to be a bit of a rotation about who plays from night to night? Like, is it hey, Domas and Zach, you're off this night. Malik and DeMar, you're off this night. Russ, you're part of the, like, do we ever see all 4 of those guys active and available on the same night for the rest of the season?
We saw it the other night against, who was it that they played? It was a horrible team that was missing a bunch of players.
Washington. That was Washington. The trade deadline. I'm sorry. We're past the trade deadline and all that. Do we see those guys in the same game again this year, in your opinion?
I mean, maybe here and there, but no. I think the answer is no. And like, look, they gave it one more try. They said, all right, you got Russ at the point, you got Zach at the 2, DeMar at the 3, you started Hunter at the 4, and Domas, and they couldn't pull away at all. Like, as soon as the young players came in the game, you pulled away. You went back to the veteran players, you couldn't pull away. And it was just, again, no defense at all against a very, very bad Washington team that was sitting all of their players, and then took it even a step further in the fourth quarter and sat everybody, including Marvin Bagley, who was like 7 of 7 from the field. So yeah, we're not doing that. We're going to go out there and try to lose. And the Kings still didn't have enough in the bag to win with some of those veterans you're talking about playing. So I don't think we're going to see it. And I also, to be honest with you, I don't see a reason to do it. And I know somebody, Maury here in the chat, I'm soft launching Doug Christie returning. I don't know if Doug Christie's coming back or not. I have no idea. But all I'm telling you is that right now, this is going to be about the young players, and we'll get to see a better example of who Doug Christie is as a coach, because the veteran players, for whatever reason, they never connected with each other, and they never connected as a team on the court, and they lost a ton of games as a bad basketball team. If you tell me that a lineup with Russ and Zach and DeMar and Domas and, all of these players that they have, all these veterans that they have, and throw in Malik and throw in Dennis Schroeder, and they're a 12-42 team, and that's on them. They get to wear that. That's not these young players. That's the veterans are the ones who have to wear the record this season, and the coaching staff and the front office. That's who has to wear this. These young players, they don't have anything to, they're just going out there and trying their best to get things done. And to be honest, you can see that they're listening.
These Nick Clifford games above perhaps above all else, these Nick Clifford games feel really important. Like that game he had the other night felt like a really big deal. And while you don't need to get 30 points on average over the course of the next 30 games or whatever, having really positive offensive outputs and strong defensive showings from him in particular feels like it could go a long way.
Yeah, I need to see that. I need to see him with the ball in his hands. I need to see how he switches back and forth between on ball and off ball. I need to see him get better as a defender, and he's got all the skills as a defender. And then, some of the things he's not doing right now, he needs to get back to his roots. I think as he gets more comfortable on the court, we're going to start seeing him rebound like he did at the college level. And we're going to start seeing him get to the free throw line like he did at the college level. And those are things that, again, I think have just kind of taken a little bit of a back burner while he's trying to get better and he's trying to figure out and adjust his game. But from here on out, like he's got to be a primary focus. And same with Max and same with Dylan. I want to see them, all of a sudden we're going to see a 2-man game with Nick Clifford and Max Reynaud and with Dylan Cardwell and Nick Clifford. Those are things that like we've got to see because that's probably going to be a lot of what this team looks like next season. And, this can't just be about, hey, you got 28 games and then at the end of the year, we're going to replace all of you. It's got to be about building up these players and seeing what you have and then seeing what they need to work on in the offseason.
You mentioned Daquan Plowden, and his game really stood out to me on Saturday night, man. He played really well. Was another just wing player, 3-and-D type guy, at least in that game. What exactly do you want to see from him if he gets more opportunities moving forward this year? Because I know you said, like you said, he's an older guy, but that could be a Keon Ellis, like not saying the same type of player, but found money type guy. Dylan Cardwell, found money type guy if he's able to show you a little something in the final games of the season. So what are you looking for from him?
Yeah, I think, like I asked him after the game the other night in post game, I said, just how difficult is it for you to, be who you are at the G League level and who you've been for your entire life as a basketball player. But then when you get here, that the only way for you to make it is for you to be a 3-and-D player, for you to play defense 100% and then go stand in the corner for most of the game. And he actually sat back and he kind of laughed and he's like, it's very difficult because, I have a lot more to offer, but I also understand that they don't want me to offer more. And, you got to go out there and fit the role. And I think what I really want to see from Daquan is, I don't take this the wrong way because I really like him as a person, but it's what Mason Jones was never able to do. And that is fit a role at the pro level. I've told you guys this a million times. It's not that hard to be Keon Ellis. You go out there and you be the same player you were in high school, the same player you were in college. You shoot threes and you play defense, you bring energy and you don't do anything else. It's a lot more difficult to be a guy like Nick Clifford, who all of a sudden they're like, hey man, do you think you can play point guard at the NBA level? It's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, I can dribble the ball across, the timeline. I can do that. But then all of a sudden you need to start worrying about things like the shot clock and things about like where your screen's coming from and how you initiate the offense and whether that player in the corner hasn't seen the ball for 5 minutes or not. And there's all of these things that you have to start mentally checking off. And it's really difficult to go from being a non-point guard to an NBA level point guard. So for a guy like Daquan, he almost needs to go back and just watch Keon Ellis footage and just, be Keon or be a better version of Keon, a stronger version, whatever you can. And that's where I think the beauty of the G League can exist. It can create specific player types. It's not going to create somebody who comes up and averages 20-something points a game. It's going to help create 3-and-D players. It's going to help create those hustle bigs like Dylan or like a Montrezl Harrell, the guys that are like maybe undersized. Those are the styles of players that you can be at the G League level and then make it to the pro level. Like very few point guards make the transition from the G League up because it's like, look, man, You're either not big enough, or you're not fast enough, or you don't shoot the three well enough. And so like becoming that, like we want a game manager, but we want a game manager to make sure that the players at the G League level are getting the opportunities to be a 3-and-D player or to be a pick and roll specialist big man. And so it's really tough to transition. But yeah, I think that he like Daquan has an opportunity. And again, he has an NBA body, and whether that means that he gets to, make it onto the roster for next season, and the Kings still have a roster spot right now, maybe they do say, hey, look, it doesn't hurt us to either keep Daquan around as a two-way player the rest of the year, or to sign him to a deal that keeps him in a uniform next year as well, and say, what do we got here? Because he's a good kid. He's smart, and he seems to get it, and he's really trying to get it. And that's something that, again, the value of that is huge.
Do we think they're like, you talked about seeing a semblance of an offense and playing, seeing a semblance of a defense with these young guys. And I echo those feelings too, James, but it also feels like maybe this group is playing like a little bit more loose, a little bit more free. Maybe that's because the Levine's not there. Domas isn't there. Those guys aren't there. And that allows them to do that. But it does seem like they're a little more relaxed when they're on the floor. Maybe that's also the fact that they know they're going to play. It's not like this is going to be a 2-minute stint and then I'm out.
No, I'm with you. I also think, for as much as, I think that Domas is a player who makes the players around him better. It's Domas. It's a multi-time all-star. And when you're a young player and you're going out and you're looking at every player in your lineup and you're like, okay, that's DeMar DeRozan. He's going in the Hall of Fame because he's number 23 all-time in points scored. Oh, that's Russell Westbrook. He too is going in the Hall of Fame. He's the all-time leader in triple doubles and the best rebounding guard in the history of the game. And you start to look around you, you're trying to help those players be better and be themselves because you're just a little rookie dude. You're not the star of the show. When you transition like this to where everybody's kind of on equal footing, except for having Russ in the lineup or having DeMar in the lineup, then it's really tough for you to like come out of your shell and show who you are. I think for some players it's easier, like a Dylan Cardwell. You just go out there and play defense and rebound and give the ball up to your guards. That's fine. But some of the other players who sort of their games are predicated on them scoring, or their games are predicated on, like doing more than just standing in the corner. I think what we are seeing now is sort of a freer version of these younger players. And also, I'll point this out again. I've been super impressed with DeMar DeRozan, because DeMar 2 weeks ago was like carrying the team offensively while all these people were hurt. And then now what I'm seeing from DeMar is actually actively trying to get his teammates involved, these young players involved, and get them shots. And that's where the handoff has to happen. That's where this realization that look, you don't get to do this forever. You have to give something back to these guys. And it's not about talking about it. It's about functionally doing it on the court. And that's something that has impressed me greatly. Like his ability to be whatever the Kings need in a situation this year is really cool to watch, because look, he could ask out. He could just say, hey, look, you go ahead and waive me and I'll get back a bunch of my money and for next season, and I'll go sign somewhere else and finish the season with somebody else. And that could still happen, but it's not what the Kings want to have happen. And they like him as a mentor. They like him as somebody who's going out there and doing the work, and not someone who's, chirping about it or going out there and still looking for their own stats.
James, one of my favorite parts of following this team, rooting for this team, it kind of left for a little bit, but Saturday looks like it may be back, because out of nowhere in the second half, sitting courtside was Travis Scott, and the random, what is the connection and why is this guy at the game role? It looks like it might be back. Might be back.
That's when you know it's bad, actually, is when the random appearances start happening again.
Did you meet Travis Scott? Did you see him in the hallways of the Golden One Center on Saturday night?
I did not. I would also tell you that was the first time in a while that that Mr. Ronadive was there too. Like he had gone back to Cabo for a while this thing was unwinding. Yeah, I didn't meet Travis Scott. I don't really. I mean, I know who Travis Scott is. Like I saw him and I know who he is, but I don't know who he is. And I also I don't know that it was 100% a good look, that it felt like he was there to hang out with James Harden and, drop an F-bomb on their TV broadcast. That was a little difficult. It was funny to watch. And like, he's super high energy. He was cool. He would like really, really playing into the crowd and all that stuff. And
crazy.
I assume
he would have lit the beam. If the Kings went over, he absolutely would have lit the beam.
The pop he was announced in the arena when they went crazy. That was one of the bigger pops I've seen in a while.
Yeah. No, I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool to see him there, and to kind of get the, again, that
he's
sort of
one of
thing.
the biggest stars on the planet. Like that's
very true.
With all due respect to, Tiana Taylor and some of the others.
Will Levis.
Will Levis, the legend Will Levis. Like Travis Scott that's rarefied air.
Yeah.
He's no Kelsey Grammer, but
he's no Kelsey Grammer, but he's pretty dope. He's pretty dope. That was awesome. Yeah. Super random. It's back. I can't wait to see who's here next.
I love it.
I cannot wait. I mean, Drake inevitably is coming back.
I don't think so.
Hi, Drake. Oh, that's right. No, he isn't. He very much is not.
What they should get is one of the human trees from the Super Bowl.
You know what I laughed at that whole time is if you had good seats in the crowd, you couldn't see anything.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Performance was done, like a lot of the intricate part of that performance. It's like we were talking about the opening ceremonies one time at the Olympics. It is meant for a television visual, not an in-arena visual. And when those tree things went up, it was like, oh,
the tree
y'all
people
can't see nothing. Like y'all legit can't see nothing.
The tree people.
And then that they were actually people, that was just like wild. Talk about a production, just an incredible production and like an incredible moment. So yeah, I sat back and just like, I mean, I don't know how many times he's going to fall through something. And, again, that's not part of the audience. Couldn't really see him falling into the building and crashing. But, you just kept wondering, like, what's next? This is really cool. I thought it was a right time and moment for something like that.
Speaking of random celebrities, he just had people. Everyone's like, who's going to come out and hang out? Who's going to come out and do the show with him? I don't know, but there's Cardi. Cardi just on the field dancing. There's
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, they're doing this thing. There's Jessica Alba.
I told Dame and our guy Prince, who was there with us, I did not know that was Ricky Martin. Had no clue.
It was Ricky Martin, yeah.
My wife said, "Wait, is that Ricky Martin?" And she goes, "Oh, yeah, that's Ricky Martin." Yeah,
I knew. I had literally just read something about Ricky Martin praising Bad Bunny because Ricky Martin also won an album of the year, and he was like, "It's so special when you do that, and you don't have to change your voice. You don't have to change who you are." I read that maybe minutes before I walked into Sky River. So I had just seen him. Yeah. So when he popped up after Lady Gaga, I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty fire. Yeah, especially given that I had just read that, like, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. That was a great performance.
Really, I thought it was a great performance. I thought the whole thing was cool. I know it sounds weird, but it reminded me of Mr. Rogers. Like, these are the people in your neighborhood. And you just need, like, we're in such a divided spot, and for him to be able to show it so visually that, like, all of this craziness and this hate and this, all of the protests and everything, it's so much about, like, these are the people that are literally around you all day long everywhere. And, so I thought it was a really cool, like, all inclusion moment where kind of reset some of the mentality out there. And if you just got caught up in the fact that, if you don't speak Spanish, you don't know what he's saying, then that's fine. That's on you. But the visual itself was so real. And it's like, okay, I get this. So Definitely got this way more than when you guys asked me last year about Kendrick, and I'm like, I didn't get it.
Kendrick took, I mean, even for like, I love Kendrick Lamar. It took me 4 or 5 watches and then a couple of think pieces to realize, oh, okay, I get what that was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get what that was. And that I didn't realize that was the case with Bad Bunny too. Like there was a lot of symbolism that I just didn't pick up on. It's not stuff that I'm hyper aware of. But I thought the performance was spectacular. Bad Bunny is actually the only artist who it doesn't bother me. Like Kenny and I used to talk about this all the time on KSFM. I don't know what he's saying, but this song is fire.
Yeah.
He does not miss. Like this song, I don't know what he's saying. He could be saying the most god awful things in the world, but I don't know. This song hits.
Yeah.
Hits.
Yeah.
Great show. He killed that last night.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrific.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing. And just like said, it took like 400 people to do that production.
Oh wow.
Just incredible. Like it just a really, really
I did get nervous when he
monstrous
was
production.
climbing that light pole. Like, all right, that light pole was
very
or whatever,
confused.
that thing was moving around a little bit. Like, hey.
I thought he might fall through something again. I'm like, what is he doing up there? Is he gonna fall again? Like
fall this time. I mean, I know you could take a bump. I saw you wrestle, but don't do that. Well, great stuff, Hammer. We got Kings basketball to watch. I guess we're going for franchise history tonight. The longest losing streak in Sacramento Kings history is there for the taking for Doug Christie and this group tonight.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
they have three road games on 3 road wins on the season.
And none of those have happened in a while.
Yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. Crazy. Shout out to our friend Jason Anderson, who had to fly to New Orleans for this and then fly straight. Was it Memphis? Is that the last game?
Oh, I'm not feeling bad for Jason Anderson for having to fly to New Orleans. That's a good time right there.
I don't think the weather's good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Understood. Well, in that case, thoughts and prayers to J.A. Hammer, we appreciate you. Thank you, my man. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Sounds good.
Sir man James Ham right there. We'll come back. We've got more Kings basketball to talk about. James, there's a couple of things to talk about. He brought up Doug and seeing a semblance. I got a question because we've asked a lot of questions about Doug in the last few days. So we'll continue this conversation on Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. 1, I'll die. Just clip it, air it. 2,
you guys talking about in there, man? Is Michigan in here? Is Michigan in here? Shout out to my boy Michigan. You saw what happened yesterday morning when we played Ohio. You saw what happened. You saw the vibes. Shout out to my boy Michigan. Big time game tonight. Big time game tonight. I'm tapped in. Arizona at Kansas. 23-0. Arizona at Kansas, playing their best basketball this season. Darren Peterson has played 4 games in a row, I believe. This is a record this year.
Shout out to Movita Juice Bar. I just found it. Something about fresh juice instead of that bottled stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh juice, spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Given the fact that I'm dying right before your eyes.
Yeah, you all right, man? Feels like
no,
going on.
I'm very much not.
Glad you waited till we came back from commercial break, though.
To die.
Yes.
Yeah. No, come on, man.
Would have been selfish if you plopped out like in the kitchen or something like that.
Oh, terrible! Like in front of Mark and Pamela.
Yeah, and then it gets all
awful.
serious. Like, Jonathan, can you please call the emergency services or something? Like, this is real now.
Guys, you won't believe this. D-Lo just died. Oh, great. Really? Like 10 feet from here? Can we at least get a camera out there? Well, I've had this cough since probably like Thursday. And it's so funny. Like, Katie got really sick. Thus, I got sick. And we were kind of just sick at the same time. So yesterday, I'm texting my mom. She's like, yeah, I think the Seahawks are going to win. They're just too tough. They, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, okay, well, enjoy. I had to go to the casino and, me and Kenny are out here. She's like, all right, you guys have fun. And then I'm going to leave for work today. I'm leaving the house and my mom pulls up. I'm like, hey. She was like, hey, I just brought Katie some soup and, some stuff to make her feel better. And I'm kind of looking at her like, me? Yeah, like, anything? Nothing? All right. So that's really nice. My mom brought Katie soup so she feels better. And I just went off to work to die on the radio.
Good look.
Which is fine. That's the way it should be. Just to be clear, when I die, it should be right here. It should be clipped. TikTok. I mean, Jesse's Mr. TikTok. We could revive Casey's TikTok influencer days. Just
bring it on back.
Kill it.
Yeah, bring it on back for sure.
It was a long conversation with our guy James Ham about this young group of Sacramento Kings. I mean, certainly an interesting couple of games that we've seen dating back to Friday. I did feel good about that game Friday, partly because I don't know what the Clippers are doing. Turns out Kawhi's still there, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's
he's
still
cooking.
In the end. Yeah, in the end, it's still Kawhi Leonard. But we've seen Neat Clifford go for 46. We've seen Devin Carter go for 32 in the combined over the last two. And it feels like, all right. I mean, in the 2 games since we last talked, Dylan Cardwell has 12 offensive rebounds. 12. It's like, all right. And, what do we make of these young players? What do we make of what we're seeing? Like we talked about this with Ham a minute ago. Like, how do we evaluate this? How do we not get excited? How do we get excited? Like, what do we do with this information that we're being given by this young group of players who is playing their best basketball in some cases of their career?
For me personally, it's a little too early to tell. I want to see more consistency. I want to see a larger sample size of these guys performing and playing at a certain level. I can say that it's good to see. Like, I enjoy seeing Nick Clifford the way he played on Saturday. I enjoy seeing Devin Carter. And if you can, have these guys playing like that on a consistent basis, what it tells me is, okay, you got some NBA players here. You got some guys that can be rotational guys, and that adds to the depth and what you're trying to build. But I want to see a little bit more. But as far as this week, got my attention. That's what they're doing. Okay. Now let me look. Not like literally I wasn't going to not watch. It's my job, and I just like the Kings, so I'm going to watch. But I wasn't checking for none of that stuff before. I was like, all right, whatever. They play the Wizards. Levine probably going to have 30. DeRozan going to score. These other guys ain't going to do too much of nothing. All right. Who'd they play? I know they played Boston a couple days, but it was just like these nondescript games. But now we've seen 2 games where these young guys, have played at a high level. It's like, let me see what they do against New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
I think their first home game back from the All-Star break might be Orlando.
Oh yeah, I think we have tickets to that game.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Oh boy, it's one of those. It's one of those. We'll give those tickets away in the 4:00 hour. Hang tight. We'll give those tickets away. Check that. We'll give those tickets away in the 5:00 hour. So you can't leave when the game starts. You got to hang with D'Lo and KC. We've got those tickets for you.
But it's like, let me see. Even tonight, like, let me see how these guys play. Like, it adds a level of intrigue to watching this Kings team to see if this is real, if this is something they can replicate on a nightly basis.
So these last 2 games were fun, for sure. Like, they were truly enjoyable, right? Like, they were competitive. Kings had a shot, especially, I mean, in both cases, really in the Cavs game, all the way till the, final possession. But to me, it seems more likely that we're going to have like some stinkers.
Yeah.
Like, we'll have more of those than we will, what we saw Friday and Saturday. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. But there's going to be nights where Devin's turning the ball over, where Neek isn't finishing at the basket, where, I mean, Dylan will still get 12 rebounds, but like still maybe they're all on the defensive end versus on the offensive end. Those second chance points won't be there. Maybe DeMar will pull his shooting back. Like, there's just going to be nights that I think Doug March and this group out there, it's going to be a little rocky to watch. That's okay. I just think it's, again, it becomes like, how do you temper your expectations for this? Like, how do you just recognize it's the old Sean Cunningham, right? Sean Cunningham is a master of this. Never get too high, you never get too low. I think that's got to be the case for the next 30 games, 28 games, whatever it is don't get too high, don't get too low. Just try to take in all of what you're seeing. And then come April, May, when everybody else is still playing, that's when we start to evaluate and start to look back at, like, all right, let's talk about what Devin did.
Right.
Let's talk about what Neek did. Let's talk about what Dylan did. And then by May, Mother's Day, we'll find out where the Sacramento Kings wind up drafting.
And with me,
once they get their point guard in Darren Peterson, because now it's written on the board. Apparently, Kyle is addicted to writing on this goddamn board over here. We come in here. What is happening on the jump every morning? If Mac Jones is traded, Kirk Cousins will be a 49er?
Who told him not to write that one yet?
He wrote it up there.
He told him not to write it unless Mac Jones is traded.
No, Kyle is
he really disrespects the board.
Bro, he goes hard in the paint. Like, he's got Darren Peterson, the Sacramento King, on here. He wrote in big giant letters, the 49ers are going to lose to the Browns.
Yeah. He loves the board as much as I do. And with about the same amount of success.
Yeah, actually, if we're being honest, like he has no. Have you ever gotten anything right?
Yes.
What?
I don't remember, but I did.
He hasn't.
I don't think you have.
No, I did. I got one right. I can't remember what it was. I got one.
The guy who is so quick to tell you what he got right can't remember. And I don't think we would have erased it. Kyle's never gotten anything right.
Maybe we give Casey and Kyle a mini board and just leave the big board to me or something.
That might be the case. I do think we can erase Super Bowl predictions, though.
Thank God.
We could probably erase Jesse's Sixers will have a better record than the Bulls. That's kind of solidified at this point.
That's a win.
Yeah, that's a big win. Yeah, we'll take those Super Bowl predictions off of there. But I was going to say, we'll all find out on Mother's Day where the Sacramento Kings are drafting, and they get their point guard of the future in Darren Peterson. Another point guard of the future. Great. I love when we do this. It's a tradition here in Sacramento.
This one works, though. This the one.
Well, the other two did too, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll leave Davion out of the conversation, who I really do like, but the De'Aaron Tyrese picks weren't bad at all.
Oh, not at all. For me, it's like it's always tough because how much stock do you put into these games?
Yeah.
You know, when nobody's really checking for you, even though they're, teams are playing hard against the other really good teams against you, they may mentally, emotionally take a night off. So yeah, Devin, not even Devin, Neek can have 30 when the Cavs are like, we'll beat the Kings regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not to say they weren't trying. I'm not trying to minimize it, but it's a different level of focus and intensity sometimes when you're the team that is the worst in the league record-wise. So for these guys to have these good games, it's like, all right, how much stock do we put into it? Once again, somebody's got to score the points. That doesn't mean you're a point scorer for a good team, So that's going to be an interesting aspect of these final 30 games or so. I think they got less than that. I think it's about 28 or so now. Who's able to perform well, and how much stock do you put into when they do perform well?
Yeah, and then I think there becomes how much stock? Like, do you like, are we all in on Neek because of the 30 that he had? Are we all in on Devin because of the stretch of basketball he's played? Are we all in on Dylan because he's been a part of all of this, right? He's been a part of the veteran-led squad that fell short. He's been a part of this young group of young kings, as you called them earlier, that are just playing out games, trying to drum up some excitement within this fan base. Where does Precious fall in to all of this? Where does Max and Daquan Plowden, where do they fall into all of this? And we're not going to know the answers. Like, we're not going to know the answers today when they play New Orleans. We're not going to know the answers when we send you to see them take on Orlando when the All-Star break is over. But it is a way of we're gathering information as Kings fans. That's what we're doing. We're gathering information on this basketball team, and we're trying to determine what the next step should be. I know we've had our fun with Devin Carter on this show. Like, I would love to be wrong about him as a basketball player. He seems to have a lot of attributes that would be really, really beneficial for the Sacramento Kings. I don't know that he can execute them on a day-to-day basis. I don't know that he can execute them in its most competitive form when you got, a group of guys competing around you going against another group of guys that are competing like that's. And I said this with Hammer earlier. I do think this stretch of basketball coming up it's always a bit mislabeled. Like people will tell you with All-Star where the NBA season doesn't really get going till Christmas. Okay. There might be some validity to that. There also might be some validity to it kind of dies after the All-Star break. Like they're just trying to get through the season. Now you'll have guys competing for 1s, 2s, 3s, and such. You'll have playoff races and play-in races, but you'll also have what is going to happen tonight is not going to be pretty. Between the Pelicans and the Sacramento Kings, you have two really bad basketball teams. The Kings got, you outlined, what was it, 9 games that the Kings have against really bad basketball teams. Those games, you're going to see turf toe, the sniffles, a cough, lower back stiffness. You're going to see everything you could possibly see on an injury report that's going to keep guys from both teams out of the lineup that day.
Yeah, and it's Kings got to make sure they lose games. Kings got to make sure they got to find a way.
I wish I could remember I can't. I feel like was it 11 games?
It was 11 games.
And you said 3?
3. And so far, I think they've only played 1. I think they're 0-1. This will be the second one.
Who was the one? The Clippers?
The Wizards. Clippers are
the Wizards.
Yeah.
The Wizards. Okay.
Because it was the Tankathon strength of schedule, remaining straight to schedule, and the Kings have the easiest one left. Now, as I pull it up, they actually have the second easiest. Portland is down there because they play the Kings once.
Okay.
So you got 1 against the Pacers, 3 against New Orleans. My prediction is they lose all 3 to the Pelicans.
The Pacers have lost 4 straight. Did they answer our question? Because they could go in one of 2 directions with this trade and the provisions that they've put on it.
Mm-hmm.
Lose all of your games or win and ensure you don't, or attempt to ensure that you don't live in the mid lottery spot.
Yeah.
What a strange.
How many games
trade.
has Zubac played? 2 of those games? Has he played?
I don't think he's played any.
So yeah,
I could absolutely be wrong. I could be wrong. I think he just got there today. Yeah, I don't think he's played for them yet.
Yeah. Well, you've got 1 against the Pacers, 3 against the Pelicans. My prediction, I'm not going to put it on the whiteboard, is the Kings will lose all 3 against the Pelicans. You got 2 with the Jazz, 1 with the Mavericks, 1 with the Grizzlies. The real killer is, then this is the team you really got to look out for, I believe. This is the team because they about to they put it in overdrive.
You got to look.
You've got 2 against Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And that's
Brooklyn.
The team. Who are you thinking?
I thought he was going to say the Jazz because then weren't the Jazz leading at the start of the 4th quarter and then they just sat everybody
17. Now that ain't gonna work against the Kings. That ain't gonna work. Jazz. How many times they play the Jazz?
They're
twice.
Gonna win that game.
Kings gonna lose twice to the Jazz. That's not gonna work against them.
Well, in their I think they were playing Orlando.
They were.
That's a playoff team.
But yeah, that ain't gonna work. You cannot play those guys the entire game. The Kings ain't having that. Jazz will will win both of the games against the Kings. It's that Brooklyn team, boy. Because Brooklyn's look,
14 and 37.
We're gonna make sure. If we gotta lose by 60, that's just what we gotta do. So you got to watch out for them. But what's the issue again?
Are we aiming for the worst, the worst record in the league?
Yeah, you're already here. Go ahead, finish the job.
Okay.
Absolutely. Be the worst.
You guys did all this work.
Yeah.
Why mess it up?
I know when it comes to number 1 pick that they have the same odds. I think it's 14%, the bottom 4.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
But do the odds change for how far you can fall based on the record, right? So one can't fall any further than 5.
1 to 5, 2 to 6,
So it's just that
3 to
simple.
7, 4 to 8, I think.
That would make sense. But I wasn't sure if it was more complicated than that. So I mean
think so.
that lens, because I was talking to somebody about this over the weekend. I can't remember, but it was like if everybody got the same odds at number, or those 4 have the same odds at number 1. Like it's no big deal if you don't have the worst record in the league, but your floor changes with where you're slotted with the worst record. So yeah, you want to let's go for it. Let's do it. Be the worst.
Drafting 8th after all of this.
Yeah, that would be devastating.
Drafting 8th
Now,
after all of this.
The good news is I don't think that's a possibility. 3 other teams with the worst record.
Kenny.
3 more teams with the worst. Now you might be the 3rd worst record, but 3 teams above you. I don't know. I don't think that can happen.
You got 3 teams with 14 wins right now, one of which you're playing tonight.
Mm-hmm. New Orleans going.
Then you have
play. They're going to start winning some games. New Orleans going to get to 20 wins.
And then you got the Pacers that have 13. I have great news. We're both going to die on the air. So this is great news for everybody. Jesse, this is content creator's dream right here. The death of D'Lo and KC. I don't think it's far-fetched to think they accidentally win 3 of 6 and the Wizards jump them, or I don't know. Well, you just said the Pelicans.
Yeah, Pelicans, they're going to win 20 games.
20?
Yeah, they're going to win 6 more games. They play the Kings 3 times.
That's not even possible.
What?
Brooklyn?
Who
plays the Kings 3 times?
The Pelicans.
Oh, the Pelicans. Oh, you said the Pelicans are going to win 20 games.
Yeah. No, Brooklyn. That's what I'm saying. That's
what I mean.
Watch out for Brooklyn.
So Brooklyn. Oh, yeah.
It's almost a race to 20. Who if you look at the standings, who do you think is going to win?
Race ever.
Who do you think is going to win 20 games? I think the Jazz will win 20. I think New Orleans will win 20. And because of that, you're almost guaranteed a bottom 4 record, because I don't think Brooklyn will. Washington is up in the air. Indiana, if you ask me right now, I said Indiana will win 20.
Indiana will win
20. If you want me to get off the fence. Now I wouldn't put money on that.
Put it on the board.
No.
Wow.
Indiana will win 20 games.
Wow, he's really going for it, folks.
Imagine saying, the Indiana's going to go 20-62.
The lead pipe stone cold locks for under 20 are the Kings and the Nets. That's my guess.
Kings and the Nets. All right.
Should Washington be there too? Guaranteed under 20 games. I don't want to put Washington there
What was their number? Was it 8 or was it 10?
I think it was 8.
If it was 8, I'd put them in there. Because if it was 8, you finish 4, everything goes awful. 4th worst, everything goes awful. You're still top 8. You still keep your pick. Anything much worse than that, they're going to start sitting young guys. Like the young guys is too good. We gotta start sitting them.
Yeah. I want this worst record, man. I need the best opportunity here. Once again, you're doing everything you can at this point to have. And
that's where the evaluating all of this thing like conflicts me, because it's like, all right, great. All right, we're looking at this in a microscope, how they played during this time frame. Perfect. You didn't win basketball games. So there's always, and I understand you don't want to, like, I get it. I get the dynamics of all of this. But that does factor in like a little bit, because you have to use your imagination to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Neek was this, Devin was this, Dylan, Keegan. Perfect. Fine. That's all great. Now we have to imagine them being able to do that with a team that can be put together and you can win games with them. And that just requires the use of the imagination because it's not going to happen this year. Hopefully it doesn't happen at all.
Is this what a turn of events this is?
Light the beam for losses?
No, that's a good idea, but no. Wasn't what I was going to say.
Can you light a sad beam? Like, I don't know, like a sad face goes above the Golden One Center?
Hey, look.
Or just a Darren Peterson hologram goes up?
Are the baby Kings, are they playing too well? Hey, y'all playing. Hey, sit them back on the bench. Sit them back on the bench. Let's get Dennis Schroeder back here, and let's get these vets out here so we can make sure that we stay under.
Devin Carter's third straight game with 20. Hey, put Zach back out there. DeMar, you're playing 40 tonight.
But yeah, one of the games.
Hey, someone dust off Drew Eubanks.
Can you imagine Devin Carter ruled out thumb soreness?
Oh, come on, man. Thumb soreness.
Nick Clifford, back tightness, out tonight.
That's next level. That's next level.
I want to talk more Kings, and we'll talk the Super Bowl here for a heartbeat. Not just the Super Bowl, but the 49ers. That's ahead. Steele and Casey, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. I'm jumping around because I'm trying to break this football stuff up and be mindful of what we're up against in an hour. Break up the bean, boys. What happened to D-Lo? He just got a cough and fucking died on the radio. It was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. Thanks, man. Just do that. Anytime my name comes up, just pat your chest like you do for Flipside. Brett, I saw this. Brett, where'd you go? I saw this morning. That's hilarious.
They can't catch a break, can
Absolutely hilarious. Like, it's not. I mean, it's not funny. I feel bad for him. But what are you doing, man? Got him out here flipping tables. That's my hope, man. Hopefully people remember me fondly. That's a good point, Mrs. McTan. I'm glad Katie got soup, too. I'm glad there was someone there to take care of her. That's a good reference right there, Brett. The most Steiner injury ever. That's a great reference. Excuse me.
I saw Cody's in the elimination chamber. Is that a way for him to weasel his way into the Roman and Punk thing? Or does he have to face Drew if he wins?
Yeah, it'd have to be against Drew.
Okay.
It'd have to be against Drew. Damn shame, man. Damn shame. Yeah, I agree. It might be time. Might be time. Bro, the last 4 days, I've been drinking Mucinex out of the bottle. You should have seen me in San Francisco in that studio. That's what I was doing, just chugging it out of the bottle.
You've been drinking the teas and all that stuff?
Yeah. I should have just gone and made one, but yeah, I have. This is the worst I can remember getting hit. I don't ever remember having anything like this before. This like legit hurts. I saw Tribal Chief was going to be here. They had to put out a flyer that was like, "No, he'll be there. Buy tickets." Oh, there you go. Okay, now Soren's thinking. Now Soren is thinking. Hi, baby. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, you brought me medicine. Thank you. I think you came to see your favorite person.
Nope.
That guy right there.
It was a selling point, I'll be honest.
You know what I want to hear? Little whistle. Come on.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Hey, I got to go on the radio.
Hey, give me your thing. Just want to give me that. Okay, love you.
Love you too. My bad. My headphones were unplugged and didn't know that we were like back. So, you want me to hold on to this the rest of the day? You
we got visitors. We got visitors. Shout out to the YouTube audience. You see it?
Okay.
Why do you want him to keep that?
Okay.
That is
Okay.
fantastic.
I will
That's
keep this so
fantastic.
it feels like it's you. Thank you, baby. Love you, girls. Hey, everyone's really excited. My mom brought you soup, by the way. They're all very excited that
Don't tell the people.
that my mom brought you soup. It was very nice. All
Love
right.
you.
My bad. Love you too. All right. So I got a visit from the 4-year-old, and
What's that? A medicine ball?
it must be. Yeah.
Those are game changers.
Huh?
Those are game changers. You might be healed up after that first sip.
Those are good looks.
Well, Soren just said whoever dies first gets the belt. So she was like, "Hey, maybe you should go home." I was like, "I can't. I think Kenny's in as bad a shape as I am." Clearly, this was after she bought the tea. Otherwise, she would have bought them both of us one.
I'm good. I'm good. Yesterday I couldn't talk like at all, but I've kicked out of it. It took about 3-4 days, but I'm back.
I was telling the chat, this was the worst I've had. Like I had this one is beating my ass, and we woke up like Friday, like, all right, we did a little too much Thursday. We just got to own this. Like, it's what we did. Come home, put the game on, just go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Woke up Saturday. Well, was definitely expecting something different, but it's like, it's cool. We'll get through it. It's fine. Woke up Sunday. Now we're pissed. We're like, we're not getting better. This is really, really frustrating. And then it gets to the point with me where it's like, she's like, "How are you?" I don't care. It doesn't matter. I have to go to Sky River tonight. I have to do the show tomorrow. I have to get the cake. It doesn't matter how I'm doing. She just goes, "All right, man." Like, okay. Audrey, are you feeling any better? No, Audrey, I'm not. Oh, okay.
Questions.
Okay. Yeah. No
man.
good, man.
I'm back. I think I should be back in the gym by, I'll just say
So
Wednesday.
my
We'll be
stupid ass.
we'll be conservative.
So that's the other thing. It's like, okay, well, I got to go to Sky River. I got to do it. It's going to work out.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah, I did this half-ass Peloton ride where I could barely move. It wasn't.
Can't do
pleasant.
that. Can't do that.
It wasn't good.
Oh, I have another animal story.
Does it? Oh, come on, man.
Nobody died.
Okay,
Nobody
let's
died.
lead. Okay, let's lead with that because at
I hope
some
they
point,
jumped you this time.
no, at some point they're gonna listen to like catch you tell one of these
Yeah.
stories. So if you're listening, no one died in this story.
Well, they have in our neighborhood, because it's by a levee or something like that, or the river. I don't know what.
Wow, it
lives
was
over
by a
there.
levee.
We hear these little baby frogs around. I've talked about this before. The other day, I opened up the garage, and one of the little baby frogs jump in the garage, and I try to get him out, but he's jumping away from me into the garage,
Mhm.
and then he goes under some structures in there, and that's like, dang, I missed him. So now I'm on alert though. I'm on alert every time I open the garage door, like the one that goes into the house.
Mhm.
I'm like looking, making sure nobody's sneaking in there.
A frog might be in your pantry right now.
But see, I open the door, and the door closes or whatever. Do what I need to do in the garage. Then I look. I was like, I wonder where he's at. Oh, there he is, right in that corner. He's just waiting for that door to open. He's just waiting for that door to open. So I'm like, all right, how do I get him? How do I get him? No, I'm not trying to kill these animals by any means. I'm not trying to kill them.
Yeah, what is how do I get him mean?
How do I capture him without killing him? That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to figure it out. And I end up coming up with a contraption. I get him under a box. Actually, I tried to smack him with the broom, and he missed it. He missed it, but the broom broke actually, and he was trapped under the broom. So I was like, cool. Let me just put a box over it, slide the box all the way out towards the door, and then I'm just gonna move the box, the broom head, and the frog out the door. So I'm doing that, and halfway through, he gets out from the contraption that is the broom head, and he hops under the box, and he's out now. And I'm like, oh, what we doing? What we doing? Oh, snap. What we doing? I hit the garage door. Like,
can we call timeout?
Yeah.
What did you think this frog was going to do to you?
Well, see, I don't know. See, he ain't going to hurt me.
Frogs feel like they got disease and stuff.
That's what
like
I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what they be carrying, man.
They might not, but it feels like they do.
None of these animals, you don't know what they carrying. I don't want no problem. You get a bite here and there or whatever. You get some the tongue, on your arm, and who knows. I don't want no problems with that, right? So I see it. Oh, there he is. Once again, not trying to kill him, but I'm trying to direct him out of the garage. Open up the garage, get the other broom, and I tried to sweep him down, but I missed him.
How many brooms do you have?
Probably about 4 in the garage, but I missed them. And then this one, it got crazy. So I missed them. And then it is for those who can see, it's like a frog, maybe this. It's not a big frog.
It was a child frog.
But when I missed them, he did the thing with his neck when they breathe and it's the big dog. I gotta get him out. So I said, get him out of here. Get him out.
I saw on National Geographic, that's how they call their opponent a bitch. That's what National Geographic said.
Well, that bitch needs to get out of my garage, and I got him out of there. I got him the second time, swept his ass on out down the driveway, and I don't know what happened after that, but he wasn't in the garage no more. Moral of the story is, I can go work out in peace probably on Wednesday without having to worry about it.
Is don't buy a house in the Everglades. How do you live by frogs? You got birds, squirrels. Like, you live in the forest.
That's what happens when he has property. It's not having many of us own houses. Many of us are fortunate enough to own houses. There are some of us that are fortunate enough to own property.
Stop it.
Kenny owns property.
That's a good point.
Stop it. Oh, that reminds me too, by the way. I was at
the alligator that visited you on Sunday?
We will move.
That's
alligators and snakes. Yeah. We will be moving.
Yes.
Not happening. Not having that at all.
Snakes, it's your house, man.
No.
I'm out of here.
I mentioned earlier I went to the Kings game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I was in there. I was watching the game with Tone. You know what I'm saying? Watch what I got Marcus Smith, big ups to him. And, I was out there, just watching, as a member of the media, good times. Did you watch the game on Saturday?
This story is about to take an incredible turn. I can feel it.
Did you watch the game on
Saturday? Of course I did. Yeah,
Where'd you watch it at?
At home.
Oh, okay. Jesse, did you watch the game on Saturday?
Yeah.
Well, where'd you watch it at? Where?
Sacramento, the city.
Really? Where? I mean, you have a location?
The Golden One Center.
Oh, you were at the game.
Yes.
Where at? Because I didn't see you. Where'd you watch the game at?
Saturday night was a big blur. So actually, I remember you let me use your tickets. That's
stop.
why you were with media.
Stop.
That's why you were with media that day.
No.
Yes.
No, not at all. Not. Do you know where Jesse watched the game from?
I do. I do. I was the only one watching the game at home. Between courtside Kenny, Sweet Life Tapia.
Chill out.
Sweet Life Tapia.
Chicken tenders were delicious, by the way.
In front row Verlad, the group text was just flooded with messages from all sorts of rich areas of that basketball game.
Cleveland Insider was in the building that night. I talked to him for a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely was.
Cleveland Insider was in there. He said, we're going to lose this game. I said, nah, y'all going to win.
He does not like James Harden.
Oh, he does.
He was not thrilled with that.
James did some big shots on Saturday.
He was not thrilled with that James Harden acquisition.
Jared Allen had like the quietest 30 piece of all time.
And that's a player like when you
didn't even realize
when you
that's a
have
label.
like
27 or something like that.
like random NBA players you really, really like. Jared Allen is probably mine. I love Jared Allen.
I like Jared Allen too. He frustrates me because he's worn the same shoes for the last 4 years.
Yeah, get some new shoes. You don't have to. You know what? No, I'll get some new shoes.
Yeah, get some
You don't
new
gotta do
shoes,
that,
bro.
yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to wear the same shoes all year. Like, okay, I get it, all season. But I think we're going on 4 years. He's got the same Kyrie 3s. Kyrie don't even have a shoe deal no more. He does. He's with Anthony, but he don't even have Nikes no more.
But if he really likes them,
you'll like other shoes.
Did you happen to see the book ones, the torched book ones? Did you like them?
No. I didn't hate them, but I wasn't like, oh, these are fire.
I kind of thought they were.
I like the
I got
concept.
one of those. I got one of the ads and thought,
I like the concept. I
thought it was dope.
I was indifferent to those. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I don't think I'd get them though. I'd wear them. I'd wear almost any shoe though.
I like the book ones. They're a little snug, but I like them.
Big fan. You seen the book twos? You like those?
I don't think I have.
Big fan. Big fan. I'm a big fan of the book ones. Book twos are fine. Okay. I like the black ones.
Which one of these Super Bowl teams would you bet on to be back next year?
Seahawks.
Yeah, Seahawks easy.
Easy.
It's not even close.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're gonna be here for a while. I think they got a bunch of young players on that defense.
So to go back to something you said earlier, the Sam Darnold question is over.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback.
It's definitively over.
You can win with Sam Darnold.
You could win football games at the highest level with Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
like for years.
There's always it's always like if they struggle next year, it's like, oh, was that an admiration? It's like today, and I'm not saying Sam is the same player or is less than, but I don't think if you brought up Brad Johnson right now, you'd be like, no, that's a franchise guy. Like he won a Super Bowl, he was a middling guy. Maybe Sam Darnold fits in that mold, but I think he's going to be better than that. I think he's clearly a guy that you can win games with, and if he's playing well and everything is right around him, you can obviously win a Super Bowl. He's a good quarterback. He has shed a lot of that label, I believe, with his performance this year.
Okay, I'm actually with you in that regard. I'm not so quick to dismiss New England the way that you are, the way that both of you are, but
it's less about dismissing New England and talking about how elite Seattle is. I think. Like New England will be a playoff team, I think, or at least around there next year. But Seattle's just a much better team right now than a lot of the league.
I saw a question. I almost tweeted it out, but I have a radio show, and if I tweeted it out, it would really sound like hate, and it's not. I just think I looked at it at the time as a valid question. I was like, oh, it's a good what if. And I'll ask you guys this, and I'll ask the chat and anybody that wants to.
It's definitely going to be hate.
It's absolutely
spent 30 seconds explaining it before. Yeah,
it's going to be hate.
Would the Patriots have made the playoffs if they were an NFC team?
Would the Patriots have made the playoffs
outside of the NFC South? Obviously,
move them to the NFC East. Yeah,
I don't think they're better than the Eagles. And that was a one bid. That was a one bid team. Like, I don't think they're better than the Lions.
You said would they have made the playoffs?
Yeah,
they
would have won the NFC.
They would have made.
They would have won the NFC East.
Yes.
Yeah. No, they're not better.
No, dude, we called it the Philly long ago.
No.
Yes,
they wouldn't.
That is hate, by the way.
They wouldn't.
Yeah, that one's not even on the board anymore. That was one of Jesse's prime Philadelphia moments.
Yeah, because they had to play in the NFC playoffs. They didn't get a chance to play the Chargers and the Texans.
I don't think that's what it was.
No, but I'm saying that's the reason why it was one of the reasons why they got bounced. They had to play in the NFC playoffs. If they would have played the CJ Stroud, maybe they wouldn't have.
No, because like the Patriots were better than the 49ers.
But your question is, would they have made the playoffs? Yeah, they would have made the playoffs. Okay.
I'm not gonna argue about that. I think everybody outside of the who made it? The Panthers ended up making it.
Yeah.
Everybody outside of the Panthers was better than the Patriots.
I don't think.
I think the Lions were better than the Patriots as well.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, this is hate.
Yeah, this is absolutely hate. There's barely any evidence that the Lions are good.
What?
Yo, man, you a Dan Campbell. I'm gonna get you a Dan Campbell jersey. That's what I'm gonna do.
So what's
hashtag I'm a Dan Campbell guy.
You can only play the schedule that is right there in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the evidence that the Patriots were so good?
They got to the Super Bowl.
That kind of feels like a
okay. All right.
Now,
so we'll never have that conversation about schedule and who they played next year and all this other. Because if they're winning, that's all that matters, right?
Well,
yeah, it's like
their schedule is going to be different next year.
I'm talking about in football in general. When they be like they ain't played nobody or not, we're done with that conversation because we can't talk about.
You and I rarely have that conversation because, like, if we did, let's keep it a stack. We should have never had a conversation about the San Francisco 49ers.
They played playoff teams.
They had what was deemed one of the worst schedules in the league. They got a last place, second to last, whatever they were,
and so did the Seahawks. But they actually did end up playing other playoff teams and winning against them. The Patriots beat the Bills in Buffalo, which was a good win, and they blew the second game against
the
Buffalo.
Patriots beat 3 playoff teams to get to the Super Bowl.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we're not gonna say they could get back to the Super Bowl, but like we're talking beat playoff teams. Like, yeah, the Patriots they beat 3 of them.
That's fine. I don't think they were better than any of the NFC teams, and I don't think they were better than Detroit. But it's okay. To be honest,
Eddie, come on, man.
I don't think they were better than the Eagles.
You don't think they were better? That one, they were absolutely better than the Eagles. You don't think they were better than Chicago?
I think Chicago would have beat them.
You don't think they were better than the Packers?
I don't. And I'm not crazy about the Packers. Now, what the Packers ended up being with Love, Hurd, and then Micah gone, like they were depleted by then. The Patriots were better than that team. But over the course of the season, I think the Packers were a better team.
You think the Packers would have come out the AFC?
Not as they ended up being, but like throughout the season, I think they would have.
So help me out. Did the Broncos stink too?
The Broncos lost their quarterback.
No. I just mean in general, because this isn't an isolated conversation. This making the playoffs that's a season-long conversation.
I think the Broncos were better than the Patriots over the course of the season.
I don't disagree with that necessarily, but I don't think the Patriots were a good team this year. I think they deserve to be in the Super Bowl. If Bo Nix doesn't get hurt, maybe it's different, but I don't think they were like frauds or anything like that. It's just sometimes
you would have been relying on another second-year quarterback to win that game, just like you were, New England. Like,
yeah, but the Broncos are better all around offensively. Like Cortland Sutton and those guys are better than DeMario Douglas and Stephon Diggs and whoever else they got.
That much is crystal clear today.
And for the I have no reason to hate the Patriots. They don't bother me. I just really wouldn't. Bro,
you hate the Patriots. Just say it like it's fine.
No,
Jake will be here on Wednesday.
No, I hate Boston. I don't hate the Patriots.
If you want to compare this Patriots team to somebody just like the Cam Newton Panthers that year, they went up against Denver. They had the easiest schedule all season long, but it's like you're not going to hold that against them.
The Panthers beat the brakes off teams in the playoffs, though. In the NFC Championship game, they went crazy against.
Yeah, with the regular season, you go back look at they had one of the easiest schedules in the league. So, I mean, like I said, it's not. I'm not going to hold the Patriots against it, but I mean, teams have benefited off easy schedules. Is what it is.
Let's do a different exercise. Mm-hmm. You could pick one to be a playoff team. No, that doesn't work. Who's better next year, Patriots or Bears?
The Bears.
Patriots or Packers?
That one's a little closer. Micah is going to be out most of the season, but if you ask me to answer, I'll say the Packers.
Is it Achilles with Micah or ACL?
ACL. You need those.
Patriots or Eagles?
Eagles.
Okay. All right. I think you're wrong on. I'm not buying into the Bears yet.
They're not bought in on Drake May, or what is it? Like, what if they had like a true wide receiver one this season? Because the defense is legit. They got one of the best cornerbacks in the game, probably the second best, right behind Stingley.
If they had a legit weapon, that'll change some things for sure. Drake May is cool. Like Drake May's a cool quarterback. I don't think he's better than Caleb. I think he's about what Jalen Hurts is, in those situations, and I don't think
But Caleb,
you know how I feel about this guy, but I don't think he's better than Jordan Love.
Jesus, you hate
really
Jordan Love. That's crazy. Like,
but Jordan Love balled out.
Jordan Love owes you money.
Jordan Love balled out after that Carolina game. He played really
Yeah.
well. I gotta show respect to that. He played really well. So I don't think Drake May's better than him.
Patriots or Chargers?
I'm gonna go with the Patriots.
Okay. All right. I just had to see. That's fine. That's fine. I just had to hear it. Just had to hear you say it. It's perfectly fine. If you could pick one for the San Francisco 49ers, because we established with the Seahawks winning, you still got the Rams there. I guess today is the first day of the offseason, even though the league year doesn't start for a little while. If you could only pick, we determined that that's still the third best team in the conference. You get Fred Warner back. I keep saying conference. I'm sorry. That's the third best team in the NFC West. It's the third best team in the division. You got Warner coming back. You got Bosa coming back. If you could pick one, given what we saw with the Patriots, and more importantly, given what we saw with the Seahawks, we've talked about two distinctly different parts of the field. If you could only add, we'll say, a top-tier talent to one side of the ball for the San Francisco 49ers, what would you do?
Offense.
It'd be that receiver?
Yeah.
Despite what we just saw from Seattle?
Yeah, and so the premise is I'm looking at Seattle as the standard. How do you beat them? With the same type of offense, I don't think you're beating them. Even if your defense is better. It's going to be like what we saw with New England.
The same type of offense.
The 49ers.
That they have. Okay, yeah. I got you.
It'll be like what we saw last night.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You upgrade the defense. You got one of the better defenses in the game, but you're not able to do anything against that, on the offensive end. Eventually, they're gonna make a couple plays because they can run the ball. Sam Darnold's not going to turn it over in those situations. They'll get, Cooper Kupp involved or JSN involved at some point, the tight end involved. Like they'll be able to end up scoring enough points to win a game, a slugfest like that. You got to be able to put up some points of your own if you're going to beat Seattle. And this Kyle Shanahan said it himself. I really wasn't able to do it in the last two times I've seen him this year. So they got to get better on that end of the field. So that's where I would put that one game-changing player at, on the offensive end.
Okay. I am not surprised that you said that. Your rationale is on point. I just wonder what you could do if you added to that defensive line a little bit, and you're the team that forced that other offense, even if it's just Seattle's offense is good. I think that's kind of it. And I think that's a perfectly fair assessment of them. They're good. If you're the defense that's able to force that mistake, if you're the one who's able to force that critical turnover that flips everything, if you're the defense that is able to do that, how much does that influence you versus having that number one? I'll say this, though, about that receiver spot, is that was one of the first things Jesse said this morning was, the Patriots, they need playmakers. And I still go to that assessment of Drake May, where I mean as the Patriots as a whole, because I sound like Jake Gayden Part 2, like a Patriots fan all day today, but they had to do so many things right just to complete a pass, like just to gain yardage. And like it was literally, you needed, I use the analogy, you needed three things to go perfectly, and more times than not, you were at best able to get two. And we talked about, the open passes, the open plays where guys would finally create separation and Drake May would just miss them. I'd argue you still have to do all of those things if you have a number one. Maybe you only have to do 2 versus 3. If you have a dynamic number one receiver, if you have the A.J. Brown, the George Pickens, the Justin Jefferson, the different guys that we've talked about. How big of a difference is that in a game like last night? In hindsight, it feels like it would be massive. But you wonder what adjustments also Seattle's defense makes in that process.
Right. Yeah, it's just that I was so impressed by that Seahawks defense as the season went along and into the playoffs and what they were able to do in those last 2 games against the 49ers and in the Super Bowl. And I look at the one time they felt like they struggled was against the Rams in a couple of games. Even in that first game, they struggled a little bit as well in LA. And the difference is they had dynamic playmakers on offense at a number of different positions to give them a chance to be able to win those games, open things up for the run game a little bit. And that's the blueprint I would be trying to follow if I was Kyle Shanahan or Mike Vrabel or anybody else trying to get back there and knock off the Seahawks. Is I got to get some playmakers on the offensive end to kind of slow them down with what that defense is able to do and the speed of that defense, the speed and the physicality of that Seahawks defense. You got to be able to combat that in some way.
We'll come back. Your boy Q, host of the Locked On Raiders podcast, member of ESPN Radio as well. He's going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk about the Raiders, Klint Kubiak, why I think Stacey Dales might have gotten Kubiak and the Raiders in a little bit of trouble last night. But we'll come back. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings, specifically about Doug Christie. They're getting ready to take on the New Orleans Pelicans here coming up at 5 o'clock, and this will be the first time we're on the air during a Kings game. So that'll be fun. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, I want to point out something. I remember when I said a while back that Raider fans are much more concerned with 49er fans than vice versa. I mean, Steven's proven me right. I don't have no problem with the Raiders. They're kind of whatever. They're not like a real rival at all. I don't pray for their downfall or anything else like that. But clearly, Raider fans clearly have a problem with the Niners. That's their number one rival. And I don't want to hear anything different because Steven, he said, there we go. He said earlier, he said, they're watching their rivals win in their stadium. Couldn't be me. Okay. When Jesse, help me out real quick if you're listening. I don't think he's listening. Chat can help me out. When the Chiefs won are they not a rival of the Raiders? Are they not? Or have they beat your ass so bad over the better part of the last 2 decades? Out here doing merry-go-round plays against your ass in your stadium that you're like, hey, man, yeah, we hate them, but they ain't nothing we can do. They just tip our hat and call them my daddy. Because they did win a Super Bowl in your stadium, correct? I don't know. No. Don't do that. Don't do that if you're a Raider fan. Don't do that. I don't want to hear that. Because Steven specifically said the rival coming into our stadium and winning a championship couldn't be me. So I guess not. I guess they're not a rival. And like I said, it's cool. It's cool to acknowledge it that the Niners are your biggest ops as sports fans. It's cool. I'm just asking you to accept it. That's it. I'm just asking you to accept it. Don't disagree with me when I tell you that's what it is. I'm telling you, you can ask 49er fans. Nah, Raiders ain't our rival. We ain't even really thinking about them that way. You know what I'm saying? We ain't really thinking about them that way. At least I'm not. But then I say that for Raider fans. They're like, no, you tripping. Niners are not our biggest rival. And okay. I'm just saying, Steven just said the rival won a championship in his stadium. It couldn't be me. I don't know. Don't worry about it, Cole. Don't worry about it, Cole. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Minor details, Cole. Minor details. Don't worry about that.
Oh, ballerina to keep us company. All right, let's see what our man TC talking about here at 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's going on, TC? What's up, baby? How you doing, fam?
Man, I'm all right. Hey, man, I see my boys battling through it, man. You know, we always, hey, listen, we all go through it, man, the sickness, man, but it's good.
Yeah, man, you know, you grind through it, that's all.
Yeah, for sure. So listen, I'm gonna come with a twist on this angle, right? Like I said the other day, right? I said I'm a fall back and I'm gonna let my boy Perry and BJ do their thing, right? Like I said from the beginning, because not only did they hit in the draft picks, right, with Neek, Max, and Carver, at least we can hang our hat on that one and say, you know what, these dudes know what they're doing on that part in that room. But also, did y'all think about a twist on Doug Christie, right? On the whole, not the tanking situation. I know everybody, you know, get bent out of shape with his contract and the years on that. But what if they not really both agreed on it, Doug saying, you know what, I'm gonna prove it, and then we're gonna reapproach my contract on that note. And then what if they was all in agreement with this situation, with the whole tanking and the whole situation? Like, Doug, you gonna go through this, and you know what I mean? I don't know. It's a theory. You get me though, Casey and D-Lo?
I hear the theory.
I love you, TC. I hear you. And I think you've presented that to us before. I just don't think it's accurate. I think I mean you broached the idea. Yo, Doug, you know, you come in here and prove it. I don't think he was given much of a choice. And I mean, what was Doug gonna say when they put this contract in front of him? No, I'll go coach somewhere else. Nah, you probably weren't going to get that opportunity. Yeah. So you had to take the deal that was put in front of you. You had to go out there and prove it. I don't want to say I know, but I feel like I can say with a lot of confidence, Doug did not expect this team to be 12-42, 54 games into the season, or anything remotely close to a 12-42 season, to any sort of stretch where, like, I remember Kyle presented this. Oh, you know what can make Kings basketball fun is if, you know, things go bad and they just bench all of the, you know, the veterans, and it's a bunch of, you know, the rookies that'll play, the kids that'll play, the young guys that'll play. That'll be fun. I was like, there's no way this season's going to get to that. And we got to that weeks ago. Most Kings fans are saying we should have done this starting at Christmas. Hell, maybe even Halloween.
Right.
But I think Doug knew this was an opportunity he had to take. And here's what I'll say about Doug, because Hammer brought this up in a different way earlier, but if you wanted to make the argument that Doug couldn't coach or get through to the DeMars and Zachs and Domas, like as a collective, and maybe you throw Russell Westbrook into that too, at the very least, it feels like he has something with these younger players. Dylan Cardwell, I think, will always be the most shining example. You're starting to see Neek come around a little bit. You're starting to see Devin Carter come around a little bit. Daquan Plowden out of nowhere is coming in here and playing good basketball. We've seen Max have a role with this basketball team essentially from jump. There's maybe there's something to be said about how Doug is coaching these young players versus how Doug is coaching these older players.
I agree that you see trying to put my finger on what it is, but you see something with the young guys, whether it's buy-in, whether it's they fit his style of play better or what he's trying to do a little bit better. You see something there, and that's a testament to Doug, in my opinion, and what he's able to do getting through to those young guys. Also, outside of Levine and DeRozan, the older guys have been hurt.
True. Yeah.
Sabonis and Keegan. And, maybe we always forget that. It feels like, at least I do. I won't put it on you or anybody else, but we always forget. I mean, the injuries have just been crucial to what we've seen from this Kings team this year, as far as the record being as bad as it's been and just the struggle. They've missed their 2 or 3 best players essentially all year long. And they've had to have makeshift lineups and makeshift signings throughout the year that some have worked, some haven't. And that's something that, Doug's had to deal with. Doug's had to work with on the fly. And I'm glad to see that now, with maybe some understanding on where the season is going, he can actually lock in on something. He can lock in on the development of these young guys and see if that can yield some results. May not be, hopefully, it's not winning basketball, like wins and losses, but good production. Like we saw on Saturday, I thought Saturday was perfect.
Yeah.
I thought it was perfect.
Sure.
You saw those guys play really well, get some real reps in a close game against a good team, and they came away with the loss. At some point, you're going to want to see them win those type of games and get over the hump. That point isn't right now for me, though.
DeMar Precious, Achua, Maxine Reynaud, Neat Clifford, Russell Westbrook will start the game against the New Orleans Pelicans. Sadiq Bey, Zion Williamson, Derek Queen, Trey Murphy, and Herb Jones starting for the Pelicans. If you haven't watched the Pelicans yet this year, watch them. Obviously, Trey Murphy, very good. Derek Queen is a lot of fun to watch. They have a basketball team that just seems like it's too talented to be as bad as they are.
Yeah, and they don't have any reason to be very bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they don't have control of their first-round pick. So whatever they need to do, whether it's the rotations, the young guys developing and getting better and playing to a certain winning level as the season goes along, they're not going to do what the Wizards did. Wizards said, man, the young guys are playing well. Let's get them out of there. The Pelicans ain't going to do that. They're going to continue to ride with those guys and hope to see some winning basketball from them to lay the groundwork for what they hope that young group can be.
And back to this young group of the Kings talking about Doug Christie. I wonder if at some point you got to weigh what this team is right now versus what you want this team to be. That's the question I feel like you have. That's the process. That's not really a question. That's a process you have to put yourself through if you're Scott Perry and you're trying to determine whether Doug Christie is going to be this team's head coach moving forward. Because maybe Doug isn't the right coach for this basketball team. Maybe there isn't a right coach for this particular basketball team. But this isn't going to be your basketball team moving forward. You have to figure out if he's the guy. Is he the guy for Dylan Cardwell, for Neat Clifford, for Devin Carter, for Darren Peterson, for Keegan Murray, for those guys? Like, is he the coach for that? As if he's not, then obviously you've got decisions to make. I just don't know. And this goes back to, like, maybe I'm finally answering the question about whether he's been put in a position to succeed. He hasn't, and you're going to have to take over.
Well, hey, look, I'm going to tell you right now.
See?
Boxing is back after what they did.
Sakes, man.
Tim Zoo versus Earl Spence. While D'Lo sips his
The great thing is I can turn the mic off. Like, it's not like they can't hear me coughing through your mic.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, but at some point they've got to determine, like, are we judging Doug against what we are right now versus are we judging Doug versus what we want to be with, a completely different group of players?
And that's kind of the conversation we had last week a little bit. And I wouldn't say we didn't see eye to eye, because I think we all agree I want Doug Christie back as head coach for a number of different reasons. For me believing in his, basketball IQ and how he sees the game, for some level of continuity within the organization. You don't want to just be firing a guy after a year. Give him an opportunity. Not holding this year against him would be a reason to bring him back because, look, you had injuries. You had a poorly put together roster. It shouldn't hold that against him. So I don't want to speak for you guys in those, but I think we all agree I would want Doug to come back.
Yeah.
But that question that I had put out was, if you don't believe that he's that guy, you can't bring him back, right? Or would you just say, hey, I don't want to pay another coach, or, it's a bad look if we let him go, so we're going to keep him around even if you don't believe he's the guy to coach the next group of Kings. And
you better have your coach in line. Like, if you think you're going to go through this extensive interviewing process and it's going to be a glowing list of candidates, I don't think that's the case. Like, as respected as Scott Perry is in this league, and above all else, it does feel like Scott Perry is very respected in this league, Vivek Ranadive is not. And while you want that relationship with your general manager, if you're a young head coach in this league and you're interviewing for the Sacramento job, I think they're going to call Michael Malone. Hey, what was your experience there? Mike Brown, what was your experience there? Luke Walton. Like, it's like the Cleveland Browns job. How many coaches did we see remove themselves from to go become offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators? And then we see 60-something-year-old Todd Mulkin take the job. And, like, it's like, oh, okay. To me, that feels like it's the Kings. The Kings feel like the Cleveland Browns job. It's going to be a tough one to fill. If that's the case, and let Doug go out there with this group and do it.
I
maybe not this group exactly, but let Doug go out there with this group of young guys, this young group of players, and let them do it.
Yeah, I agree for a multitude of reasons. I think he should get the opportunity, at least for next season, to be the head coach. And hopefully, I know you've talked about, you don't think Doug will be back next year. I understand the reasoning, and I worry about that as well. But hopefully this is, there's still, if that's the case, if that's where they are leaning, hopefully there's time for him to show that front office something. Show, like, hey, look what I was able to do. Present his case with, if Devin Carter continues to play well, with Nick Clifford and his development, finding Dylan Cardwell, Maxine Reynaud. If something comes of Daquan Plowden and playing well, but like, look what I was able to do with these guys. I can't do anything about the older guys who are just unhappy in their situation. They don't even want to be here. They want to move on and play somewhere else. And that's not where we're at right now as far as being a contending team. But look what I can do with guys that are trying to develop. And maybe that buys him another year or two to show that he can do even more.
Yeah, maybe it does. I always get hung up on something you said. I don't know if Scott ever wanted him to be the head coach. And it's like, yeah, you can come in here with this group. Nah, we got something here with these young guys. I'm going to bring in a coach who I think will work really well with these young players. My problem is I don't know who that coach is.
Right.
Like, I don't know anyone that has ever said, who's really great working with young players? Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau is terrific with the youths in the league. Like, no one's ever said that. Michael Malone, maybe. Michael Malone's probably at a completely different stage in his career. One, never coming back here. Two, he could wait for the perfect job. He could wait.
That would be crazy if Michael Malone came to Sacramento.
That'd be insane.
That would be one of the wildest.
And if
stories.
it would make it even better if he still hated Vivek.
I hate you.
Just still absolutely hated him, but took the job.
The game tonight You want to take a guess on if you haven't seen it already, what the spread is?
Oh, definitely haven't. Pelicans 5.5.
Pelicans, Kings, 2 of the 3 worst teams in basketball. I think the Pelicans have 14 wins, I believe they have now, because they won a game the other day. 14, Kings have 12. You said 5.5?
5.5.
It is Pelicans minus 9.5.
9?
9.5.
Feels like you get good money on the Kings right there.
Wow.
I would take the Pelicans.
9.5.
The Pelicans
Kids have been competitive.
They have been, but the Pelicans are way more talented. It's a road game. Little flight was taken. Who knows how that went? Getting in at a certain time. I would take the Pelicans.
How much money would you put on Deuce's suit?
I'm
trying to. Is it a corduroy suit? Is that what it is?
It looks like. I don't know if that's exactly.
I don't think
what
it is.
But that's what it
it's
looks
just. It's like he's leaning heavy on like brown and tan. Like if Dwight Schrute wore a jacket, it might.
I would say, and I don't mean this as any shade at all. Like this is, I get suits from there. It's a Men's Warehouse joint. So I'd say 150.
Well, salute to Deuce. He's on TV so much. He was like, well, I don't really love this suit. I'm just going to break it out for the Pelicans game.
Right.
Because Mo pops in gray, like the gray with the purple. Like, that's not quite like Doodoo Brown, but it's definitely got some UPS vibes to what Deuce is wearing here on the pregame.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, I say Men's Warehouse. I say about 150. The unfortunate thing is we don't have places, at least not that I know of, out here in Sacramento where you can go get a really nice suit for like $100. Like a really nice suit.
No.
That's more of a East Coast, LA fashion district type deal.
That's definitely a fashion district thing.
Because I would, man, if we have that, at some point soon, I need to just go down there and like $500, get about 5 different suits.
Then you got to get them all cut.
There's a spot that I have down there that'll do it for like $12.
12?
Yes. And it's perfect. You buy the suit from them. You need them tailored. $12 a suit.
All right. I bought a suit. That was the end of the story. I bought a suit.
Not my fault. I
bought a suit and it was like, nah, it's a really nice one. I'm gonna get this suit. And then like I'll wear it on Valentine's Day. It cost like $120 to get it cut. I put the suit on. I was like, this is my size. Why does this feel so big? It wasn't slim cut. It cost $100. I was mad. I was like, it drives the price of the suit up. And it's like, oh,
that's
come on,
crazy.
man.
Shout out to I think they're called this. Oh, they're not. It's not the Suit Mafia.
Damn. I'll buy my suit. So I don't want no problems.
They have Goodfellas on their logo. It's like the Suit Brothers or something like that. But hey, man, it's a great store down there in the fashion district, and they get you your suit, and you need them tailored. You want them tailored? Yeah. This was 4 or 5 years ago, so maybe it's $25 now. But yeah, right.
It's not 120. Yeah. So
shout out to them.
So this is weird. Another 49er was shot. Keon White was shot in the ankle during an event in San Francisco early this morning.
Man.
White had surgery and is expected to be okay. Police say there was an altercation at an event on Mission Street. White is not believed to have been a part of the altercation. Is that where we were?
Yeah. I think we weren't
one
south
street
of
down.
Mission. We were north of Mission. I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah. That's terrible, man. That is terrible. That's, a lot of people weren't crazy about
Do the
this.
49ers lead the league in gunshot victims?
I mean, let's see. We got the Commanders. We've got, I think so.
Probably just the Commanders. It's probably the only team we've got to work through.
I wondered if.
Glad he's okay. Sorry, we should have said that first.
100%.
Glad Keon White is okay.
I wondered, as I was watching the game and just over this weekend, if the Super Bowl ever comes back to San Francisco. I didn't think they would get another one after 50, and they did. That was good to see. That was cool. But I wonder if they. I wonder if they get
sounds like they
one.
love San Francisco.
Yeah, maybe so. I really think it's pretty cool in the day of domes and East Coast and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
the open air daylight of that Super Bowl I thought was pretty cool, and I hope they come back to San Francisco. I hope they do. I hope it's a place that they look at as being in the rotation for Super Bowls. But I wonder if they do that again.
All the East Coast people complaining on social media. Oh, it's not dark. This game feels weird. Be quiet.
Yeah, shut up, Bryce.
Oh,
Harper.
shut your stupid ass up. That's why you're going to bed at 11:30, loser.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 10:30. What time the game in? Came in at like 7:30, I think.
Shut the hell up, Bryce Harper. Remember he used that as a reason why he didn't sign with the Giants. He's like Sunday night baseball in the daytime it didn't feel right. I wanted to be on the East Coast.
You know what sucks is I'll tell you what sucks is waking up on Sunday and waiting for football to start.
It's awful. You gotta wake up, go have breakfast, and just do nonsense.
Go have breakfast, walk around, work out.
You gotta go take the dog out, do some
clean
laundry.
the whole house, and like, oh, finally it's 1 o'clock.
I clean the gutters out. Now it's time for the football game.
Got to be up till midnight.
You guys watch basketball. There's plenty of basketball. The Celtics played yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see what.
What's your deal, pal?
Let's see what Mitch talking about here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Hey, D-Lo.
What's up, man?
KC, Jesse. How you guys doing? Congratulations on your new show. Shift.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, man. We're honored.
It's definitely. You're welcome. It's definitely dark over here. It's just like, I guess the East Coast. Those are the few breakthroughs on the East Coast.
Yeah.
How you like Sam Darnold?
That's your boy. It's Super Bowl champion.
I think he played pretty good for all intents and purposes. He could have played better. But I think he's going to have a longer career now. I think he'll go 8-10 years. I think he'll be playing for Seattle.
That would be great for Sam Darnold, man. I'm happy for the story. But every time I've seen him in an interview or I just like the man. He seems like a really good guy, humble, hardworking, has been through a lot in his NFL career, and to come out of this on the other side as a Super Bowl champion and in this phase of his career, I couldn't feel better for somebody, man. That was awesome to see for him personally.
I love it. Yeah, I love this story for him. I love the redemption arc of his career. I hope he can continue to play well. I hope his teams can continue to play well.
Oh, I hope his teams don't, but I hope he plays well.
Fair enough.
Wow, you heard it here first. 49ers fan roots for Sam Darnold.
Fair enough.
Former Niner Sam Darnold. He gives all the respect in the world to what happened in San Francisco.
He says he learned a lot from Purdy and Shanahan. That kind of changed everything.
Yeah, he said it was a big deal for him.
Yeah, felt bad for my boy Young yesterday. My boy Young. When I mean Young, you guys know Young Shanny. Look good. Look well rested. Look sharp on there on the pregame game.
So I didn't hear him. How'd he do?
I didn't hear him either. I saw clips, and then
if only we had audio.
I saw one quote where I was just like, my poor guy, man. My poor guy. Just feel bad. Got to get this guy a championship.
Your producer
teased
you up.
Oh, I thought he really.
Wow.
I thought he had the clip.
I
thought he had the clip.
Go ahead and throw the Raptors jersey on Elijah Washington.
Man.
No.
Wizards Jordan over here.
Say it again. If only we had it. Go ahead.
All right, Mike. What if we had audio?
Well, geez, it's just one of those things and stuff where, my dad, he talks about how he went to 6 Super Bowls and stuff, and they got beat up in his first 3, and then they won his next 3 and stuff. So, I look at it this way where, I got my 3 out the way, and that means I'm ready for the next 3 to be wins and stuff.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, pal.
Relax, Kyle.
Who was on the booth that we both? Oh, Fred.
Oh, that was
Fred
hilarious.
Warner was on the booth.
Yeah, Fred was out there with I think Devin McCourty, one of the McCourty twins, and they're just showing Seahawks highlights of just the Niners defense getting lit up. And Fred's like, "What are you guys doing right now?" And he stops, and McCourty takes over the highlight. He's like, "Yeah, this is what's happening." Blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, it's part
I
of the
didn't
game,
catch
Fred.
that one. I gotta check that
It was
one
a couple
out,
hours
man.
before. It was real early in the pregame.
Well, look, all right, man. Look, I know we're in San Francisco, and you got the Golden Gate Bridge, and you're by the water, Fisherman's Wharf, and all this other stuff. It is pregame. These guys do have to go to the game, which is an hour and a half or so away with traffic. Did we really need to put these guys on Alcatraz live? Poor Tony Dungy. And
Harrison lit him up.
Oh man, I got that bookmarked. I didn't get a chance to hear it, but I already went at him. But I said, these poor guys, they're gonna miss the game.
Yeah,
they're not gonna be able to watch. Why are they on Alcatraz?
They did what they did with Roddy Piper, so he could be on time for his match.
I'll never. Oh Jesus. I'll never understand why people voluntarily go to Alcatraz.
I'd like to see. I'd like to go.
Not me.
I'd like to see what it is.
Oh,
okay. Jesse and Casey take Alcatraz.
Great. Yeah, that's
I'd be
awesome.
curious as well. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like
I'll run the board.
Like. Yeah,
I'll run the board.
See what it's like.
Jesse and Casey take Alcatraz.
I don't know if I'd want that assignment if I was on the pregame show the day of the Super Bowl.
It looked like Alcatraz too. It's like, oh yeah, there's nothing endearing about this picture.
I
It's
think
like,
the
it's just
last time
nonsense in the background.
the Super Bowl was here, I think Dan Patrick shot his intro at Alcatraz. It was pretty dope.
He was doing it for like pregame or something like that?
Yeah, so he didn't do no. He was this was for his radio show.
Oh, okay. Got you.
They filmed some special intro for their Super Bowl coverage that week, and it was themed around Alcatraz and like them taking a helicopter off. It looked pretty dope.
Gotcha.
Still wouldn't want to be there, but still looked pretty dope.
I'd like to go check. It's history. It's history. You know my history buff.
We'll talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey returns. Your boy Q, host of the Locked On Raiders podcast. The Raiders got their guy, but are they going to get in trouble?
Uh-oh.
We'll explain next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what I like to do, which I've never done? I want to take a double-decker bus tour around San Francisco. I haven't done that. I did
Complex
that
and I saw one of those.
Yeah, I did it in New York. I'd like to do that again because that was like 25 years ago. But yeah, San Francisco got him. I want to get on a double-decker bus. Maybe I'll do that in the coming weeks.
You talking about Alcatraz and like just trying things. Like I can't believe people skydive and things like that. Hot air balloon is insane too.
Oh, that's
ridiculous.
insane.
Yeah, no.
That's the first time I saw the Cardi B. Yeah, good luck. That's the first time I saw that.
Yeah, Kyle, you should
Vontae
have
playing man on the street is hilarious.
you should have the composure to be able to pull your parachute stuff too. It's like I'm cool. Yeah, Jeff Teague was a little weird today, but he'll be fine.
Well,
we'll find out, Jay.
I didn't see the whole conversation.
He kept poking the bear, and then Zaire Franklin like got pissed off. And
see, you did it too.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's what he kept calling him Zaire Smith, right? The basketball player. Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Jeff T kept poking the bear and stuff like that. And eventually, just Zaire Franklin had way too much of it.
Hey,
wait, no, I call him Zaire Franklin, didn't I?
No, you did. You did
Okay,
it right.
yeah.
I messed that up. I didn't see that whole conversation, but the one where Jeff Teague was like, it was disrespectful. We didn't have to say it how he was, but the whole household name one, like I get what Jeff is saying, they're accomplished and good NFL players who nobody would know. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's fine, but also like get your guest that's been on your show for weeks at this time, like get his name right.
oh no, that yeah, you should have. And even if you did like get it wrong, but no disrespect.
Don't keep disrespecting him.
I thought I was talking about, or I was meant you, but I got Zaire Smith in my mind.
Oh no, it was hilarious. Definitely, I've watched it a couple times.
You know what? I want to go see that. I saw a clip, and I want to go check that out. You don't hear him speak much. I wonder how they got that. Yeah, I wonder how they got that.
Pray for Mojo. I'm not even gonna bring that one up, but yeah, there are stories.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I think that was on the news a little while ago. Didn't they get shut down?
Multiple times.
They got shut down, didn't they?
I don't know if it ever did, but I just know they've been on the news.
I don't think it did because Scout Recycler says, "Can't believe that place is still open."
Nope. just a couple of 15 minutes of fame.
Oof.
Yeah, did you send him the email? Yeah. All right, we got Kings basketball coming up in just a few minutes. Not airing here, but we'll tell you everything that's happening, at least to whatever legal limit we're allowed to. And what is that limit? I have no idea. We've never done this before.
We'll all find out together.
We literally called a USA game once. That was a lot of fun.
That was an all-time moment.
That was an incredible. Steph Curry saved America, man. Where's Steph now?
Out.
Wish he could
miss the game. Oh, bad job by the NBA too. I talked to you about this the other day.
Yeah, but major failure
for them to have Warriors Lakers on prime time on Saturday night in Los Angeles makes no sense whatsoever. That game should have been at the Chase Center in San Francisco. The amount of celebrities that would have been there would have been fantastic. That should be the case every time they play a Super Bowl. Like they should
have the NBA team.
Yeah, have the NBA team there that Saturday night. Next year in LA, the Lakers should be playing on prime time on Saturday night. Well, the following one, Atlanta is after that. They could do one with the Hawks. But the following one is reportedly in Las Vegas. And by then, they might be able to do the same thing.
Well, may very well. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. Isn't one of the Kings' upcoming games on Peacock or NBC?
The Suns game.
The Suns game.
Here in Sacramento, I believe.
Okay. I feel like they have a few Peacock, Amazon games
they got
ahead.
2 more left.
I think there's at least one more 8 o'clock start ahead.
That's for sure the Suns game. We might have gotten our prime video game out of the way.
Oh, okay.
Play the Spurs on NBC / Peacock.
Right. That's right.
That's at 8 o'clock?
Yeah, 8 o'clock. March 17th.
God. I'll be there.
What will the season look like on March 17th?
Daquan Plowden.
Hopefully 12 victories.
Right. Just keep.
How low is too low?
It can't get no lower.
Oh, man.
It's 3 Stacks once said, can't get no lower.
How much?
Not this year.
How many games did that team that blew the Blake Griffin, was that 17?
I think they won 17. That's what's on the front of my mind right now. 17.
And the Kings are going for a franchise record tonight. If they lose, this will be the longest losing streak in Sacramento Kings history.
Do you believe they win less than 17 games?
4 wins over the course of the next 28.
Sounds about right. I don't think they're getting more than 17 games, 17 wins.
It's not 4 wins. It's
4 would be 16 would make it less.
oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. 4 wins. No, that's too low. 4 wins over the next 28 games.
Do they have 4 wins over their last 28? That we just got past?
I doubt it.
I don't know.
Well, no, actually, they had a 4 game.
They have 4 and 16 before the 12 game losing.
Bro,
streak?
it
had a
might be
4-game
tonight.
winning
They're
streak.
playing a 13 win. I mean, yeah, that was the last time they won a game. Was that 4-game winning streak?
7 plus 12.
They might not get.
So
to
they're
17.
they've won 4 out of their last 19.
4 out
Or
of
no,
their
excuse
last...
me. No. 4 out of their last 23.
Damn.
Yeah.
So what was the losing
it was
streak before the 4 games?
7.
So that's
12 is right
19.
now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So they won 4 out of the last 23.
They won't go higher than 17. I don't think.
So what did we just
I
say?
don't think
4
they're
out of the
definitely-
last 28?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And that's before the young guys start playing.
And we're closing games with 4 young players and insert vet.
The
All
Kings
due
winning
respect, Daquan Plowman.
4 times over the next 28 games.
I think
16
I'm gonna say
wins.
I'm not putting it on the whiteboard.
Put it on the board.
No, because then it won't happen.
They're boring.
Then they'll win 17 of 21.
So here's the thing though. Would 18 because the job's not done? Would 18 wins get the job done?
I don't feel like it would. I feel like you got to get 16 or 17.
Wow.
Brooklyn they're locked in right now. Brooklyn is locked in right now. They're in their bag.
The Jazz won 17 games last year.
Mhm. That was the worst record? The
Yep.
Jazz?
Yep.
Okay.
The Washington Wizards won 18. The Charlotte Hornets won 19.
Mm.
The year prior, I don't know if this is great or not. Detroit won 14 games. They were 14-68. The Washington Wizards were 15-67.
Mm.
Going back another year. Oh, boy. Okay. Detroit, 17-65. I think the answer is clear. They can't win more than 17 games. The year before, Houston had the worst record in the league at 20-62. Oh, wait a minute. We're getting into COVID years. Let's skip these real quick. New York, 17-65. Phoenix, 19-63. Cleveland, 19-63. I'll do one more. The year 17-18. Phoenix, 21.
And look, Brooklyn is in their bag right now. I'm looking at their schedule. Let me read off some of these losses since January 18th. 124-102. 120-66. 126-89. 130-77. 125-109.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say 130-77? Was that the real score?
They lost to the Pistons. 130-77. 118-98. They're in their bag right now. They are starting to hit their stride.
Do we even want the worst record though?
Well, that's the other. It just means you won't pick worse than 4.
I think that's key. I think that's key.
Yeah, the new lottery.
Or you won't pick worse than 5. Sorry, it means you won't pick worse than 5.
Since the new lottery system in 2019.
0.
Yep. No, the worst record has
0.
not had the top pick.
I would be
0.
How many wins to get to the third worst record in the league?
It's not going to be much more. That's the thing. It's not going to be much more than where they're at.
This draft is sensational. But maybe this is where my heart is right now. It would be
Sensational.
I knew it was there somewhere.
It would be unbelievably deflating if they did not have a top 5 pick this year. Those 5
You're right.
are really, really
You're
good.
right.
Those projected top 5
You're
are
right.
really, really good. And if they had the 3rd best record and picked 7th, oh man, you talk about a waste of time. Went on a rant about a waste of time the other day. Oh, that would be bad.
We'll start talking 2029.
Oh God.
I need a top 5.
2029.
I need a common goal then. Worst record in the league. Here we come.
Worst record. But like I said, you better be about 16 because Brooklyn ain't playing with you. Brooklyn playing Chicago right now. What's the score of that game?
I don't know, but Zion looked like he's giving up. Remember, his hair used to be so fresh. Like he just looks like he's done. He's done with all of it. All right. So for the first time in D'Lo and KC history, the Sacramento Kings are playing basketball while we're on the air. How will we navigate it? Tune in to find out. We appreciate you all for being with us. We'll keep you updated on everything that's going on up here for sure. Our man, your boy Q from the Locked On Raiders podcast, ESPN Radio, is going to join us here in just a heartbeat. Klint Kubiak is going to be the next head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. That feels like a really big deal. I feel like Stacey Dale set up Klint Kubiak last night.
He's getting a 5-year deal too, by the way.
He's getting a 5-year deal. All of those announcements today were perfectly legal. What Klint Kubiak did last night was actually not. So I didn't know this.
Under pressure.
I didn't know this, but a team technically cannot offer a job to a coach who is still coaching. They can't offer. You can interview, but you can't offer the job until that coach's season is over. So there have been reports that the Sacramento Kings are going. The Las Vegas Raiders are going to extend an offer to Klint Kubiak. Obviously, that became public because they knew Klint Kubiak would say yes. So Stacey Dales is talking to Klint Kubiak, and she's like, "Hey, you know, your head coaching future, blah 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 blah." You know, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna." She's like, "Oh, it's inevitable," and she's like, "He said, yeah, I'll leave that up to God, and we'll see what happens."
Yeah,
and that was his answer. And then she goes, "Okay, so you're not going to confirm anything?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, I'm going to Las Vegas." And she goes, "It's official." And he goes, "Hell yeah, it's official. I'm going to Las Vegas." And it's like, oh, Stacey, I think you just got this man in trouble.
Doke.
You just got this. You got the scoop. You got, see, confirmed right here on the network. It's like, baby, that's illegal.
Well, I mean, the man didn't say he's going to the
exactly.
Raiders.
I'm going to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
what you talking about?
To go party after the Super Bowl.
What you talking about?
Like,
hopefully,
we not far from Las Vegas. We just won the Super Bowl. I'm going to Las Vegas. What you talking about? I ain't saying nothing about the Raiders.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's good. He didn't say Raiders. He's good.
Hopefully, our boy don't get in trouble and the team don't get in trouble. Let's talk to our man Q, though, host of the Locked On Raiders podcast, a man from ESPN Radio. We've been wanting to link up for a bit. Your boy Q. Q, what's up, baby?
Chilling, man. How you guys doing?
We good, man. We good. We was just talking about that moment with Stacey Dales last night. You think Klint Kubiak and the Raiders going to be in a little bit of trouble for releasing the news early that he's going to be the Las Vegas Raiders head coach?
No, that was the worst kept secret in the league, right? Everyone knew that he was going to be the next head coach. His GM had mentioned it. John Snyder had mentioned it during Radio Row during Super Bowl week. So no, he'll be fine. That's all a formality, and now it's all done. Now they've made it official 5-year deal for Kubiak. So we'll be at the introductory press conference coming up tomorrow.
There you go.
Absolutely. Now, I remember when I'm a 49ers fan, and I remember watching Kyle Shanahan in his playoff run with the Falcons before he got the 49ers head coaching job. And I saw what he did against Seattle. I saw what he did. I think they beat up Green Bay. And then even what he was able to do in that Super Bowl, even though they weren't able to close it out. And I was like, no, he's the one. He is the one. He's the truth. And over time, that's been proven to be like, yeah, he's one of the best coaches in the game.
Yeah.
Do you get that same feeling, or have you been getting that same feeling watching Klint Kubiak in this run with the Seahawks?
Yeah, it gets me excited to see what he's able to do offensively, right? For every reason that you just mentioned with Kyle Shanahan, being able to design this offense and be patient and set up a play in the first quarter to capitalize on it in the fourth quarter, right? Just to play the chess match, the ultimate chess match. And look, you guys have been covering the Raiders and covering football in general. The Raiders haven't had a lot of creativity when it comes to the offense, right? I mean, John Gruden probably was the best one that they've had in the last handful of years. Josh McDaniels was supposed to be that guy, never turned into him. Antonio Pierce was learning on the fly. Pete Carroll was Pete Carroll, right? I mean, so there is a lot to like about this hire, based off what he did offensively, knowing that Kenneth Walker was the MVP of the Super Bowl, knowing Sam Darnold now is a Super Bowl champion. JSN is, one of the best wide receivers in the league. And I know the Raiders have a lot of personnel that they've got to get and put in place to be able to have that kind of production. But the creativity, the sharp offensive mind is there. Now, the problem is he going to be a really good head coach, or is he a really good offensive coordinator? That's, obviously still TBD. That's what we'll learn sooner rather than later. But as far as just initially the hire of Klint Kubiak and everything that he's done from an offensive standpoint is something to get excited about if you're Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, or a member of Raider Nation.
Yeah, Q, and that's why this feels like a really big deal for the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, they've had so many misses, and you just ran down them. The Antonio Pierce, the Josh McDaniel, the Pete Carroll, with all due respect to Pete Carroll and his Hall of Fame career, like, he's just kind of done at this point. Getting Klint Kubiak, him having the spotlight yesterday, they now have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. This feels like a really massive offseason, perhaps the biggest offseason in recent history for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, it really does, man. And I said it as soon as the season got wrapped up. I said, all right, now the heavy lifting is going to start, right? I mean, because the season, when you win 3 games, there's not a lot that you can write home about and talk about. I knew that everything was going to get ramped up to the gills once the season got wrapped up. They secured the number 1 overall spot. You knew that they were going to be looking for a new head coach. And once it became pretty clear that Klint Kubiak was the guy, you start thinking, at least I did, from an Ashton Genty point of view, from a Brock Bowers point of view, from a Fernando Mendoza point of view, how can this work out really well? And what still needs to be done? You then put in the fact that they have just about $100 million in salary cap space. They have right now 10 draft picks, right? Who knows what's going to happen with Max Crosby? Will he be with the Raiders? Will he not be? If he's not, that's more draft picks in general. Obviously another first round pick too, but that's more picks that they'll have to go ahead and construct this roster, because the roster needs a lot of work. So there's a lot to like about this scenario. And if you're Klint Kubiak and you get a 5-year deal from the Raiders, you know that you're given the opportunity, at least on paper, it looks like you're getting the opportunity to grow this thing. So it's not, you have to be an overnight sensation. You have to turn it around in 1 year, like Liam Cohen did with the Jaguars, or the Patriots and Mike Vrabel did, right? And even Mike McDonald gets it done in 2 years. You're going to have time to build this thing up, and you're in one of the toughest divisions of football. So you got a lot of work you got to do. But again, it feels like the beginning of a nice new chapter for the Raiders.
I'll ask you, Q, what's the first priority? What's the first thing that you're trying to do if you're Klint Kubiak? Obviously, you've got the draft pick and everything, but as far as building this roster and getting it to a point where it can be competitive, what's the first thing you're doing? Offensive line, playmakers on the outside, where are you looking?
Left guard, center, right guard, right tackle, right? The offensive line has to be better. That's a priority. And the thing about it is, with the Raiders, they've never been good with the zone blocking scheme. Well, what does Kubiak, what does Shanahan, what do all those guys run, right? Going all the way back to Mike Shanahan, going all the way back to Gary Kubiak. They run the zone blocking scheme. So first and foremost, you have to identify who your offensive lineman that can use and run that scheme, who they can be. So Colton Miller, I didn't say left tackle because I feel confident he can be that guy at the left tackle spot. Jackson Powers-Johnson, as you guys know, nobody had an idea what went wrong with him last year. But something went wrong with him last year. So identify if he's going to be part of your plan or if he's going to be someone you move on from. And whatever you decide, that's fine. Just do it. Don't, maybe he's a center. Maybe he's a right guard. Maybe he's this. Maybe he's first string. No, man, just whatever he is, decide what he is and move forward. And then go and get your center if in fact JPJ is not that guy. Go and get your guard. Figure out what your tackle. That offensive line's got to be 1,000 times better than it was this past year. Nobody had a chance behind that offensive line last year. I mean, Ashton Genty ran for more yards behind the line of scrimmage than he did past the line of scrimmage. So it's just, you can't do that. That's got to be the number one key if you're Klint Kubiak and John Spytek, the GM, that if this team's going to be good, that offensive line is going to be a lot better than it was this year.
And I think one thing Kubiak is known for is that he could work with some offensive lines. Like, he's got schemes and different things that he can do. But like you just listed, right guard, tackle, like center, all of that. Like, how much of that can you realistically address this offseason, especially when it looks like you've got your quarterback coming in?
Yeah, I think you can get a lot of it done, to be honest. I mean, like I said, Colton Miller, I feel strongly about at the left tackle spot. I believe that there's a place for JPG on the offensive line. I just don't know what they want to use him as, center or guard. Okay, so that's another spot. I think DJ Glaze, who is your right tackle this year, I think he could be maybe a guard, kick him inside. I think he'd be better, especially at the left guard spot. I think him and Colton Miller together can could protect Fernando Mendoza's blind side. And then you got to figure out the rest. Center, right guard, right tackle. What are you going to do? You got a couple guys that were rookies last year you feel pretty good about, but are they going to be able to run the scheme that Kubiak wants? And, you've got plenty of salary cap space. I think you can go address it in free agency. Tyler Lindenbaum, one of the big names in free agency, the center from Baltimore. Will they let him get out of the building? I don't know. But if they do, I think that the Raiders would probably go and attack that position. And there's other guys as well, and the draft. So I think that you can get the offensive line in place, but you have to. That's a non-negotiable. If this team is going to have any chance to do anything offensively, if you're Ashton Genty and you think you're going to really show why the Raiders drafted you number 6 overall, you're going to need that offensive line in place.
Let's go to the other side of the ball, and obviously the big story is Max Crosby and what they do with Max Crosby. I kind of feel like it's an opportunity, as great as Max is, to maximize his value and kind of help jumpstart your rebuild with trading him maybe for some draft picks and going about it that way. But what's your read on what might happen with Max Crosby and the Raiders right now?
I feel like that where there's smoke, there's fire. I feel like, when we were on Radio Row last week at the Moscone Center and Jay Glazer's talking about Max wants out, and this is from Max. And then Diana Rossini saying that he wants to play for Vrabel, and this is from Max. And then they walked it back, and now, reports from Jason Lockenfora, who I had on my radio show a little while ago, are out that he told Tom Brady he doesn't want to play for the Raiders and he'll sit out. Like, all this is out there for a reason. I don't think until Max comes out and says something, he's got plenty of platforms. I know he's doing the Let's Go podcast today with Jim Gray. He went on media tour last week. But the one thing that I keep telling everyone is he went on that media tour last week. And if he wanted to shut this conversation down, he could have said, I'm a Raider. I'm happy to be a Raider. Can't wait for the new coach to get here so we can get to work. Simple, right? That would have been as simple as you needed to be. Instead, he's like, hey, I'm trying to get healthy. I'm worried about my rehab. I'm staying out of that lane because I've done that. I've been there, done that. This team means everything to me. He didn't say this team means everything to me and I'm ready to play next year. He just said this team means everything to me. The owner, I have a great relationship with the owner. Matter of fact, I have a great relationship with everyone in the building. And then he said the famous words, for the most part. And I went on a big rant on my radio show earlier today that you go and tell your lady, hey, that dress looks good on you. For the most part, right? And see how she reacts, right? I'm
good, man. I'm good on that.
Thank you. Oh, dinner's great, wife. For the most part, right? I mean, no, that lets it be known that there's something there. If he didn't want that out there, he wouldn't have said that. So he said that last week, and so it's something there. And it doesn't mean that he's going to get traded. It means that he's probably going to want a conversation with Klint Kubiak, probably want to find out who's going to be the DC, Robbie Leonard or someone else, and how they're going to use him and what the timeline looks like. And if it matches up with what Max wants to do and feels like he can win, he'll probably stick around because I know he does love the Raiders and he loves Raider Nation, but he also wants to win. If it doesn't match the timeline, I could see him asking for a trade, and it might be the best thing for the Raiders anyway to get extra draft capital for him to try to turn this team around because, as I mentioned, they need to fill a lot of holes. So there's a lot going on. And I do think that this story is going to continue for a while before it's all said and done.
We all got to go follow Max's true social account and figure out what's going on.
For the most part. Y'all do a good. What if your boss said, hey, man, y'all do a good job for the most part? You'd be like, wow, hold on. What do you mean by that?
Trade me. What do you think a trade like that nets?
What they're saying is, and this is just, the conversation that's out there, is that they want a Micah Parsons type trade, like 2 first-round picks and a player. I don't know if he gets that, right? I honestly don't. He's 29 years old. He's had, multiple knee surgeries. He's rehabbing a knee surgery right now. I don't know if a team gives him that. Now, some people think that it's more than that. I will wait and see on that, right? I mean, Micah Parsons was younger when that trade happened, so I could see why the Cowboys gotten the draft capital they got in return. But, again, it only takes one team to say, we're one Max Crosby away from winning a championship. And then it's worth it, right? Then they'll take the less need approach and be like, hey, man, F those picks, right? F those picks. Don't worry about the draft picks. Let's go win a championship. And if that's the case, then then maybe a team will give up a lot of capital. But I like to kind of reserve I kind of like to, I guess, aim low and then be pleasantly surprised when it comes in a little bit higher. Devontae, when the Raiders traded for him from Green Bay, it was a first and a third, and it was done. So I could see somewhere like a first and a third, maybe a first and a second, whatever, if it's in the same draft. And if maybe it's 2 1s. I mean, and I think that would be a good compensation package for him as well. But I just don't know. I don't think the Raiders want to trade him. I think they're only going to trade him if Max wants him to be traded.
Q, I want to ask you just one more thing when we get out of here. Kind of a macro question here. The Raiders in Las Vegas, and I know the Vegas has supported them probably more than people nationally can tell because of some of the crowds that go through there or whatever. But Raiders completely scrapped this thing, got the number 1 pick, complete rebuild, with Fernando Mendoza potentially being that number 1 pick locally for you guys. Does it feel like, all right, this is the first time we're about to have the Las Vegas Raiders and we're about to grow with this young quarterback and what they're trying to do?
Yeah, for sure. And, and the quarterback is the franchise, is the face of the franchise. Sitting in the Moscone Center last week, looking up at the Super Bowl 60 advertisement, who did I see? I saw Sam Darnold and Drake May, right? The quarterback is always who's going to be gravitated to. So, yeah, I think so. And the other thing about that is, as you mentioned, all the extra jerseys that are in Allegiant Stadium that aren't Raider jerseys, guess who's going to be, first and foremost, who's going to be out there next year if Mendoza is the pick? You're going to see a ton of Mendoza jerseys, right? I mean, Mendoza and the Raiders, I mean, that goes hand in hand. So you want to start getting that home field advantage. You want to start getting the optics of it back to what it was, closer and similar to what it was in Oakland. That's how you do it. You go out there and draft Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, national champion quarterback. Hope to Raider Nation that could be their franchise guy moving forward. And, oh, by the way, his last name is Mendoza. Come on now. Right? That's how you start to get that thing turned around.
Yeah.
Get Bad Bunny out there to perform, man.
He's been there, done that at Allegiant. Not for the Raider game, but he's been there before for sure.
No doubt. Q, we appreciate you, man. We've been wanting to link up for a while, man. I think you got like 7 radio shows.
I think so.
Yeah, thanks for making a few minutes for us, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, man, I said on my local show today that I was going to hop on with you, and I got like 4 or 5 text messages like, man, I love those guys. So there you go, man. Keep up the great work. And anytime you want me on, holler at me. I got you.
Bet. Done deal. Thanks, Q.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. It's your boy Q right there. Locked On Raiders podcast, ESPN Radio as well. We've got Kings tickets to give away because we were trying to bribe you to stick around while the Sacramento Kings are playing basketball right now. They're down 21-20. Against it. Don't say the score, Kenny.
Oh, no. Relax.
We'll come back. We've got Kings tickets to give away next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Worked out fine.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whatever was going to happen was going to happen. And Q is fantastic. It's going to be a real motherfucker when these games start at 4.
Yeah.
So, guys.
This was hilarious. It wasn't a half-court shot for season tickets.
Oh, my God.
It wasn't a layup,
bro,
then a free
tough.
throw, then a three-point, then a half-court shot. It was, hey, you hit a free throw. We got you, pal.
That was tough.
Like, this was not Costco. Costco was a little jokey joke, whatever. This was like, all right. Yeah, no, like Casey said, this is tough.
That's a tough look, man. A free throw.
Shoot it again. If you can shoot 60% from the free throw line, we'll give you season tickets the rest of the year.
Did you see on Saturday when it was singles night and the two were out there and they asked if there was going to be a second date?
Oh, yeah. And she lit him up. She said, nope.
He answered first, like, yes, there's going to be a second date.
I knew it was over with when she said her favorite quality about him was his height.
I saw that poor guy in the stands later in the night.
Shout out to that guy.
And that
the kiss cam one, did you see that?
No, I missed. I wasn't paying
they
attention.
did the kiss cam. They kept going back to these 2 people or whatever, and she's like, nope, not doing it. And they kept going back, and the dude's like, all right, that's enough.
All right, that's enough.
Give that face, shut out.
So, and we're both happily married. Everything's good. If you were that guy and you know that question was going to be asked, what do you do? Do you save face? Do you play it safe and say no just in case?
Yeah, if you got to go first. You got to. I don't know.
No, I would have went out. If I liked her and I would have said yes. And I just let the chips fall where they may. But yeah, you got to think about that. It's like she might say no. Maybe I'll say no first.
I'm gonna say let her answer first. That's the one I'm talking about, Cole. The kiss cam one. The vibes were up that day too at the game.
It
wasn't a full house or anything like that.
It was a good energy. They had more people there than I thought would be there too.
Big Keon Ellis crowd.
Oh yeah. Was well, I'll ask them when we get back. Actually.
Shout out to Kevin. He's back today.
Welcome back.
That man was out there living his life.
Welcome back.
All right, Kings are down 27-24 right now with Precious and DeMar leading the way, 6 points each.
We brought up something on the commercial about Saturday's game. Wanted to ask you, did you actually? I know the answer to this. Actually, I absolutely know it. But at the time, was it interesting? Keon's Russ celebration after the three.
Oh, I caught it. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting.
It was. The reason why I say I know the answer is I saw later they had a big embrace after the game. Like it's love.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But at the time, people were trying to make something of that right there. I was like, oh, I didn't know. I was like, oh, maybe there was something, but clearly it was just a guy, having fun with his old teammate.
You see whose jerseys they were giving away in between commercial breaks during the little games?
Oh, who was it? I saw they gave away season tickets for a made free throw.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about that too.
God.
All times are tough.
Man.
Hey, you can get tickets anywhere right now if you look for them.
You can get tickets right here, right now, by being caller number 13 to 916-909-1320. That's a shoot. It's not a joke. We've got tickets for the Sacramento Kings when they take on Orlando. I think that's just after the All-Star break, right? You can win them right now. Caller number 13, 916-909-1320.
Yeah, at the game on Saturday, you could have won yourself a Sabonis or a Zach LaVine jersey if you won the games that you participated in.
You know how we could sell these? This is, it's going to be a very intimate experience at the Golden One Center. Last time we gave away tickets, it was to the Grizzlies game. And there was speculation that there was 30 people there.
Oh, man. And Jesse sort of said, I was a nice crowd on Saturday night. Nice
good.
Crowd. Yeah, nice crowd.
It looked like it, but
sometimes
it's hard to
but
tell.
it was a good crowd. It was a good crowd. I was surprised by it because I still believe now Fridays and Saturdays are always a little different.
Yeah, for sure.
Last Saturday,
like the Memphis game, I think was Wednesday.
Yeah. Last Saturday night of the season was the Cavs game. No more Saturday night games. I think they got like 2 Friday night games, a bunch of Sunday games in March, like every Sunday.
Oh,
they're
wow.
playing at home, maybe one on the road. But I thought we were going to see what we saw on Wednesday for the rest of the year. And it might not necessarily be like that, at least on the weekend games. The weekday games, nondescript teams, I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
I don't know.
Nondescript like Orlando.
Well, I was thinking more Phoenix.
More than Orlando?
No, I was just trying to hype up the game.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well done. Well done. Hey, loser, I'm trying to. They're already calling. It's fine. You just go see the Kings. Look, no matter how bad the Kings are, being at the Golden One Center is dope.
It's super fun.
Like, I never take that for granted. At the off chance that they win, you get to see the Beam. Like, it's fantastic. But, can you imagine? We used to call it the saddest place on earth when they lose. Could you imagine they win and everyone's like, oh. Stupid ass Beam.
Why did you do that?
15 wins. You know we're tied with Brooklyn now. God. You can't do anything right.
Brooklyn just lost by 74.
I hate how accurate that might be.
They were 8 points away a couple weeks ago.
That's crazy.
Winning right now, though.
Are they?
Brooklyn's winning. Last time I checked, they're playing Chicago in Brooklyn. Last time I checked, they're up by 8.
53-47, yeah.
Oh, now it's 4 out of nowhere. Sorry.
Oh.
They got the memo.
No. Hey. Well, let's see. Let's tank watch here. Charlotte 70-62. Charlotte's out of this.
Yeah,
they've won too many games.
Playoffs.
Yeah, 53-47. Brooklyn leads Chicago. Miami leads Utah by 1. Orlando and Milwaukee are tied. Minnesota leads Atlanta 41-34. That's not tank watch. Any other tank watch tonight? Doesn't look like it. Cleveland at Denver. That's a good one. OKC and the Lakers. I'll tap in for that.
Well,
that looks like it.
To our Sacramento people, who want to get a jump start on their future. Tonight at 6:00. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Number 1 Arizona Pete Braden Burries going to Kansas to take on Darren Peterson. Number 11 Kansas. That's at 6:00. This is. I'm going home and I will watch this from the beginning. I'm not catching it starting in the second half. This is going to be a great game.
How about
future Kings?
How about Caleb Wilson this weekend?
Big time game.
And that
big time game.
That North Carolina Duke buzzer beater, premature court storming, just everything you would want from a Duke North Carolina game. That was fantastic.
That was amazing.
Absolutely fantastic.
I asked the question to you yesterday when we were talking. I want to ask the Chatty House. I want to ask Jesse. I want to ask anybody who wants to call.
Did I answer?
No.
Okay, good. I don't think I have the answer, but go ahead.
Is Carolina Duke the best rivalry in sports? And there's only one, I think, in the discussion with it, and it's Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah.
But Carolina Duke is
okay. I remember what I said
special.
to you. Yeah. I remember what I said to you.
Still got the juice, though, even though college basketball's taking a step back.
Well, okay. Here was what I said. I was like, Ohio State, Michigan moving forward isn't going to have the same heat that it used to because forget the numbers, 14-0 Ohio State, 14-0 Michigan. Both of those teams are going to the college playoff. Both of them are getting buys. It doesn't
they don't hit the same.
You have two 14-0. You have two 14-0 teams playing. The weekend after Thanksgiving. Someone's missing their shot at a national championship. That's not the case anymore. So I think some of that direness is going to get lost. With Duke, North Carolina, you still have the regular season games. You still have the ACC tournament. And then you have the off chance that they might meet in the NCAA tournament or the Final Four. I think it's Duke, North Carolina.
I think it is.
I think it's Duke, North Carolina.
Jesse, I understand your point about college basketball not being the same.
Sorry, just in the midst of this conversation, the Kings have fallen down 12.
Yes.
Means the Kings are up 12 if you look at it the right way.
Yes.
The Pelicans have gone the Pelicans it's 7-0 in the second quarter.
Handling business.
So sorry. And that's all in the crux of this conversation. That's amazing.
Matter of fact, I need to go somewhere. No, I ain't even gonna say it because I don't even know what's going on. But it was 9.5. I'd take that to the bank if I was in Nevada. I'd take Pelicans 9.5 to the bank. It's not the same. College basketball isn't the same. College athletics isn't the same. But Duke, North Carolina feels the same.
Special.
It feels the same. Like if you are what they were standing in the Dean Smith Center for like the entire second half, like it was a football game.
It's crazy.
Like that, it is for me personally.
Both venues are like that too.
It is. It still goes.
If Ohio State and Michigan and North Carolina Duke are top two, what is the top professional rivalry right now then?
Top professional rivalry?
Yeah.
That's history matters to me. So I'm still looking at Red Sox Yankees. I'm still looking at Lakers Celtics.
I don't love that face you made.
I
get it. No one ever loves it.
The Red Sox and Yankees play 47 times a year.
It's about 20.
Lakers Celtics is fine. I might go a different direction and go LeBron Steph. Like if LeBron plays for Cleveland next year, his game versus the Golden State Warriors is a big deal. The Lakers versus the Warriors is not a big deal. LeBron versus Steph is still a big deal. Hell, even LeBron versus KD is still a big deal.
You're not wrong.
That's not a rivalry.
I know I'm not wrong.
No, you are, because that's not a rivalry.
That's
LeBron versus Steph is absolutely
no. That's
a
the
rivalry.
hotness.
Stop.
That's the hotness.
Yeah, I don't
Stop.
That's the players like Brady Manning ain't the same as Lakers Celtics. That's a moment in time. That's hotness. That's hotness. So Curry, LeBron, while it is a rivalry, that's hotness. And I disagree. I don't think it's going to be a big deal next year. It might be a big
absolutely.
It'll be a big deal because it might be the last time.
Absolutely. That's why it's a big deal.
Might be the last time this time.
It might be. Yeah, it absolutely might be.
Nobody cared on Saturday. Well, I don't think they played though. I don't think Curry played.
Curry didn't play.
But if he would have played, nobody would have cared.
Oh, I strongly disagree. Wasn't it on national television?
This is the answer. What would have had better ratings? Lakers, Warriors, Duke, North Carolina.
Lakers, Warriors.
No, I disagree.
Lakers, Warriors. Lakers,
Big
Warriors.
time.
Well, also,
Jesse, what you think?
Lakers, Warriors. Stop.
Duke, North Carolina would have had
North Carolina was during the day. It's a little bit of a weird time, so maybe Warriors, Lakers. But I was watching Duke, North Carolina that day.
Duke, North Carolina would have better ratings.
I did enjoy explaining that to the 12-year-old because she was watching it with me because I had it on the computer, and she's seeing the craziness. She was like, "What is this?" So I'm telling her these are two schools on the same street, separated by 8 miles, and she's looking at it like, "Wait, really?" I was like, "Yeah, that's what this is." And we watched those final few minutes together. And it's like
that's an aspect.
That's a special.
Yeah.
That's
an aspect to that is exclusive to them too. Like being right there on the same road.
Yeah.
X amount of 8 miles away?
8 miles. Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That's something that's gonna last for generations. That's gonna last generations.
That might be the case with the Kings scoring ineptitude here too, as they remain down 12. It's 40-28. And Zion just it's not going well for Zion out there.
Hey,
so he does have 12 in this game.
Speaking of ratings, nah, man, they can't tell me that the ratings for the Super Bowl went up this year. They can't tell me that.
Oh, I don't think that's the case. Everyone has been saying they're going to go down this year.
I'm not.
Did they come out?
No, they come out tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I think
if
tomorrow.
They tell me it went up, like I've been saying for 2 years, they're doing funny business, and it's just the matchup. Like the matchup would. Nobody was excited all week about this game.
That's true. There was no story leading into it. I mean, the biggest story leading into
it was
Tom Brady not picking the Patriots.
Can we mention? Can we mention something like on that real quick, because there's a bunch of numbers out there. The numbers and even the quick overnight number. None of those have been released yet. That 135 million that's been attributed to Bad Bunny's halftime performance. That was reported by CBS, but no one knows where they got that from because CBS didn't have the game. And
throw a number out.
It's like CBS didn't have the game. NBC did. And NBC doesn't even have the number. So it hasn't been like whatever numbers you're seeing online, whether they're about Bad Bunny in halftime or they're about the Super Bowl, I don't think any of those are real. Now, maybe they could be guesses. Like, I mean, I don't mean throwing a, dart at a board. I mean, it could be based on something like an educated guess.
Right.
But every predictor I read was, they're like the NFL, the Super Bowl, like the ratings are probably going to go down this year. And then they would list like 12 reasons why.
Yeah, they better.
It's like, okay.
They better. Once again, I'm here to say, because I've been first on this one, they're doing funny business with the numbers. If they do it again this year, they need to be investigated. Ain't no way. The game was bad. The two teams were kind of
the game wasn't bad.
Oh, the game was bad. Game was bad. Look, I understand. I like defense. I like a close game. That was a bad game. That was a bad game. It was terrible. And then it got out of hand. It got out of hand at one point.
Well, yeah, it did feel like when it got to
after Sam Darnold's touchdown, that's when I left.
12-0 felt like an insurmountable lead.
Drake May was throwing fly balls to his center fielders.
Drake, yeah.
That was a bad game.
I think Drake had his I was seeing ghost moments yesterday.
Somebody
tough.
said, I think it was
tough.
I forgot. I think it was Simmons. They said, Darnold handed it off to him.
You was listening to Bill Simmons?
Oh, yeah, I want to hear that. Yeah. I wanted the Patriots loss. I want to hear what he got to say.
No, just pointing it
I want
out.
to hear what he got to say. Yeah, he said Sam Darnold handed it off to Drake May.
Yeah, he might have. He might have. But look, Sam Darnold got through it.
Hear my son.
Huh?
No, that's the
hear
my son.
Oh,
here is the attribute of seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
Drake will be perfectly fine. Though.
Yeah, he'll be
perfectly fine.
He'll be fine.
But don't.
But I
don't
think
try to tell me that they the most watched Super Bowl of all time. Don't be adding no numbers either. Don't want to hear it.
I'll be curious what this number looks like because sometimes you have to read the fine print too, and it'll say, "Oh yeah, 130 million people watched across all platforms, including the phone, which we've never factored in before." And multi-screen using within the same house. And multi-view.
At kickoff.
The multi-view is like a double disc. It counts as 2 albums.
At kickoff. They didn't, doesn't matter that they turned the channel after the Seahawks went up 6-0 in the second quarter, and there was 104 yards of total offense between the two teams. It doesn't matter. Now, I thought about this yesterday, too, because we were at Sky River Casino. We're at Sky River Casino.
Kings are making a run, by the way. It's 40-29 now. They're down just 11.
Sub these guys out. We're at 32 Bruce Street. We're on the patio. Went to use the restroom at one point. In the middle of Super Bowl Sunday. Oh, the slots were packed.
Oh, yeah.
With nobody paying any attention to this game. The slots.
No, man. Sky River was jumping yesterday.
There was plenty of people who said, I don't care about this game.
You know what?
I'm trying to get this Buffalo in the middle of this slot.
I saw that slot. That was funny. I realized because people, like a friend from Cleveland, people kept asking, like, how was the event yesterday? How was the event yesterday? And it was great in the sense it was sold out. It was great that it was Sky River Casino, but it was also like no one was really invested in it. So one, anytime Kenny and I talked, they desperately wanted us to shut the hell up and go away. Two, did you notice how many people left after Bad Bunny?
Yeah.
Like a bunch of tables on the side of the patio we were at cleared out.
Huh.
And then I ran to the restroom and watched maybe 3 tables in the back part of 32 Brews filter out, but they just went to gamble. I watched them walk out and they were headed to like tables, slot machines. They were going to do their thing. And it was just like, I don't think they really cared about this one. Unless you had bread somewhere. I don't think they really cared.
A lot of people like myself just wanted this game to be over. From the start, from yesterday morning, let's just get through this Super Bowl so we can move on to next season. Yeah. Especially since I didn't really think the Patriots were going to win the game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a foregone. I thought there was a path. There was a, like, yeah, if this happens, they can, but
sure,
they're probably not going to. So there wasn't a lot of intrigue for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think that hurt them. Hey, before we get out of here, do we want to show the brawl that took place in Charlotte?
Literally just watching it. Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
Real quick, as Jesse is pulling that up, there's a rumor that the NBA Board of Governors will vote on expansion this summer. So the Seattle-Las Vegas conversations will kick into high gear as Adam's pet project overseas seems to be gaining steam as well. We always thought that this was a foregone conclusion. I think you and I thought it might move a little faster than it has. But today was the first time that I saw, there's strong rumblings that there's going to be a vote on expansion this summer.
It ended up speeding up a little bit because I thought it took a major blow around this time last year.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, maybe we're not.
Because of the Europe stuff.
Yeah, maybe we're not close at all, but it seems like it's back on board, which is good. I think we need two more West Coast teams.
All right, let's see what happened here.
Charlotte versus Detroit.
Let me get this off the screen.
In Charlotte.
Do we want sound or no sound?
Let's kill the sound.
Detroit.
Oh no, we can run some sound. Let's see what happens.
I think Charlotte's.
Oh, we've got it.
We're getting out of Jalen Duren and
we've got action.
And Miles Bridges. Who is that? That's
we are getting dangerously close to the crowd.
Oh, that's what's his name? Diabate. How do you say his name? Diabate?
This is the stuff that gets Adam Silver's attention. Is they are really close. To
it gets crazier though. It gets crazier. There goes Bridges going after Duren over there. Look who comes on the court. Look who comes on the court.
Wait,
who else? It's Detroit. You know who comes on the court.
Oh my God.
You know who comes on the court. Beef Stew. Isaiah Stewart comes off the bench and just attacks. There's another angle there. Do you have the other angle there? Where Beef Stew comes off the court, attacks Miles Bridges.
That
multiple
escalated very quickly.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Isaiah Stewart, Mike. What Isaiah get? 5 games? 5 games for that? 5 to 7 games.
You might have to suspend him double-digit games.
He's a repeat offender.
Yeah, he's Draymond Green levels.
Like
Kings are down 45-31.
Keep working.
No need to go anywhere. No need to turn that game on. That's the good part about them tanking. You don't really have to go watch. We'll just keep you updated on everything. It is 45-31. They're being outscored 14-5 right now in the second quarter.
5 points. Look, Beef Stew come look at him.
Oh, yeah.
This happened for the radio listeners. This happened on
Bridges in a sleeper hole.
On the other side of the court, away from the Pistons bench. So it's not one of those, hey, it happened in front of him and he stepped on the court. No,
Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson's face is hilarious. Watch Duncan Robinson when you can. Duncan Robinson's face is hilarious. Look at Duncan Robinson staying out of the scrimmage. Jesus Christ. This wanted to happen at a Kid Rock concert. No, that's not fair. Sorry. Duncan, I'm sorry. That's not fair.
Oh, man.
Boy, he saw Isaiah coming. He was like, hey.
Isaiah,
Isaiah's
he might get double digits.
To go full California, Isaiah getting hella suspended.
I say
he getting hella suspended.
I'm putting a number of 7.
Came off the bench.
I'm going 10 plus.
Ooh.
10 plus.
And came off the bench.
Repeat offender. Came off the bench, escalated the situation, appeared to throw multiple punches. If you just went 1 game for each of those, that's at 4. If you went 2 games for each of those, that gets you at 8. On principle alone, Adam's going to give him 2 more. I'm saying he's getting at least 10.
I would not be surprised. Oh, more breaking news.
Oh, Jesus. What? It's, Isaiah Stewart jumped in the crowd.
No, I don't care about this. I'm still picking him number 1. Darren Peterson is out tonight.
Well, wait, is he out?
He's out. He started to warm up with the team and then left. I'm still taking him number 1.
I'm going to choose to believe he's doing this for NBA reasons. It's cool.
Okay, wait a second. Wait. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Darren won't play tonight. He has flu-like symptoms.
Well, that's good. Well, not that it's good.
He went out with the team for warm-ups, but can't go.
Everybody got the flu.
No, buddy. Hey, look.
Yeah.
We can sympathize.
Jordan would have played, though.
We're going to get out of here. Well, allegedly he was hungover. Or it was bad pizza. Whatever lie Michael told you that you guys believed. Y'all really believe he ate bad pizza from some y'all believe anything
we
that
saw
man
the guy
says.
that brought the pizza to the
y'all believe anything that man says. I think Jesse's making us end our show. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com before we end our show, because you're going to need a lot of wine to get through the rest of this Sacramento Kings season. It's currently 49-33 with just about 4 minutes left in the second quarter. A dark rosé pairs real nicely with a double-digit loss. The Cabs, the dark reds, they pair real nicely with single-digit losses. So you can head over to bakerfamilywines.com and determine which bottle of Baker Family Wines is best for that particular night's Sacramento Kings loss. You can head over to the Nugget in Granite Bay, Elk Grove, or select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
We will see you tomorrow beginning at 7 a.m. with The Jump. Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, lose.
Well, it's working. 52-35.
Look, on worst record watch, Utah up 9 at the half. Brooklyn up 8. Started
who's Utah? That was Miami, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to, we'll talk about this at some point this week. Shout out to all those Atlanta's better without Trae Young truthers. They're down 15 right now. They lost to somebody sorry the other day. They lost to New Orleans, I think, the other day.
Light the tank. That's solid. Light the tank. All right, y'all. We will we didn't die. I'm confident I'll try again tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.